Namaskar everyone, good afternoon and welcome to the day 2 of this 3 days Project YugParivartan Global Summit 2023. So just like yesterday, we have 6 speakers, eminent speakers lined up to speak on the topic of what is their vision of golden age, Swan Yug or Dore Haq. So before we invite our first speaker of the day, let me set the context of the entire summit. So this is the schedule for today. All the time which is mentioned here is in India Standard Time, which is GMT plus 5.5 hours. 4 to 4:15 we will do context setting, followed by a session by Ms. Suzy Kang from Seoul, South Korea. From 5 to 5:45 we will have session by ex-Bureaucrat Mr. Ajeet Saxena from West Bengal, India. 5:45 to 6:30 we will have session by Mr. Mukund Hirve from Maharashtra. 6:30 to 7:15 session by Dr. Sanjay Apte from Gujarat, India. Then 7:15 to 8 p.m. we will have session by Mr. Ankur Sharma Loni from Jammu and Kashmir, India. And then the sixth session of the day would be from 8 to 8:45 p.m. by Mr. Devinder Balhara from Punjab, India. And then we will make the closing remarks and vote of thanks. So let me quickly tell you about what Project YugParivartan is. It is world's largest project which includes the scope of work to take the best services to the last man on the planet. So it is launched by PYP Golden Age Foundation and Defined Values Consultants for reforming the entire world towards the Golden Age. We have envisioned the transition of humanity, the world and the universe into the next yuga as per the eternal cosmic cycle described in detail in a book, Code of Citizens' Conduct, Rashtriya. This is the third edition of the summit, Project YugParivartan Global Summit 2023. We started doing it from year 2021. It is a spectacular annual event to bring several eminent speakers, thought leaders, visionaries and luminaries together as part of our efforts to synergize the world through Project YugParivartan Synergy platform with an aim to unite the humanity as one family, one country, one workplace and one philosophy. The Project YugParivartan vision is inclusive, exclusive and conclusive vision to unite the humanity, and hence we need to take extra precautions not to offend anyone regardless of their caste, creed, language, political affiliation, religion or country through our communications, speech, presentation, questions, answers during and after the summit in any of the official platforms of Project YugParivartan. And this is a request to all the people who have who are external speakers, guest speakers, as well as the audience. We consider Project YugParivartan as that initiative which you can consider as a last option for humanity to go back to the golden age. Hence, there is no chance of any mistake to be done by anyone involved with Project YugParivartan. The event is scheduled from 4th June 2023 to 6th June 2023. It's a 3 days event from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. India time. And today is the day 2, 5th June. The topic given to every speaker is same since 2021 edition. It is, what is your vision of the golden age? We want to bring several visions of golden age, the ideal state of ecosystem, from the thought processes of several thought leaders around the world, so that together we can combine it and create a common minimum program for the world and extend it to common maximum program. So every speaker is requested to include these the answers to these questions into their speech, their presentation. What is your understanding of the situation of the world today? In your opinion, do we need a grand change in the governance and constitutions of the world, or the world is just doing fine and big reforms are not required? What 3 things you think should change for the ecosystem to become a golden age ecosystem? What is your take on the role of spiritual mentors and religious leaders in creating a golden age ecosystem? What is your take on the role of political organizations, governments, and NGOs in creating a golden age ecosystem for everyone? What is your take on the role of business organizations in creating the golden age ecosystem? What is your take on the common man in creating the golden age ecosystem? And how do you see your vision and mission converging with Project YugParivartan vision? And what help do you seek from Project YugParivartan Synergy platform to empower your mission? Golden Age is for everyone and it involves everyone, to the people of the world and by the people of the world. Some disclaimers. The views presented by the speakers in this summit is solely their point of view and perspective. PYP Golden Age Foundation and Defined Values Consultants do not endorse any part of it as an official organizational standpoint of PYP, but all attempts are made to create a synergy between the speaker's vision and the Project YugParivartan vision. Welcome everyone once again, and let me invite my colleague to introduce our first speaker of the day, Miss Suzy Kang from Seoul, South Korea.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed participants of the PYP Global Summit 2023, it is my honor to introduce an exceptional individual who will grace our stage on the second day of this momentous summit. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Suzy Kang from Seoul, South Korea, a remarkable advocate of peace and harmony, to share her invaluable insights and experiences as our esteemed first speaker of the day too. Hailing from HWPL, Ms. Kang has dedicated herself to the noble cause of peace since 2014, when she first joined as a volunteer during her student years. From 2016 to 2019, Ms. Kang's commitment and passion led her to assume the role of a coordinator of the World Religious Department at HWPL. During this period, she diligently worked for the World Alliance of Religions and Peace, WARP office, and played an instrumental role in organizing various peace events. Notably, in 2019, Ms. Kang embarked on a significant peace tour, visiting India, Finland, England, and the Philippines on behalf of HWPL. During her travels, she had the privilege of meeting influential religious figures, including the esteemed heads of Sikh and Ahmadiyya Islam religions. Her remarkable efforts resulted in the successful invitation of these dignitaries to the HWPL Summit in South Korea, where a momentous Memorandum of Understanding (MOU) was signed. Continuing her remarkable journey, Ms. Kang has been serving the team as a team manager of the Religious Department at HWPL Branch 1 since 2020. In this capacity, she has organized numerous impactful peace events, such as the Peace Walk event in Finland and the Religious Peace Camp in India, among others. Undoubtedly, Ms. Kang's accomplishments speak volumes about her unwavering dedication to promoting peace and fostering understanding among diverse communities. Her visionary leadership and tireless efforts have further solidified HWPL's mission of creating a more peaceful world. We are confident that her profound insights and experiences will inspire and enlighten us all, shedding light on the path towards a harmonious future. Once again, we extend our warmest welcome to Ms. Suzy Kang, whose presence will undoubtedly enrich our summit and leave an ineditable impact on all attendees. Let us eagerly anticipate the wisdom and knowledge she will share with us as we embark on this incredible journey towards peace together. Let's put our hands together for the graceful, powerful, and the wonderful Ms. Suzy Kang, live for all of us all the way from Seoul, South Korea.
Welcome, Suzy.
Welcome, Suzy.
Thank you for your warm welcoming to your events, and greetings to everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this meaningful event. It is very nice to meet you, or meet all of you at this Project YugParivartan Global Summit 2023. I am team manager, Religious Department, Branch Global 1, HWPL. It is especially significant and a privilege to be able to participate, to deliver my speech on behalf of HWPL at this event. So here we have the picture HWPL and PYP. Yes, we are in partnership for achievement of peace, and we've been working through various peace activities and peace events, and also our Mr. Hitesh, Chairman Hitesh, is joining to our interfaith dialogue work of peace continuously from last year. Mhm. So we are NGO. HWPL is a abbreviated words of heavenly culture, world peace, and restoration of light. We are non-governmental organization registered with the Seoul Metropolitan Government of the Republic of Korea. It is associated with the Department of the UN Department of Global Communications (DGC), and in special consultative status with the UN Economic and Social Council (ECOSOC). So, in keeping with the spirit of the Declaration of World Peace, the HWPL aims to achieve world peace through the heavenly culture and restore the global community with light. We are carrying out peace activities all across the world. So ACP has been able to produce meaningful events almost for 10 years. Yes, we are established in 2013 and now we're in 2023, right? So we had the 10 annual commemorations of the establishments of ACP a few days ago. So for 10 years, we've been giving much results, the fruits of achievement of peace. Mhm. So I'd like to start to introduce our organization and what we do first. Yes, this can be a good example. I have a good example of NGO at this time, at this age, golden age. Yes. So here we have three representatives, the main activities that we are do. So before I explain these three main activities, PYP, if you think about the goal of PIP, yes, our chairman, Hitesh, Mr. Hitesh Chandel, said human being is designed based on the same principle and is empowered to make extraordinary changes to the ecosystem, right? So you are also born with the potential to change the entire world. Yes, that's the kind of motto of PYP as I know, right? So HWPL also has the same goal of every human being to become a messenger of peace and to realize in his life, in the society, and in the country, and finally in the world. Yes. So all of the 7.7 billion people living in the 21st century, let's think about the situation we are living in now. Among the 7.7 billion people, we are born in the same generation, right? With the same mission as messenger of peace. So thinking of the value of peace, yes, peace is not something reserved for the few, only for the politicians. No, but this peace is a culture all of us should enjoy, right? A change of mind can change the world, and a change in our attitude from our hearts, can bring peace. So if we, the world's 7.7 billion people, become one, everything is possible. So that's the spirit of HWPL. We all the members from all over around the world, including the leaders of religions and politicians, and also from education and so on. Yes. So now let me start the three main peace activities that HWPL do. The first one is looking at the image, is a law for peace. We have 10 articles and 38 clauses, which called DPCW. So, of the Declaration of Peace and Cessation of War, we call this international law DPCW. This embodies the principles and means to achieve sustainable peace, prevention and resolution of conflicts, and spreading a culture of peace. So we are asking support to every people, human beings from all around the world to support this law for peace. That's the one of the main activities that we are doing. So hope I could get a chance to explain more in detail. You must be so curious to get to know about it in detail. So secondly is the interfaith harmony. I introduced myself that I am from the religious department. That is the work that I am doing. In order to establish harmony and peace among religions, leaders of various religious groups worldwide gather in various cities to have comparative discourse on religious texts. Yes, and that's the second. I will explain more in detail through some successful case as well. And lastly, last main activities that we are doing is peace education. Peace educators based on YugParivartan in different corners of the globe are teaching children about the value of peace. Yes, that's the three main peace initiatives that HWPL has been done. So, yes. So regardless of national boundaries, yes, ethnicities and cultures and people from various walks of life across the world are pouring in concerted efforts to build a peaceful world. So HWPL brings these efforts together with these three main initiatives. Yes. So among these three categories, at this time, I'd like to explain the work of peace in interfaith harmony, the second main activities. Okay. So all right. So religious difference is the biggest cause of many conflicts, right? Okay. Religious difference is the people say this consists of the reasons of the conflicts more than 70 to 80%. So to resolve this matter, to resolve this problem, we gather religious leaders at interfaith dialogue called World Office. This is shortened for World Alliance of Religions Peace Office. We are having this interfaith dialogue monthly through online and offline to discuss universal values based on scriptures every month. So, as I said, Chairman Hitesh is one of our regular panelists representing Hinduism. As a resource, the culture of interreligious harmony in which religions become one is being spread throughout the world. So not only for the religious harmony on the table, there was concrete examples of the resolution of the religious conflicts. As a hallmark peace resource of HWPL, there was the conflict in Mindanao Islands of Philippines, which was solved with the help of HWPL efforts. Let me explain a little bit more detail what happened in 2014 in this region of Mindanao. In 2014, at the invitation of Bishop Antonio Ledesma, an HWPL representative visited this region, which has experienced more than 40 years of bloody conflicts over its disputed lands. HWPL helped to mediate between Catholic and Islam leaders to successfully obtain peace signatures from both sides. Yes, this finally opened the door to peace to end the 40-year conflict in Mindanao. Since the historic peace signing, many peace developments have taken place. So I was there in Philippines in January this year. After how many years? Almost 9 years. Yes, it is now being developed to more positive resource with the influential people in Philippines to celebrate this end of war in this region. So we had even a national conference, national convention with the general of the Philippines, the presidents of Philippines, and so I like to show you the story of Mindanao, Philippines, through a short video. Yeah, since we as human beings were created according to the same principle, living in the world, living in the same world and the time, we must pursue the common goals that go in the same direction for peace, so that we can bear the fruits of peace in the transition of this age to golden age. So this could be a successful case that for the resolution of conflict, religious conflict. And let us watch this video.
Heavenly Culture World Peace Restoration of Light, HWPL, is a peace NGO established in 2013 to end wars and achieve world peace through heavenly culture to leave it as the eternal legacy to the future generations. HWPL's chairman and founder Lee Man-hee is a Korean War veteran. He made a lifetime commitment to leave a world of peace without wars to the future generations, when he saw his comrades fall to their death without having a chance to bloom in the front lines. With this purpose, he has gone on 31 world peace tours. He has even visited notorious war zone regions to persuade leaders towards peace and comfort the people, all because the people there wanted peace. Peace is creating new history in the Philippines. Let's follow HWPL Chairman Lee's work that led to peace being established in Mindanao, Philippines. Mindanao, which is located in the South Philippines, was long called an area of conflict. The armed conflict that began in the 1960s after the Moro Massacre continued for 40 years with Catholicism on one end and Islam on the other, and has led to more than 120,000 deaths. Archbishop Antonio Ledesma invited HWPL Chairman Lee Man-hee to Mindanao, a land of conflict.
When we had our conference of bishops in Manila, we also met again Archbishop Kapalya, but also Archbishop Lampon, who was in charge. He was then the Bishop of Olong. We welcome the offer of working together, and we hope that, yes, to reach out to the young people will be very important, both Christian and Muslim.
양측의 대표님이 부정행위라는 것을 단호하게로 사의를 해야 될 것입니다. 제가 내일 그쪽으로 가려고 하는데 이제는 평화적으로 이것이 일이 만들어져야 된다고 봅니다.
January 24th of 2014, what seemed impossible became reality.
평화가 좋으신 분은 손들어보세요.
The door to peace, which would end the 40-year Mindanao conflict, had finally been opened.
I would like to share with you that in Mindanao there's a lot of disorder in the economic, political, social and cultural spheres of life in Mindanao. And disorder is a situation of unpeace. So we would like to bring about order in the individual and in the community. We are your friends, we are your partners in promoting peace in Mindanao and throughout the world.
Shalom, ang Christian, ang Islam, at ang Judaism. So tayong lahat ay magkaisa. Hindi dapat nag-aaway-away. Awayin natin ang mga gugulong ating kinakaharap at ipagtupad ang kapayapaan dito sa mundo. Maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat.
Chairman Man P. Lee.
여러분들의 모습을 보니 환하게 평화가 얼굴이 드는 것 같습니다. 할 수 없는 것은 못합니다. 할 수 있는 것을 안 한다는 것은 잘못이지요. 하면 되겠죠? 여러분들 하나같이 평화를 이룰 수 있는 어떠한 답을 가지고 있는가 생각될 것입니다. 평화를 이룰 수 있는 자료가 있기 때문입니다. 많은 사람들이 평화상도 받았고 평화 일을 해왔습니다. 그러나 세상은 어떻습니까? 환란과 고통 속에 있습니다. 이 사람은 어떤 종교의 편을 드는 것도 아니고 어떤 민족의 편을 드는 것도 아닙니다. 어떤 국경을 나누고자 하는 것도 아닙니다. 하나도 내 것이고 지구도 내 것이고 그렇지 않습니까? 우리는 이 지구촌의 한 가족입니다. 그리고 하늘의 천국과 천지 창조주를 모시고 삽시다. 정말 이 좋은 평화를 이루어서 후대에 유산을 남겨주는 게 좋은 일이겠지요. 오늘 우리 앞에 나오신 지도자분들과 함께 평화 협약을 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
HWPL Chairman Lee, a leading activist for world peace, came together with the representatives from Catholicism and Islam, the two religions which were at the center of the Mindanao conflict, and signed for peace and reconciliation. HWPL Chairman Lee, a Korean, was able to establish a peace agreement, something very difficult for an NGO to achieve, and fulfill the long-time hope of Mindanao residents who had wished for peace due to the 40-year conflict. However, this was only the beginning. In May 2015, former Maguindanao Governor Mangyu Didatu designated 24th of January, the day of the Mindanao Civil Peace Agreement signing, as Maguindanao's HWPL Day to commemorate HWPL Chairman Lee's peace achievements and establish the Peace Monument. On January 24, 2016, during the second anniversary of Mindanao Civil Peace Agreement, the HWPL Peace Monument was erected at Moro Islamic Liberation Front Camp, Darapanan at Sultan Kudarat, Mindanao. This officially declared that Mindanao's peace had been achieved by HWPL. On this day, HWPL Chairman Lee and the peace delegation were fervently welcomed by the Mindanao residents. The endless welcome showed how much they yearned for peace. In August of 2018, former Davao Mayor and former President Duterte signed the Bangsamoro Basic Law to completely end the Mindanao conflict. The civil peace agreement led by Korean peace activists had finally come to fruit as true peace after 4 years and 6 months. HWPL's peace activities are being spread all around the Philippines. Countless elementary and middle schools in the Philippines have been designated as HWPL Peace Schools and are teaching HWPL's peace curriculum. Philippines CHED also signed a peace education MOA with HWPL in 2018. In addition, peace exhibits are on display in Mindanao museums, and various religious discussion platforms are being established. The people of the Philippines are even working to designate the 24th of January as a national holiday to commemorate the peace day HWPL created with the Mindanao Peace Agreement in 2014. Mindanao, a land closer to death than life, is finally becoming a land of peace by overcoming its long-time suffering.
This was indeed a huge achievement for world peace. It will be quoted over and over again in human history. It was a milestone in the peace in Mindanao.
2014 Mindanao Peace Agreement mediated by HWPL Chairman Lee Man-hee, Philippine Government MILF Peace Agreement. 2015 of January 24th declared as HWPL Day in the province of Maguindanao in Mindanao. HWPL Peace Monument established in Bulawan, Maguindanao. 2016 the Declaration of World Peace Monument established in MILF's Camp Darapanan schools proclaimed as HWPL Peaceful. Davao City Museum appointed as HWPL Peace Museum. Honorable Rodrigo Duterte appointed as HWPL Advisory Council. 2018 MOA signing with the Commission on Higher Education for Peace Education. 2019 Cotabato City passed the city resolution to support HWPL's DPCW. 2020 Capelon Davao del Norte passed the municipal resolution to support HWPL's DPCW. Davao City passed the city resolution to support HWPL's DPCW. 2021 unveiling ceremony of Peace Monument held in Barangay Bagua Mother, Cotabato City in Mindanao. 2022 unveiling ceremony of Peace Monument held in Barangay Foz Dingras, Ilocos Norte. Unveiling ceremony of Peace Monument held in Similon Integrated National High School. The Peace Library event held by the National Library of the Philippines and HWPL. 2019 to 2022 14 training sessions of HWPL Peace Education Capacity Building Program conducted for 2,251 teachers.
All right, thank you very much. This was the true story of peace in the land of Mindanao in Philippines. This was just an example of from one nation. So if this kinds of fruits of peace is bared in all the nations all over the world, then the true peace, the achievements of peace will be fulfilled in front of our eyes. So I'd like to share my story. When I started as a volunteer of HWPL Peace Summit in 2013, I was student at that time, university students, and I was just volunteer workers. And looking at the leaders from all over around the world who participated in this HWPL Peace Summit, I saw their facial expressions and also listened their words and felt their hearts about their resolution for peace. And I remember the message of Chairman Lee. He was the one who just not saying through the word to achieve peace, but who knows the importance of the actual deed, the concrete deeds, the power of our deeds can make the thing to be achieved in front of our eyes. So I was so impressed. He gathered all the leaders and the people's heart and make the miracles of their deeds to achieve the peace in their nations. So working as a staff and as the manager of the religious department in HWPL, I saw the religious leaders who are joining to this interfaith dialogue work office. And I realized that about the value of heavenly culture, regardless of just one religion, regardless of religion, the national borders. Originally, we were one. So that is why we are one. Which means thinking of the Creator who created us, our spirit. Of course, our bodies were made by our parents, right? Physically. However, thinking of the origin, our origin was the same. from the Creator. And we are having the same heaven, same sky, under the same sky we are living in, right? So the culture of heaven, heavenly culture, it collected the people into one heart. So the main motto of HWPL is we are one. So whenever we take a pictures together, then we say we are one while we take this photo with this meaning that under the heaven we are one. There is a saying that everybody knows. Heaven helps those who help themselves. If our actual efforts are gathered, collected, then heaven gives us to take the chance to achieve peace. If I say this into some more religious spiritual way, then as God's will is done in heaven, it will be done on this earth as well. And according to Hindu scripture, we are living at the time of transition of the age, entering into the next yuga, golden world order, right? So at this age, all of us need to gather our actual efforts effectively at this era where we are living in. So I introduce you one of our main activities of the religious harmony. So checking on the time, I only have 15 minutes left. Yes. So let me move on to the next topic about the LP campaign, Legislate Peace campaign. Just shortly because the lack of time. Before I move on to the next, yes, this is some of the main peace activities and partners that we are having. The 31 tours, World Peace Tours, and the MOAs, then 300 MOUs, and the supports of 741,000 from 176 countries of supports of the PCW and 274 offices in 129 countries of work office interfaith dialogue, and about the peace academies and peace advisory councils and publicity ambassadors, more than 600, and IWPL International Law Peace Committee. Yeah, they are the real specialists of the law. They made this the PCW International Law, which will be submitted to UN with this resource of supports of the PCW. Yes. So now about the LP projects, I want to speak shortly. Yes. We legislate peace to leave a legacy of peace for future generations. That's the goal that we are working for. This the PCW, the peace of the law of peace, to be submitted to UN and to be achieved in the word of God, in the word of love. And the PCW, maybe you have any questions of the PCW. It consists 10 articles and 38 clauses. Yes. The articles are here about prohibition of the threat with the use of force and war potential, and the friendly relations, and the prohibition of aggression, and safe boundaries and self-determination. And dispute settlements and right to self-defense and freedom of religion. Yes, religion, ethnic identity and peace, and spreading a culture of peace. Yes, I just now explaining shortly with this title of the 10 articles. If you want to see the full text, then you can find in the HWPL website, or if you ask me or Hitesh, Mr. Hitesh, then I can give you. Yes, so we are receiving a lot of 741 1,000 people support signing of the PCW from all around the world. If you'd like to support this the PCW, then you can receive the link. Here is the link. If you need, then I will send this to our chat after my speech. I will send this to our chat so that you can go and then sign your support for this campaign. Yes. So finally, let's move on to our new event that we are preparing from the religious department is the HWPL Religious Peace Academy. This is for creating a platform for enhancing comparative scriptural knowledge. Yes. So let me explain the background first. I introduced you the work office, right? So for over 9 years, HWPL had the interfaith dialogue platform, which is called Work Office. It had been conducting interfaith dialogues known as Work Office, meetings, which involve comparing and discussing religious scriptures to establish a foundation of peace among religions. Yes. Thanks to the passionate and dedicated efforts of religious leaders from around the world, we have established a mature culture of discussion and sharing, and as a result, a better understanding of religious scriptures. We extend our deep appreciation to all religious leaders who have actively participated and devoted themselves to building religious harmony and peace. Centered on communication and friendship. Now, HWPL Work Office is launching this HWPL Religious Peace Academy, which is called RPA, to facilitate deeper religious exchange and study beyond a basic level of understanding of the different religious scriptures. This new program will provide an opportunity for open-minded and curious individuals to participate in proactive learning of other scriptures, and it is expected to serve as a platform for advancing the deep study of scriptural comparison and discussion. So I explained to you the background, why this new program at HWPL RPA, Religious Peace Academy, has been prepared. So let me explain you more in detail. All right, here we have the poster. Yes. So we will have this program every Saturday of July. In June, we are receiving the application from the religious leaders. So I scheduled a total of 4 lectures will be held every Saturday of July 2023 from 8th of July, 15th, and 22nd and 29th of July. You can choose a time here among 9 a.m., 2 p.m., and the 9 p.m., which is the UTC. I believe it is, what time is it? It is in the morning time, right? In the morning time in India. I guess so. Yes. The morning time of India, you can check your time and can choose one of the times here and then join. However, the application registration is needed. Yes. So I will also send the registration link if you like to listen and register to this academy. You can register. It is through online. It is through online. You can just prepare the stable network. That's all. But the previous registration is needed. And yes, here we have. If you click the link, then you will see this application, RPA application. And we will have as a lecturer the speakers here, because the applicants will be the leaders of the religions. So the leaders of leader, we are now, inviting as lecturer to this RPA. So these two speakers are confirmed already from Hinduism. Jitta Manishi Swami Shri Yananand Mahars, the founder of Global Inspiration and Enlightenment Organization, who is very prominent figures of the Hinduism, and from Sikhism, from the Sikh, Singh Sahib Jr. Singh Ji, who is the head of the whole Sikh community, the setter of Golden Temple. We will deliver his speech at this RPA, Peace Academy, and more. We are inviting the very prominent, world prominent lecturer to this RPA. So please don't miss the chance and get the chance to have a deeper knowledge of the other religions through this academy. Yes. So that's all I prepared. Now I will conclude my speech. Okay. So today I explained about the organization HWPL and about the role of NGO at this time, golden age. More in detail, we are doing this work of peace through the international law and interfaith dialogue of religions, also for the peace education. And I also showed you some video, successful case of video of the resolution of a regional conflict, regional religious conflict. So we are actively taking the steps towards peace together. Your precious hearts and opinions gathered at this event today, right? It will serve as a stepping stone to achieve world peace and open the new era, golden age. So let's build a world where we can live in peace together. HWPL is with you, and you can be member of HWPL as well. If you go website of HWPL, you can register yourself as a member, also can support the DPCW. If you're religious leaders, and you can ask us, as me, or to Mr. Hitesh to introduce me, so that you can also join to the peace, religious interfaith dialogue as well. So yes, so I hope you will also become the messenger of peace. And also, congratulations again to PYP and other partner organizations and our speakers to have this meaningful time together. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Suzy. Thanks a lot for wonderful sharing of the thoughts related to world peace. Your words were a revalidation of underlying oneness of soul that we all carry deep within us, regardless of the caste, creed, religion, and even country. The peace actually is not just a need of few people in few countries only. It is required by everyone in the world. It's a very plain, simple logic. The efforts of HWPL in this regard is really commendable, as we have seen through various videos and your speech on that. Since almost a year now, we at PYP are collaborating with HWPL in several different ways, which I'm sure will continue to increase progressively. In the month of December 2022, PYP co-organized a hybrid event by the name Talk for Peace with HWPL. And I'm also participating as a regular panelist in the World Alliance of Religions and Peace, which in short is called as WARP office, which is an inter-religious discussion on various topics related to religion in order to increase the common ground in various religions and restore the heavenly culture and world peace. Thanks a lot for sharing your insight today and giving us an opportunity to host you. I hope that we will continue to create more collaborative forums in future. The PYP HWPL Synergy WhatsApp group, you can share all your events over there, and I will forward it to the PYP groups, and any online event that PYP is conducting, I'll share that in that group also, so that the members of both the organizations can collaborate more, because ultimately the objective of both the organization is same. We all want to create the golden age. There is a saying, there is a shloka in Bhagavad Gita, which is the central book of Hinduism, which says whenever and wherever there is a fall in values and consciousness of the people, then automatically people who are higher in consciousness zone, they take that as their accountability to re-establish the higher spiritual knowledge, higher consciousness. And it says paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya cha dushkritam, which means integrate the good efforts together and reduce or disband the energies of the people who are in the wrong direction. So HWPL and Project YugParivartan, if both of them continue to work together, it will continue to create synergy, which we call as 1 + 1 becomes 11. So I'm very much in tune with what HWPL is doing, and it is totally aligning with PYP. So thanks a lot for coming to this forum, and also bringing Willie Paul and Daniel Sinclair as a speaker in our forum. We'll definitely have more collaborative events, and we also invite you to a different format, PYP Talks, in which we invite one speaker only, and they speak on a certain topic, and then the entire panel asks questions. So half part is speech and half part is question and answer. So we welcome you there as well. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Suzy. Namaskar. And yes, we will do the, your HWPL closing remark also, where we say we are one. So I request everyone in the audience also to end Suzy's session today with a call of we are one, right? We are one. Please type in the chat box, we are one. Ek hi hai underlying Atma. There is only one Atma, one soul. There is no mathematics over there. Thank you. Thank you, Suzy. Namaskar. Okay, what a wonderful sharing by Suzy. And with this, I invite my colleague, Amit Agarwal ji, to invite our second speaker of the day to the dais.
So I'm delighted and filled with excitement as I introduce our esteemed second speaker of the day, and who happens to be the 8th speaker also of this summit at this prestigious PYP Global Summit 2023. And he is Shri Ajeet Saxena ji, a visionary and a profound thinker. His remarkable journey of enlightenment has led him from the breathtaking landscapes of the Himalayas to the esteemed Hall of Wisdom and Knowledge. Born in Uttar Pradesh, India, Mr. Ajeet Saxena's formative years were spent amidst the awe-inspiring beauty of Himalayan region, particularly in Dehradun, Haridwar, and Rishikesh. Armed with an engineering degree from the prestigious IIT Roorkee, he embarked on a path that shaped his unique perspective on spirituality and its practical applications. Not content with the mere academic achievements, he pursued further studies, earning an MBA and dedicating his services to the Indian Railways Traffic Services, which is IRTS. His career culminated in his role as a principal chief commercial manager of the Southern Railway. However, it was his restless and inquisitive nature that led him to embark a personal quest, seeking wisdom from the masters who resided in the holy towns of Haridwar and Rishikesh during his time at IIT. Distilling the essence of each faith, he synthesized a comprehensive approach he termed as applied spirituality. This transformative capsule, crafted specially for the dynamic Pentium generation, offers practical tips and clues for maintaining one's inner purity while navigating the complexities of everyday life in this vast and challenging world. His spiritual journey experienced a significant breakthrough during his tenure as District Commissioner in Karaikal under the Pondicherry government in year 1980. It was in Pondicherry that he encountered the profound wisdom of Sri Aurobindo Ashram and embraced the enlightening philosophy of Sri Aurobindo. This encounter sparked realization within him, leading to the formulation of what he now refers to as the technology of spirituality. He passionately asserts that Sri Aurobindo was the sole rishi who comprehended the dimensions of spirituality as an intricate software operating behind the grand tapestry of creation, with the Vedas serving as the invaluable software manuals. He believes that spirituality is the very essence of the information technology of this subtle world, and he boldly proclaims that the internet stands as one of the greatest spiritual discoveries of the previous century. Welcoming the great speaker, a spiritual leader and transformational personality, Mr. Ajeet Saxena ji, joining us from Calcutta with applause. Over to you, sir.
Being invited by Hitesh ji to this project YugParivartan is definitely a matter of honor, and I also think it's a milestone because I personally feel that the creation has been preparing for this event for last many decades. In 1956 February, when mother of Sri Aurobindo Ashram in Pondicherry, when she said that the supramental had descended, that is the time when this major project of upgrading, as I call it, upgrading the operating system of humanity. That is the time when it started, and our viewers will be surprised that it was almost in the same week when people in West started thinking of internet. You can check, it was almost the same week when in West internet people started, the idea of internet also descended. Naturally in West, because West has been assigned the task of handling the matter. I am not a very learned man. I have not read many scriptures also. Whatever I have learned is through my own little experiments with truth through the journey of life. And I have met many realized masters. And my surrender at the feet of my master Mahavatar Babaji is the sole source from where I get these updates, the glimpses, which I use only for, upgrading my soft copy. This talk is only sharing of whatever I have learned through the journey, and it always helps to share these experiences with all the co-pilgrims because it helps if somebody reaffirms that what you are going through is actually one of the accepted or definite milestones in this spiritual path. For me, spirituality is not for the purpose of Shastra, that you read the scriptures and to show each other down, you defeat them by the display of knowledge. For me, spirituality is something which you have to get that knowledge, actualize it, and live it in your day-to-day life. Then only the spirituality has any meaning. Otherwise, it is like any other information. Whatever I'll share is what I have discovered. So one need not necessarily agree with that, because the truth which is not your own truth remains untruth only. But as I grew up, I went to IIT, went to civil services, and kept meeting a lot of people, many jigyasus. The one common problem with all the seekers is the common complaint they have that there is no guidance available. Even the most learned people, they just give certain hints, the clues. And in fact, if I am permitted, because the topic of we are talking about YugParivartan, which means transformation, which I call upgrading the operating system of humanity. Upgrading your own operating system, transforming your own self is itself is a matter of lifetimes. इसमें जिंदगियां लग जाती हैं. It's a matter of lifetimes, but we have to discuss this here in 40 minutes. So I'll make my best attempt, whatever little I can do, and to do that, I may be permitted to use a few, Urdu poetry, share from Urdu poetry, because they express a lot of content in just 2 lines. So the main complaint of all the seekers, you will agree, is that they do not have guidance. They say कि किसी ने ये ना बताया कि फासला क्या है, किसी ने ये ना बताया कि फासला क्या है, सबने बस राह दिखा के छोड़ दिया. So because of this, people, we waste a lot of time in finding out whether they are right, they are on the right path, they are getting the right guidance. So through this discussion, I will try to cover all the things, and the format of my talk will be, I will strictly follow the format which has been given by the PYP group. They have given a very nice, meticulously designed format. And in this, the first point is, what is your understanding of the world situation today? Do you feel any changes needed in the government and constitutions? What do you think are the 3 things which will change the ecosystem for golden age? What is the role of spiritual masters and mentors in that? Role of political organizations, role of common man. I will cover almost all these points as the talk unfolds, and hopefully will answer all these questions as we go along. Now, as I said, this is a complex topic. It takes many lifetimes, and in 40 minutes, let's see what all we can do. हर धड़कते पत्थर को लोग दिल समझते हैं, हर धड़कते पत्थर को लोग दिल समझते हैं, और उम्र बीत जाती है दिल को दिल बनाने में. Is that complex? Still, we'll make an attempt. Now, whatever I share is in the background of certain core realizations that happened in my life. As I walked through the path, many things were revealed to me, and these core realizations are the background of whatever I share with you, the glimpses that I have got. Number one is that Big Bang has not just material dimension. It doesn't only have a material dimension. It has a spiritual fallout also, which has been largely missed. There is a phenomena called spiritual gravitation, which operates in the subtle dimension and which acts as a gravitational force between and among the souls. And what also I have recently realized is that this force, this glue-like attraction between the souls is something made of pure love, which we call Preeti, Prem, Maitri. It is this binding force which acts as a spiritual gravitation between the souls. Third realization is that whatever exists, whatever we see at the material level, at the visible reality level, and visible reality is only a fraction of the entire reality. And in that visible reality, whatever you see at the level of matter, there is a spiritual equivalent of that available somewhere in the subtle dimension. Like when we were in IIT, whatever prototype was made, on the drawing board, there will be a design actually prepared first, and then only the prototype will be made. That it is not the matter, it is the spirit which is the underlying bedrock of existence. Because of ignorance, we feel that matter is the ultimate reality of existence. No, it is the spirit which is the underlying reality, substratum on which the entire reality exists. And this substratum is the cause of oneness, interconnectedness of all that exists and of the oneness of existence. When you rise in sadhana, a stage comes when you get that vision of oneness. And then after that vision, you actually realize that sense of oneness also. It's very fashionable to talk of ecosystem these days. But I feel that there is a spiritual system existing, and this ecosystem is only a very small subset of that larger spiritual system. Visualize it like this. There is an aquarium. You see those big glass bowls in which you have colored fish floating. Similarly, there is a huge spiritual system in which, in place of water, there is spirit filled, and in that spirit, in that aquarium like spiritual system, there are 84,400,000 species floating. So, ecosystem is a very small subset of the larger spiritual system. That when we talk of spirituality, we are talking of the technology that was given at the time of creation. And we call that a Vedic knowledge, Vedic Gyan. When creation happened, it did not happen haphazardly. The master had actually given the entire software for that. He had given the technology, he had given the user's manual, he had given the source code. Everything was given. And we are lucky to be born in this country where even the source code is available. That is a different matter, that in this country, anybody who talks of God and goodness is considered a dehati, is considered a villager, is considered somebody who could not do anything in life, and that is why he's talking of God. And this is one basic reason why I took it upon myself for last 30 years to go and address youngsters in the schools, colleges, in various forums, to tell people, look, don't waste time. We were not lucky, we missed out on that, but you do not waste time. Accept the truth, go back to your roots, find out the knowledge, and then if you feel, then you reject it. Then the next realization is that we are not standalone computers. We are part of a huge network. This mistake that I, me, mine is wrong. We are not separately existing, independent of each other. We are part of a huge network. Sri Aurobindo's philosophy, first of all, it is beyond an average person to comprehend that. So first time when I went there, I was not able to understand anything because he spoke at such a high level, from such higher consciousness. But when I did get to understand that, then I found he was the first rishi who was talking of spirituality in terms of information technology. He was the only one who was talking of supramental. He was the only one who was talking of layers of your being. You'll be surprised, there are 5 layers on internet, and there are 5 layers of existence in human beings. That close is the similarity. Another realization was that internet is the greatest spiritual discovery of this century. And I have experimented with it day in, day out. And then only I have started talking about it to people who agree to listen to me. Then I further discovered that everything is inside you. It is all preloaded. What you have to do is, you have to configure your system, format your system, and then make those desktop icons by way of spiritual sadhana, put them in the desktop, and in life, whenever you need it, just double click and it opens. It is that simple. But all the software comes factory loaded, preloaded in the system. And what is spiritual sadhana? Spiritual sadhana is like installing the drivers in the system. When you want to connect a printer, you install the driver of a printer to your laptop. So that is what is known as spiritual sadhana or spiritual practices. Since we are talking of coming to a golden age, and we call the present age as Kali Yuga, the dark age. What is the difference? The difference is, when we were in IIT, those days the computers were operated through punching of cards. And today we have Windows XP and we have cloud computing also available. So basically it is the difference of software, which is referred to as the consciousness. There were earlier models, earlier versions of consciousness, and now we are talking of going to a much higher version of operating system, and that will be golden age. But Kali Yuga is very, Kali Yuga also has a lot of advantages. You know, during COVID time, the government was going all out to declare children pass by giving a lot of margins and a lot of marks, and nobody will be failed. The same thing is in Kali Yuga. It's very easy to, cross the threshold in Kali Yuga. You must have heard, just chanting the name of God is more than enough. So Kali Yuga had its own advantage, but we were not ready to do even that. निजात की तो हमें जुस्तजू नहीं वरना, निजात कहते हैं लिबरेशन को, निजात की तो हमें जुस्तजू नहीं वरना, कर्म तो उसका बहाने तलाश करता. He is ready to pass us with grace marks, but we are not ready to write even roll number on the answer sheet. So Kali Yuga was not all that bad. But naturally, we are moving towards golden age, and golden age means upgrading the operating system of the humanity. So it's very clear that the problem pertains to software. It's an issue of software. It is nothing to do with hardware. Very good quality hardware is available even in Kali Yuga also. So we have to work on software. Those who are familiar with Indian system of Indian wisdom, ancient wisdom, they know we call of Shadadosha, Kam, Krodh, Madmo, Lobh, Matsar, 6. These are all defects of software. Had they been defects of hardware, surgeon के पास जाके निकलवा देते और beauty parlor में जैसे upper lip और eyebrows करवाते हैं ना, it was very easy to get it done. But these are defects of software, so they have to be attempted by using means which go into software, and they have to be either corrected from the console or the systems administrator can do it. The guru is your systems administrator. Guru can always tinker with your files. He can even delete certain files. He can modify the files. He is the one who has complete access to your system. Otherwise, you go file by file yourself, keep editing all the files. That is spiritual practice. Now, the importance of Guru. People asked yesterday also, somebody asked, what is the importance of Guru? Importance of Guru is in matters of spirituality. Without Guru, it is impossible to reach anywhere. Because there is so much. Even if I ask you, how much do you know about Google? It is a foolish question. How can you say? Because you don't even know what is relevant to you should be told to you. Now, this is what Guru does. It is impossible to read all the scriptures. I will never be able to. I have not read anything. But the Guru, the importance of Guru is, वो मुझे ढूंढ के एक रात में घर ले आया. वो मुझे ढूंढ के एक रात में घर ले आया. हम उसे ढूंढने जाते तो जमाने लगते. That is the grace of Guru. If he is there, and another thing in spirituality, as I am talking, I am addressing a lot of questions. I think a lot of answers will come automatically. In spirituality, you don't have to be hyper. In spirituality, you don't have to upload your CV on Naukri.com. In matters of spirituality, there is campus recruitment. Like in IIT, we never went around job hunting. People used to come to the campus, recruit the best. So in matters of spirituality, the moment you rise and go beyond a threshold, your luminosity crosses a definite point. These masters who are on the lookout, they come down and they pick you up like you pick up fish. So it's very easy. All that is needed, total surrender, intensity, sincerity. Hitesh ji in his talk says, जिस पर दोगे ध्यान वो देगा अपना ज्ञान. It's a very profound statement. And not just give the ध्यान, जितना दोगे ध्यान उतना ही ज्यादा मिलेगा ज्ञान. It is the intensity of your intent that matters. Casual people will never, spirituality cannot be treated as a necessary lifestyle accessory. It has to be way of life. You have to be so intense that the moment you look at it, the mystery of life starts melting away. मैंने भी देखने की हद कर दी और वो भी तस्वीर से निकल आया. That is the kind of dedication, that is the kind of relationship you need with the master. In this background, we'll say now the Darwin theory of evolution. Everybody talks about it. The problem in India is this only. We forgot our ancient wisdom, which was our core competence, and we ran after only the material part, which is relevant, but which is not complete. When Darwin talked of theory of evolution, he forgot to say that there is an evolution of consciousness also. It is not just the survival of the fittest and fattest. There is an evolution of consciousness also. And another glimpse, another clue I get, that the religions have outlived their utility. The era of religions is over. The age of realizations has set in. Now, from now onwards, it will be direct activation from the console, DTS technology, direct to heart. That fast awakening will happen. As it is, we see these days, every 10th person you see is talking of some spiritual dimension. It has been actually launched in the market by Divinity, that everybody, according to his capability, is able to tap some signals somewhere. When we talk of humanity, difference among religious groups, the fight, we talk of peace, interfaith cooperation. You know, where the problem is, look at it like this. When creation happened, the basic technology was given, and with that technology, it was very much possible to manage all the aspects of existence. It is something like the cell phone technology came. In our case, the cell phone technology was Vedic Gyan. With the same cell phone technology, lot of service providers also came up. Each one is using AT&T, Verizon, BSNL, Airtel, and so many of them. All of them are using the same core cell phone technology, but they are using their own brand name. So spirituality is the basic technology and religion is the brand name under which the same technology, certain aspects of that are being used by a lot of other groups. Each one, when you buy a SIM card, you have a subscriber, you have a service provider also. So religion are basically service providers. The technology remains the same for everybody. And each service provider promises you, look, if you follow my instructions, if you follow my manual, I will activate your SIM card. Somebody says 24 hours, somebody says 2 hours, and our BSNL, bhai sab nahi lagega. They also activate in 3-4 days, right? So nevertheless, all of us come there with a SIM card which is factory fitted here, and this is our handset. Somebody's handset is very good looking, somebody's is very strong, doesn't break even on falling like Nokia. Somebody is very good looking and very shiny like BlackBerry, but nevertheless a factory fitted SIM card and a handset which comes from there. And irrespective of the service provider you use, the moment your SIM is activated, the incoming is lifetime free. And not only the incoming is lifetime free, but he also keeps sending you SMS alerts. Now you are roaming, you will be charged welcome to BSNL Karnataka, now you will be charged 36 rupees or 6 rupees per minute. Now what happens? Most of the time, these alerts which keep coming to us on free incoming call and free SMS, we delete them even without reading them. And for the free lifetime free incoming call, during our youth, when the ultimate father, when he wants to find out your welfare, he wants to guide you. During our youth, whenever he wants to contact us, most of the time we are out of coverage area. We are partying on the beach, we are in a club, but we are not reachable. So during youth, when he wants to contact us, the Divinity keeps sending you clues, keeps sending you guidance, keeps sending you updates. The update will be installed tonight. Same kind of updates keeps coming, but during youth, we are out of coverage area. We are not reachable. During middle age, you get so busy with your job, with your family, with your dunya ka natak, that whenever he wants to speak to you, your number is always engaged. The number is always busy. And during old age, the battery bonks off and this number does not exist. So we did not give him a chance to guide us. And most of the time, even when you have everything, आपके पैर जमीन पे नहीं पड़ते हैं. You are always in flight mode. So go to setting, put the flight mode off so that you start receiving the signal. Now in this connection, I say the prayer is a missed call to God. Now people say that what is this? Only your missed calls are answered. Our missed calls are not answered. I said for there are two conditions. One is only incoming is lifetime free. For making an outgoing call, you need what is called talk time, and talk time is to be earned. So through your Purusharth, you earn your talk time, then only you can make an outgoing call and give a missed call. Normally when you make a call, you feel call is going, but you feel, listen, he says there is no balance in your phone. This call cannot be completed. So there are two prerequisites. One is that you should have talk time in your card, which you have to earn. Only incoming is free. Secondly, suppose I am a big officer, I am a chief secretary, I am holding a meeting, you are the chairman of a corporation, and the big board meeting is going on, you get a phone call, you look at the call and then you put it on silent. Again the call comes, you again put it on silent. Again the call comes and you switch off your phone. But after 5 minutes when you see there is a missed call and then you say, excuse me, my daughter is calling from the boarding. Can I take this call? And everybody said, no problem, sir, no problems. And you take the call, you call back, you say, Beta, what happened? Papa is in a meeting, anything urgent? I'll call you back. She said, no, Papa, no problem, no problem. You call me, she said, I'll call. And then you put the phone and you say, sorry, my daughter from boarding school. They say, sir, no problem. So whether your missed call will be answered or not, the first phone which you disconnected, which you put on silent, was from a third-rate, greedy, selfish, ungrateful friend who remembers you only when he needs you. So whether your missed call will be answered or not will depend on the type of relationship you have developed with God. If your relationship with God is that of a father and child, He will stop the business of entire cosmos and call you back. So first is talk time you have to earn by Purusharth. Second is the relationship with God. Now we move forward. As we discussed, As the operating system goes up, people who are into sadhana, they know the moment you reach anahat, you get connected and you say, my God, we are all connected. This is what Christ says when he says, kingdom of God is here. He was talking about anahat chakra, which is nothing new to us. And that is why we have such a good acceptance of Christianity here in this country. So, the moment you reach this anahat chakra, you get that vision of oneness and you get connected and you say, my God. And that explains, by mistake, if your finger pokes your eye, even if you are injured, why don't you cut it off and throw it? Because of the awareness that this is part of your own body. Now, this is very similar to that experience of oneness. You have to actually go through it to understand. Otherwise, it is all theory. All those who have been through it, they will understand what I am talking. So once you reach that level, you can't even think of harming anybody. Forget about harming, even hurting anybody. Same way as you can't cut off your finger. So then automatically it becomes a network. All of them, they become automatically connected to you and you are part of that. It is something like if you go to, I was posted in Pondicherry as a deputy commissioner in the beginning. And you know, in the sea, morning time, you see those floats floating in the sea. First because I was basically a North Indian boy from hills. And when I saw in the sea, I saw, what is this? These are the fishermen's net. The net is under the water and these floats are floating there, but they are all connected together. This is how we are all connected to each other. People ask, how do you, Ajeet, what is Jivatma and Paramatma? Have you seen that bubble wrap? That is the most user-friendly example of Jivatma and Paramatma. You know, you ask something from Amazon and they wrap it in the bubble wrap. They waste a lot of stuff. Those bubble wraps of the same material, that blister is Jivatma, and the sublying stratum, that plastic, the same material is the Paramatma. Now the issue is to have that oneness, to have that connectivity. You can't have a network of card punching computers, MS-DOS and Vistas and the things where the cloud computing can be done. We have to be very clear about it. The Padma Puran says that 4,400,000 are on human platform alone. Out of 84 lakh unit, 4 lakh are in human format, human template. That says that each of them, though the cabinet looks same, the template is same, the platform is same, but the software, the consciousness, the operating system is different. It's a serious subject, but I'm only giving a glimpse of it. And then there are other 80 lakh yonis, with which the vegetation is 20 lakhs, aquatics are 9 lakhs, reptiles 11 lakhs, birds 10 lakhs, and terrestrial animals are 30 lakhs. That is how 84 lakhs varieties of hardware, and each operates on a different software. Now, when you have so many varieties, like you have a smartphone and you have the top-notch phones, and you also have entry-level mobiles. Now, if you tell an entry-level mobile, now it is possible to make a video call, or it is possible to do your bank transaction. It's a superstitious आदमी है, right-wing आदमी है, कैसी बातें करता है? Because an entry-level mobile cannot even conceive that there is such a high level of technology available, and some people have access to that. So we have to keep provision for this vast difference in the consciousness that is already existing. But still, because the consciousness is rising, because in your area, suppose all the street lights are low-powered bulbs, doesn't mean that you will not have a searchlight or a big tower installed there. And this is precisely what happens in spirituality. It is a big farce, it is a big pretense to say that we are working for uplifting humanity. One lifetime is too short to uplift even yourself. What will you lift others? So, instead of doing this natak of saying that so many gurus, so many masters, what all I can say, हमसे पूछो इज्जत वालों की इज्जत का हाल कभी, हमने भी इस शहर में रह के थोड़ा नाम कमाया है. I am connected to all the spiritual organizations in the country. But it is not to criticize them. Each one of them is catering to a definite clientele. They are also doing a role. They have somehow engaged these people. When your children are making noise in the house, you give them toys and keep them engaged. Okay? So the most important is transforming your own self, because your journey is your own unique journey. Only you are responsible for that. Nobody else will answer for that. And if you have succeeded in transforming yourself, a transformed and enlightened, awakened being is very infectious. It is like, you remember COVID time, one person came in the building with infection and the entire building used to get it. Similarly, if one enlightened, one awakened man comes to a locality, he starts transforming people all around himself. So the focus should be on this, that we should increase these enlightened being wherever it is possible. And when will that happen? When you yourself are enlightened. Once you are enlightened, then you don't have to worry. And from wherever you can pick up this gun, irrespective of the service provider, pick it up. We never get into ego hassles. I will not charge my mobile on the airport. You have to charge your mobile wherever you are getting it, charge it. There should be no ego problem with that. From anybody you can get, you can learn something, and it has to trigger. Problem with spirituality, it is highly promiscuously used word these days. People have made it so complicated, and everybody talks of spirituality these days. You ask somebody about pranayam, he'll give you 20 minutes talk on pranayam. And if you ask him, so how much time you do? He said, who has time to do all this? So everybody has knowledge, but nobody practices. People come, they give lectures on Hatha Yoga and they confuse it with yoga. Somebody, I was giving a lecture somewhere. He said, no, sir, we know. Lord Krishna has taught yoga there, Hatha Yoga, and we have also learned many asanas here. I said, there is a difference. If that was the yoga, then Lord Krishna would have told Arjun, hey Parth, अब मैं तेरे रथ को आचार्य द्रोण के सामने ले जाता हूं, अब तू इनके सामने बैठ के 20 मिनट कपालभाति कर, और अब मैं तेरे रथ को भीष्म पितामह के सामने ले जाता हूं, तू अब इनके सामने आधे घंटे भस्त्र का प्राणायाम. So there's so much confusion created. Meditation is highly misunderstood word. Meditation is only a tool, a technique, but it is widely confused with the goal. If somebody came and told you, मेरा बेटा 2 साल से कोटा में बंसल क्लासेस में IIT की कोचिंग कर रहा है, what will you say? Very nice, very good. आपका बेटा bright है, he will get through. But if somebody came and told you, मेरा बेटा पिछले 25 साल से IIT की कोचिंग कर रहा है, what will you do? Now meditation is something like this. You may meditate all your life and not reach anywhere. It's just a technique, just a tool. जब तक वो घटना घटित नहीं होगी यहाँ आपके हार्ट रीजन में, तब तक सब प्रयास है. Now this is what is to be told. I'm very happy that organizations like this are creating this jigyasa. Once the jigyasa is created, people come together, then they will also look for means, they will also look for guidance, they will ask for what are the steps to be taken. Moving ahead on the topic, why all this operating system is still operating at the primitive version? The basic reason is ignorance. Now, ignorance of what? Now, ignorance of what am I? You know, Ramana Maharshi used to say, who am I? But he was addressing enlightened people already. That is a course of post-graduation of PhD. The basic question to be answered for common man is, what am I? He should know that I am not a body. I am basically a soul. You should know your machine. You should know the purpose. When you go to market to buy a washing machine, you are very clear that you want to wash your clothes. You buy the washing machine, you know its purpose. Now, if you get the washing machine home and suddenly your daughter's classmates from engineering college come 20 of them, and once in a while you make a lassi in that, it is okay. But if you start using that washing machine only to make lassi every now and then, you are insulting the machine, you are insulting the creator of that machine, and you are becoming a laughing stock. So we should know what is the purpose of the machine, what is the circuit diagram, what are the operating instructions, and the Ignorance of 4 P's of life. I call it the 4 P's of life. What is the purpose of life? What is the principle of life? What is the process of life? And what is the protocol of life? Now, if this awareness comes, we start getting inquisitive and we start living life as it was destined or as it was designed to be lived. Mostly we are not living, we are just existing. जो आपने कहा कि जिस पे दोगे ध्यान वो देगा अपना ज्ञान. We are not living, we are just existing. जो भी हो रहा है, we are sleepwalking, we are comatose, and that's why I say a nation like this country, which was India, which was the lighthouse of wisdom, is reduced to a habitat of spiritually challenged people. 99% of the world population is currently spiritually challenged, and for challenged people you need special schools. So we have to have those special schools. Whatever you are doing, do it in awareness. Don't just casually live through it, walk through it, comatose. मैं जिन दिनों तेरे बारे में सोचता हूँ बहुत, मैं जिन दिनों तेरे बारे में सोचता हूँ बहुत, उन्हीं दिनों तो ये दुनिया समझ में आती. The moment you start paying attention to what is happening around you, the miseries start melting away. So what is required is living in impersonal, alert, attentive awareness. Impersonal, alert, attentive awareness, 24 hours of a day, every minute. If we start living in that awareness, we are already connected. Constant remembrance of God is the secret. Constant remembrance of God is the secret. जब वो घटना घटित होती है, उसके बाद you feel the movement inside. A young bride, when she conceives, after 6-7 weeks, she says, आज movement महसूस हुआ. And घर की elderly ladies, they say, हाँ बेटा ऐसा ही होता है. आज तुमको movement महसूस हुआ ना? अब fetus ने चलना शुरू कर दिया. Exactly the same thing happens. जैसे आपके हृदय क्षेत्र में वो घटना घटित होती है, आपके यहाँ पे movement शुरू हो जाता है. You start getting your own commands, your own directions. फिर आपको you have created your own dongle here. You don't have to go to public Wi-Fi connections. It is that simple. But how to do that is difficult because we do not give the atmosphere. In this country, in this land of saints, everybody wants to talk of spirituality. लेकिन संत पड़ोसी के घर में ही पैदा होना चाहिए. अगर अपने घर में विवेकानंद पैदा हो गया तो अपने लाजपत नगर करोल बाग में कहते हैं बाबूजी इसकी शादी करा दो नॉर्मल हो जाएगा. So that is the situation, and we don't have time to discuss further. And I think all I can do is we have to create awareness, tell the youngsters that in the end only the soft copy will go. Only the soft copy will go. And आगे का सफर सिर्फ मेरी रूह करेगी. आगे का सफर सिर्फ मेरी रूह करेगी. अब जिस्म भी सामान्य सफर लगने लगा. Thank you very much. Upgrading the operating system is the only solution. Thank you. Thank you. Jai Bharat. Jai Bharat.
Wonderful, wonderful, Ajeet ji. What an awesome session. And because I personally belong to the IT tribe and I have worked for IT industry for 14 years, your analogy of spiritual concept with the IT concept is going deeper within me, and it is really super inspiring. And in my book also, Code of Citizens Conduct Rashtriya Dharma, and even in training program, self-actualized leadership development program or SLDP.
You know, when we do yajna, we do puja. What does the Purohit do? He says, tell your name, your gotra. You say Ajeet, Saxena, Kashyap, Gotra, Bharat, Khande, Jammu, this. What is he doing? He is defining your TCP IP address. When you connect to the net, we say connecting server 350.100.110. The easiest spiritual practice is Naam Jap. When you start chanting a mantra, what happens after some time? This mantra gets installed in your system and it starts operating as a screensaver. It starts floating on your manas. And if that mantra has been taken by a conscious from a conscious Jagrat teacher and the mantra is also Jagrat, then it not only acts as a screensaver, it also works as an antivirus. You must have heard of PIP. This video is playing picture-in-picture mode. What else you want? How many clues you want? Picture-in-picture mode. We are dreaming within the cosmic dream. People ask me, what is Brahma? Now, the moment your interconnection goes, so many faces who are there, they will just dissolve. This is Brahma. It is as subtle as internet. and it is unconditionally equally available to everybody. Creation is like event management company. It's an event management company. You tell them you want a child's birthday, they will create a set for child's birthday. You want a funeral, they will arrange funerals. So whatever you want can manifest. Don't blame. On internet, you type www.misery.com, you download misery. You say www.bliss.org, you download bliss. Thank you very much. This is too much of it. I mean, it can't be complete.
Thanks a lot.
All right. Jai Bharat.
As I said that like whatever is there within us, we can only create that outside. So whatever is there in the outside world related to computers, IT industry, and all the new terminologies that we have learned since last few decades, it is all coming from within. So this is true. In fact, we can keep adding to these analogies, like even with electricity, like why we have only 2-pin plugs and 3-pin plugs and not 1-pin plug or 4-pin plug and so on for electricity. Because inside also the current is transferring through these 3 nadis only, Ida, Pingla and Sushumna. And we can continue to live our life throughout with 2-pin plug also, right, with Ida and Pingla. But with the grounding of the Sushumna nadi, which is the 3rd wire, we can live with a more like grounded, secured and blissful stage. So several such things when we see that whatever a human being scientist is creating outside, it cannot come without any samadhi state. क्योंकि जैसे आपने बोला जिस चीज पे दोगे ध्यान वो देगी अपना ज्ञान, and you have added more to it today, जितना ध्यान वो देगी अपना उतना ज्ञान. Right, so this is a true thing for even scientists. Whatever they have created outside is an outcome of what they have visualized inside. So if we want to create peace outside, if we want to create the golden age outside, it has to be created within first. And this is where Project YugParivartan, SALDP, Code of Citizens Conduct, all are aiming towards that. So I hope we will continue to listen to more such thoughts from you in various different platforms, and I would like to invite you for PYP talks also, because we need more from you. 40 minutes are really not full justice to what we can learn from you. And if we relate this concept of MNC, multinational company, so multinational company can also be seen as a multinational collaboration, multinational sahyog shakti. Bhagavad Gita also says the definition of Karma Yoga as Yoga Karmasu Kaushala. The efficiency in work is called as yoga. So these MNCs, although they are criticized, corporates are criticized in various different contexts, but the reality is that they are able to bring people from different religions, different languages, different cultures, different nationalities together and create an integrated workforce. Is it not something part of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam principle that we all are propagating in India? So I feel that several such easy terminologies that you have used should be learned by all of us, and for this we will definitely have something created. And one last point related to the Darwin's theory that you mentioned. In my book also I mentioned that there are several anomalies in Darwin's theory, due to which the world is moving towards the struggle for existence. Although we are designed, as explained in Vedas also, we are designed to do search for existence. So from search to struggle, this world has moved. And in our terminologies, we had to go towards the direction of S6, which is search for existence, but we have moved towards the direction of S1, which is struggle for existence. So somewhere all spiritual people should come forward and synergize to create such a thing. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Ajeet ji. Thanks for coming and joining us today. So Garima ji has a question for you, Ajeet ji. So please go ahead, Garima ji.
Namaskar, Ajeet ji. Good to meet you again. I was just thinking that this beautiful story, the understanding you have painted through technology is something I don't think anybody will ever forget. In this whole scheme of things, of understanding spirituality through technology, telecommunication, and daily use objects, what are your thoughts on artificial intelligence? Do you want to sort of connect spirituality with artificial intelligence in some way? Would it be possible?
Actually, I have started thinking about it because a very dear friend of mine is from IIT Delhi. He's a leading man in artificial intelligence. I have been talking to him also, and I have sent a query to my master Babaji. And the initial glimpse that I get is artificial intelligence. I'm not giving any verdict right now. It is something to do that anti-Christ. When we talk in our Sanatan, we talk of Asurik Shaktiyan. They are also, that is also an intelligence. Now they can be made to work for the benefit of humanity. At the same time, it will be that, what was that? Apne sir pe haath rakh ke wo, was it?
Bhasmasur.
Who was Bhasmasur? Bhasmasur. So it is something, it is really, it comes from that sphere. The anti-Christ, which they say, Shaitan, और हम लोग उनको असुर कहते हैं. But they are equally powerful. I'll get more clarity when he sends the thing. I will share.
Definitely. Looking forward to your views.
I'll share.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so we have one more question from Devanjan ji, post which we will invite our next speaker of the day. Yes, Devanjan sir, go ahead and ask your question.
So, sir, it was wonderful to hear Ajeet ji. I didn't know he is from Kolkata. Sir, I have a query. How to get direction in career, the right direction, as well as stay connected with spirituality? Because while following spirituality, we have also to take care of our expenses, our family, and our material life. So, how to practice spirituality, number one, and also to get direction in career, how this will help?
Number one, there is no conflict between being spiritual and earning wealth. We have a very clear-cut protocol, dharma, arth, kam, moksha. I have actually, to simplify it for youngsters, I have made in the searchlight of dharma, as much wealth as you want to create with dharmochit and nyayochit means, create that much wealth, and with wealth so created by means of justified and fair dharmochit nyayo means, with that wealth, whatever justified dharmochit nyayochit kam vasna you have, fulfill them. And if you follow this protocol, it will lead you to moksha. Money is an essential energy, a very basic need for physical survival. But the rider that the creation has put behind that is, okay, how do you make that money? That will decide whether that money will help you to move towards your goal, or well, that will become the change for you. Okay. Now, when you said how to get guidance, it is not only your life, everybody has gone through that. The first bribe offered to me was 70,000 rupees when I was just 20 years old, an assistant engineer. And at that time, Fiat used to call 11,000 rupees and we did not have a car at home. But not even once did I. When you are walking past the gutter, how do you go? You put your hanky on your nose and look the other way and walk away from that. If while walking you are trying to look at the gutter, that means abhi kahin a part of sewer is zinda in you. Now everybody has to go through that, and these are the small little tests through which you strengthen your spiritual muscle. The whole thing is like this. There is a raw egg. If you break it, it will splash. But the same egg, when it is boiled, you break it and smoothly you take it out. The entire spiritual journey is like that. Everybody starts like a raw egg, and if you have followed the protocol, you reach that stage where you are ready to gracefully exit. So for that, you should have the right satsang. You should have people who are there, who have traveled that path and who can guide you what decision to take in which situation. After some time, when your own dongle gets activated, then you don't have to ask direction. Tok deta hai kadam jab bhi galat uthta hai. You reach that stage. टोक देता है कदम जब भी गलत उठता है, ऐसा लगता है कोई मुझसे बड़ा है मुझे. The direction starts coming from within. And now that you have asked me, I will just finish with this. In IIT and in civil services, we had this fashion. Everybody will have. ये तो question जरूर पूछा जाएगा. ये तो आ ही रहा है कल. पूरी रात कैफेटेरिया में यही चलता था. तो by chance, and I'm a very well connected man. I have been with Barfani Baba, my master Mahavatar Babaji, the ultimate, and all the saints. So I have access to all kinds of things. So I have got a copy of the final question paper, which all of us will have to answer, and all the 5 questions of that question paper are compulsory. This is for you, Devanjan. Each one of us has to answer. So पहला question है जिंदगी कैसे गुजारी? How did you spend your life? When we go there, we have to answer these 5 questions. The question paper is same for everybody. Zindagi kaise guzari? How did you spend your life? Number 2, jawani kaise guzari? Number 3, daulat kaise kamai? How did you earn your wealth? So first is how did you spend your life? How did you spend your youth? How did you earn your wealth? चौथा है उस दौलत का कैसे इस्तेमाल किया? The wealth you earned, how did you spend that wealth? What did you do with that wealth? And last is कि जो खास हुनर सिर्फ तुम्हें बख्शा था उसका क्या और कैसे इस्तेमाल किया? That unique trait which was given to each soul is unique. So what did you do? What use did you make of that uniqueness which was given to you? What did you do for humanity during your visa period on this planet Earth? So get people who can guide you, and if any doubt, just there are a lot of people, and I am also available. Whenever you have any problem, ask me. I'll tell you what to do and what not to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, sure. That is the key point. There needs to be a guide. So how to connect with you, sir? If you allow me to connect.
Connect you, Devanjan ji, to Ajeet ji. And just to conclude, जो 4 ऑब्जेक्टिव अजीत जी ने बोले, तो धर्म अर्थ काम मोक्ष में सिर्फ सिंपल सा सीक्वेंसिंग करनी है. काम के ऊपर अर्थ का अंकुश, अर्थ के ऊपर धर्म का अंकुश और धर्म के ऊपर मोक्ष का अंकुश. अगर आपने ये ऑब्जर्वर्स बैठा दिए कि जितने भी हमारी लस्ट हैं या काम वासनाएं हैं वो अर्थ के अंकुश में, अर्थ के ऑब्जर्वर में, मतलब जितना हमारे पास मटेरियल हो उतने पे ही करना है, और वो मटेरियल जो है वो धर्म के अंकुश में कमाना है. दैट मीन्स थ्रू ऑल लेजिटिमेट राइट वेज. और धर्म क्या है उसका फैसला करने के लिए उसको मोक्ष अवस्था से देखना है, यानी कि बिल्कुल निर्लेप होके, डिटैच होके, अनकंडीशनड होके देखना है. तो अगर ये सीक्वेंसिंग कर दी तो लाइफ बिल्कुल सॉर्टेड है. इट इज नॉट दिस वर्सेस दैट. लाइफ इज नॉट अबाउट अर्थ वर्सेस धर्म, इट इज अबाउट अर्थ एंड धर्म. यही हुआ है कलयुग में गड़बड़ कि जो लोग संसारी थे उन्होंने केवल अर्थ और काम में ही जीवन बिता दिया, और कुछ स्पिरिचुअल गुरुज ने भी गलती करी कि उन्होंने केवल धर्म और मोक्ष को पकड़ लिया और अर्थ और काम को ठीक से नहीं समझा. तो time has come when all these 4 can be achieved by every human being, and golden age creation by Project YugParivartan is an initiative toward that. Thank you Ajeet ji, thank you Devanjan ji. So with this, let me now invite my colleague Jose Matthew ji to introduce our next speaker of the day and invite him on the dais.
I'm honored to welcome our 3rd speaker for the day and 9th of the summit. Let's put our hands together for Mukund Hirve ji. He was born and brought up in a typical chawl located in the central part of Pune city. His father died when he was 8 years old. Based on the solid support and guidance given by his mother and sister, he completed his engineering graduation from Government College of Engineering, Pune. During his years of graduation, he got involved in a blood bank related project run by Sangh Parivar. And at the same time, he developed keen interest in Ram Janmabhoomi movement. He observed and studied this movement carefully right from Talak Holo Andolan till the collapse of the disputed structure at Ayodhya. During this period, he studied the biographies and writings of Veer Savarkar, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar and Mahatma Gandhi, and later developed the habit of comparative study of not only their thoughts, but also the actions of their followers. He got little bit psychological relief after building small temple of Ram Lalla at Ayodhya, but started deep thinking on how to remove the major obstacle of lack of inter-religious harmony. In the constitution of this mega temple at Ayodhya, as promised, he got one opportunity to reach and stay in England after gaining good experience in the field of IT infrastructure. During his stay in England, he studied and received post-graduation degree in cybersecurity. He observed the modern lifestyle of the British people and the thinking process of the British youth post the year 2000. While discussing with Sikh and Christian religious leaders, on the growing radicalization in UK post 9/11 incident, he got the inspiration to write a parable, The Real Kohinoor, which is based on some true events and situation in London. Let's all welcome Mukund Hirve from Pune on stage.
Namaskar. For last, you can say 30 years or 40 years, I'm in search of some solutions, major problems, not only in Indian society, but also worldwide. Everybody is aware of radicalization, how the radicals think, how do they behave, how do they act. But major changeover in the thinking line or I observed is around 9/11, 2001, that Twin Tower incidents. Major governments in the European and America and even in the Asian countries, their thinking line got changed after that 9/11. During my stay in London, I had observed the keen interest of the government machinery, government officials, and even the social groups for tackling the issue of radicalization. Before getting into this methods to de-radicalize, let me just elaborate on the working style of the God in this Kali Yuga. Everybody is aware from yesterday and even for today. Everybody, most of the speakers have elaborated on Satyuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapar Yuga, and Kali Yuga. And most of the time, the emphasis has been given on how to achieve, how to get connected with the God, how to get the messages from the God, how to identify the correct messages from the God, or how to implement them after identifying that. But let me just elaborate on the working style of the God for this current Yuga, that is Kali Yuga. Everybody is aware in Satyuga, Treta Yuga, and Dwapar Yuga, God Himself, He came on the earth in this our Prithvi pe, Bhagwan Khud aaye. In Satyuga, He came in the form of Shiva, Shankara. In Treta Yuga, He came as a Ram. And in Dwapar Yuga, He came as a Krishna. And during these three yugas, there was a work or some sort of, you can say, research or some projects were going on. The God has given powers to few Brahmarshis like Vasishtha, Vishwamitra. On the same lines, there were many Brahmarshis, many Rishis who had been assigned powers or who had been taught by the God to create useful fruits, vegetables, different types of dhanyas. And that development work was complete at the end of the Dwapar Yuga. For the same reason, God had guided, as I said, God guided all these Brahmarshis to create some good entities which will be for the beneficial of the common man, common human being on this earth. And that development work, the development work has got completed at the end of the Dwapar Yuga. And God had decided, since all this research work was complete at the end of Dwapar Yuga, God has decided Himself that He won't come in Kali Yuga like Shiva Shankara, Rama or Krishna. He had decided that. That was crystal clear to God, and he was confirmed on that. During Kali Yuga, He developed another system. All of us might have heard about Navnath, Machindranath, Gorakshanath, who has taken his Samadhi, Sanjeevan Samadhi at Girnar in Gujarat. Like this, there were nine Naths. God created these 9 Naths and He taught all these 9 Naths the ways of spirituality or different other aspects of spirituality also. And He made them superpower, as a superpower. Like Mahavatar Babaji is one of the Siddha Shishya of these Navnath. Like this, there are around 84,000 Siddha Shishyas who were developed by these Navnath. During the last, you can say yesterday, Denaji had mentioned that Kali Yuga has started around 2,400 years before, or around 1,200 years before, and another 1,500, another 1,200, 12 to 1,500 years will be there to end the Kali Yuga. Something, I don't want to get into details of that, but in this last 1,200 years, you can say approximately 12 or 1,700 years, these Navnaths and their 84,000 Siddha Shishyas, they had traversed, they had gone to each and every corner of the world, and they had developed their Shishyas. It's a hierarchical structure they had developed, and through this structure, God is controlling this universe. For example, I can mention that Santa Gyaneshwar. Santa Gyaneshwar is one of the well-known Santa in Maharashtra. His guru was his brother Nivruttinath. And Nivruttinath's guru was Gaininath, who was among from these Navnaths. Means if the Navnath is on the top rank, all these 84,000 Siddha Shishya will be on the second rank, second level. And all the saints like Santa Gyaneshwar, Jesus Christ, Muhammad Paigambar, even Mahavatar Babaji, they are on the third level. This structure is still going on, and even few of them, if they had taken Sanjeevan Samadhis or any other, if they had ended their life, their place is taken by some another spiritual guru, and he guides the entire society. If you look at any powerful man, maybe he is from political front or sports or arts or any financial tycoon, each and every person is having one or the other guru. You may not accept it in public, but somewhere in the background, that relation is always there. And as per his guidance, his guru's guidance, he plans his actions and he executes his actions. That is one aspect of this Navnath and his 84,000 Siddha Shishya, Nath and Siddha Shishya Parivar. Another major aspect is like this, as of now, the previous speaker was mentioning that we should listen to the our soul's voice. हमारी रूह की आवाज को हमें सुनना है. Everybody is aware that every human being is having three types of communication. One is with your mind, another is with your brain, मन की आवाज, बुद्धि की आवाज, और एक तीसरी आवाज जो है, एक third voice is there, that is our रूह की आवाज, that is our soul's voice. Many times, most of the times, it becomes difficult for us to give the clarification for our actions. We cannot say, अरे मेरे मन में ये कैसे आ गया? I'm not able to analyze. This was not my wish, this was not in my planning, this was not in my brain. Out of a sudden, one thought, some thought came in, and I executed on that thought. That particular thought is the particular Ruh ki awaaz, Bhagwan ki awaaz, soul's voice. And it becomes sometimes, most of the times, difficult to differentiate between these three voices. Very few who are trained in spirituality, who are under the guidance of Guru, they will be in a position to understand this difference, but otherwise for a common man it is difficult. And we, as again we say in Hindu culture, this is one of our rebirth. We had lots of births previous, and we had lots of births which are coming up in coming future. God has sent each and every person on this earth to execute a typical set of action which has been decided by him. After execution of those actions, once that person's work is over, he just gets vanished, either through death or through some other ways. In this way, God is controlling. God is giving clear-cut instruction on each and every level, directly to the individuals. Otherwise, through this structure of Navnath, it's Siddha Shishyas and their Shishya Parivar. I do remember in during the lockdown years, I was reading that Navnath Bhakti Sar. I read it twice. Last time I had read it around when I was 20 years old, 18, 20 years old. I could not understand the nitty-gritties of that, but during the reading, during lockdown period, I realized few contents of that. In one of the content, it has been mentioned during the year of 1760, 1760, 1760 साल में ये सारे नवनाथों ने, all these navnaths and their Siddha Shishyas, they arranged one get together in one place in Maharashtra that is called as Trambakeshwar near Nasik. They made one, they arranged one get together like the current one which we are going on. And everybody, all of them decided, all the top Navnath, 9 Navnath, they decided the work for which God had sent us on earth, almost 80%, 90% of that work is finished. And now, for the same reason, only 3 of us will remain, stay henceforth. And all top 6, they will get Sanjivan Samadhi. They will end their life, they will end their life, or you can say they will vanish themselves. On the same line, Machindranath, Gorakshanath, they took samadhis, Sanjivan Samadhis at different places. For Gorakshanath, as I told you, he has taken Sanjivan Samadhi at Girnar. By Sanjivan Samadhi, many of the spiritual experts also, they do get confused. Spiritual Samadhi is Sanjivan Samadhi is such a state in which that there is no death for that body, or there is no death for that Atma. It's constantly there, his existence is there, but it is invisible to all other human beings. But very few with higher spiritual height or index, they are in a position to see them, they are in a position to communicate with them, they are in a position to get guidance from them. And as per their guidance, they plan their next plan of action. In this way, that structure is still going on. 3 Naths, their 84,000 Siddha Shishyas and their Shishya Vargas, that structure is going on till now, and it will continue further. This is the working style of the God controlling this universe as of now. That is one aspect which I wanted to explain in this forum. And another aspect which even Denaji had mentioned yesterday, Dena Mariamji, we are in the ascending order of Dwapar Yuga. In 1700, as per Yukteswarji Maharaj's figure, which Denaji had put that figure in her book, Untold Story of Sita. In 1700, Kali Yuga has finished. 2,400 years of Kali Yuga are finished, and we have entered into the Kali Yuga, Dwapar Yuga, sorry. I would like to highlight another aspect of how this Kali Yuga, Dwapar Yuga, ascending, descending, taking place. In Satyuga, there were 100% good people. Nobody was bad. Everybody was good. 100% good. Nobody was Rakshasa, nobody was demon. But slowly, when Shankara came, Shankara, Parvati, then Ganpati, all those events happened. And at the end of Satyuga, the number of bad people, number of Rakshasi people, number of Asuras started increasing. And when that figure reached 25%, Lord Shiva realized, now this is the time to take some action. This is the time to end his avatar as a Shiva and go back. Lord Shiva called one of his favorite disciple, Ravana. In one way, he deceived Ravana. उसका परम भक्त जो था, उसको उन्होंने डिसीव किया, उनको बुलाया, उसको बोला अभी मैं जा रहा हूँ, आई एम गोइंग बैक, नाउ यू कंट्रोल दिस वर्ल्ड, इट इज अप टू यू हाउ टू कंट्रोल इट. बस द ओनली प्रिकॉशन लॉर्ड शिवा हैड टेकन, ही हैड नॉट मेड हिम इमॉर्टल. उसको अमर नहीं बनाया था जैसे देव अमर बन गए थे. लेकिन भगवान शिव ने ये चाल चली, ही played with the Ravana. He knew that when the Treta Yuga will start, he will collect all 25% bad people, Rakshasa people, and it will be easier for him to finish all these 25% bad people in the form of Ram, through the avatar of Ram. That's what he made. And my aspect is, my point to highlight is this, In Treta Yuga, 25% bad people were there. Means 75% good people. In Satyuga, 100% good people. In Treta Yuga, 75% good people. Likewise, in Dwapar Yuga, the number of good people had decreased to 50%, and 50% were bad people. Krishna had to compromise on each and every principle, he deceived, in one way, he deceived many people, many ways, he developed many ways to deceive, but he managed to finish all those 50% bad people. On the same line, in Kali Yuga, only 25% good people are there. Of course, 25% good people up to 1700 year. Now that number is increasing to 50%. But in Kali Yuga, 24% good people, and that doesn't mean all remaining 75% are bad people, like Dwapar Yuga or Treta Yuga. 25% good people are there, 25% bad people are there, and the 50% which are in between, they get influenced sometimes by these good people who are in 25% numbers, and sometimes they get influenced, they get carried away with the 25% bad people. 25% bad people, they are very, very organized. We may not realize, but they are really very, very organized, and they ensure that their interest is taken care by controlling as much of big section of the society as much as possible. And now the major changing around, which we are realizing after this Y2K, Y2K, we are realizing that all these, the number of good people is increasing, and number of the process of these good people to come together, that process has also during last 300 years, from 1700 to 2000, for last 300 years, all good people are coming together. They are forming different types of systems like democracy, then judicial systems, country-wide, internationally. All technical people, they are coming together. Or technical mind people, they are putting their efforts, they are doing research on each and every different types of problems in the society, nationally, internationally, socially, and they are delivering very good to the society as a whole. And that speed is increasing as of now. That is the major crux of the discussion, which myself and Dinaji, we had during our stay in India, in Delhi and Mumbai. And even we had discussed the same thing with Hitesh and with our PYP seminars during in Mumbai, Pune, and some other places, sometimes online. So these are the basic things which I wanted to highlight at the start of this discussion. What exactly I had seen in UK for the de-radicalizing the radicals, I will elaborate during our question answer session. Hitesh, that's what I wanted to highlight, these 2 points. Let us start some question answer session.
Yeah, we can over to you, audience, if you want to ask any questions from Mukundji. In the meantime, while people think, I have a question. Like, you are part of Rashtriya Muslim Manch of RSS.
Yeah.
Not many people in India would know. This is a department which is not, I think, sufficiently advertised. Highlighted. So RSS is considered, in general perception, although it is not like that, as a Hindu organization. But not many people know that since decades, they have a specific department for Muslims. So Mukundji is the convener of Rashtriya Muslim Manch, RSS, of Maharashtra state. And we have started working with each other since a while now. We jointly organized 2 events, one in Mumbai and one in Delhi, for Dena Mariamji, who was the speaker in the yesterday's summit day 1. And she's also the chairman of the advisory committee of Auroville, where citizens from 59 countries are staying together in a habitat. So we keep studying that also. So coming back to Mukundji, so the question is, where do you see the role of RSS in creating the golden age? Like taking all people from all society, strata, religion, country together. Because right now it is Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh, which literally translates to the biggest I would say biggest volunteers organization in the world.
Yeah.
So when it will start playing its role in the international level and becomes an international Swayamsevak Sangh, ISS.
Yeah.
Because you mentioned about in Kali Yuga that there are negative energies who are well organized, right?
Yeah.
They are organized in the form of crime syndicates. They are organized in the form of terrorist organizations, and they are also organized in the form of deep state Illuminatis and all, which we keep hearing from various channels. So where do you see RSS role to become ISS?
Yeah, basically, let me just elaborate on two aspects. One is Sangha, as everybody know, Sangha is completing their 100 years in the next year. During initial years, RSS was involved in fighting with the British. And at certain time, they realized Hindu majority itself is not organized properly for the same reason. These foreign rules, British rule, and before that Mughals, they came to India and they had ruled this vast country. And they were organizing they are having different types of techniques and methodologies to organize good people. And for this Rashtriya Muslim Manch, let me just again give you another analogy for this. After 9/11, 2001, as I told you, I was in England from 2007 till 2013. I interacted with various different dharma gurus from Sikh, Christianity, Muslim, and I had seen the methodology which they had adopted to de-radicalize the radicals. On the same line, they had also realized after 9/11 now that Muslim terrorism is on their doorstep. Until 2001, 9/11 incidents, everybody was thinking, Muslim terrorists, it will be on the borders of India, Pakistan, Kashmir, Afghanistan, maximum Iraq, Iran, Gulf countries, maximum it will be around Israel. After 9/11, they realized it is at their doorstep. And they had to start seriously thinking how to de-radicalize that, how to counter those radicalization process. On the same line, in the Sangha Parivar also, they thought on different levels and they started Rashtriya Muslim Manch, a platform in which intellectual, spiritual, good Muslims, they will come together and they will exchange their thoughts. They started in November 2002, I think. For last 21 years, the Rashtriya Muslim Manch is going on. And their major organizing strategies like this to get connected good-minded people. Those वो कहते हैं ना जिसने कट्टरता छोड़ी है, जो कट्टर नहीं है, ऐसे लोगों को इकट्ठा करना, उनके लिए एक प्लेटफॉर्म बनाना. मैंने लास्ट टाइम भी always give this example to all my friends or all sections wherever even on social media. Even Swatantraveer Savarkar, who everybody says who is a staunch supporter of Hindu Rashtra, Hindutva War, he had also written in very good words about for Kamal Pasha. Kamal Pasha, who was the leader of Turkestan, who जिसने खिलाफत नष्ट कर दी, जो लंदन में था, जिसकी पढ़ाई लंदन में हुई, इंग्लैंड में हुई, और पहले वर्ल्ड वॉर के बाद वो तुर्कस्तान गया, तुर्कस्तान का प्रधानमंत्री बना. ही जो भी कट्टरता थी तुर्कस्तान में या ओटोमन साम्राज्य में, खलीफा साम्राज्य में, वो सारी कट्टरता कमाल पाशा ने खत्म कर. उस कमाल पाशा का बहुत अच्छे शब्दों में सावरकर जी ने गुणगान गाया. ये फैक्ट है. सारे मुस्लिम्स रेडिकल्स नहीं हो सकते. एज अभी जो हमने बता जो प्रिंसिपल हम रख रहे हैं कि 25% गुड पीपल आर देयर, इवन इन मुस्लिम्स, even in Christianity, even in each and every section. Our major highlight is to identify those 25% good people and organize them on a platform so that their collective efforts, their collective energies will be synergized for the betterment of the society.
Perfect. So thanks a lot, Mukund.
And as far as I'm not a spokesperson of RSS, let me be very frank. I am in this organization for last 40 years. I had seen, I had observed, I had been involved, I had been active in various activities of the Sangha Parivar for last 10 years, you can say. After coming back to India from England, 2013, I am again active in Sangha Parivar. But my activism is limited only with Rashtriya Muslim Manch.
So thanks a lot, Mukundji, for providing various perspectives related to Yuga cycle and how collective consciousness worked in various yugas. And working with you so far is very valuable, wherein there is a lot of amalgamation of your network with the PYP network. And we wish you all the best for your book, Khara Kohinoor, and the plan for creating a feature film or OTT web series based on that. And your work related to inter-religious harmony is definitely going to play a big role in creating the golden age. We can take some questions from the audience. Audience, do you have any questions?
Yeah, there was one question I saw, how RSS is...
do RSS believe in Swarn Yug world over?
Basically, through Sangha Parivar and even the Modi ji and BJP government, they are highlighting in this G20, you can say. You might have seen that slogans or that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. RSS, Sangha Parivar Hindu philosophy believes in that. Vasudhaiva, entire this universe is as a one family. We cannot differentiate, these are our problems. No, some problems are universal, some problems are local. Okay, but we believe in the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And in that way, definitely the good energies of the good people who have got organized under the umbrella of Sangha Parivar, they are quite familiar and they are quite clear about their goals, about their objectives. And their methodology is everywhere. I don't know how many of you are aware, but their methodologies are very clear. Planning in detail, planning in advance, and taking the stock of the situation after every
definitely
week,
wish that
week, month, year. Yeah, that is always there.
में लिखा है, even Bhagavad Gita suggests that Paritranaaya sadhunam vinashaya dushkritam. So it means all good efforts should come together. Because these days, why it is Kali Yuga? Because negative energies are better networked than the positive energies. Positive energies.
Sorry, sir, but one aspect is there. We are on the ascending order of the Dwapar Yuga.
Yes, yes.
During these 300 years, I think the percentage of good people must be increased from 25% to 30%, maybe 33% during these last 300 years.
One question has come from Mr. Rahul. He's asking what will be the role of 25% rational people to solve the global problems like hatred among mankind. So 25% people, as we said, understand why they are good people. They in a way, they intuitively understand why they are sent on this planet. They are in supposedly in the right direction. So where do you see these 25% people contributing in solving global problems? Because these days, even hatred amongst mankind is not limited to a local area. This has also become in past, it may be a local problem within a community, village, or a city. But now even that is becoming a global problem thanks to the side effects of the technological evolution that we have seen.
No, basically, let me be very frank, because yesterday also most of the speakers, they had highlighted the bad aspects of the technology, artificial intelligence, and even the social media. It's a sort of Mayavi Shakti as Ravana had played during his years, during his dominion. You see, it's a virtual world. Whatever the social media, internet, or even the up to certain extent, even artificial intelligence based. It's a virtual world. There is a lot of difference between the virtual world and the real world. Lot of difference. I do remember the statement of our great Prime Minister Indira Gandhi when she was asked, when she was just, she had lifted the emergency in 1977 and she was about to go for the election. Some of the क्या बोलते हैं ना सल्लागार, उन्होंने उनको बताया कि देखो ऐसी है, आप ये इमरजेंसी के दौरान आपने जो न्यूज़पेपर और इस पे जो रेस्ट्रिक्शंस डाले थे वो कंटिन्यू करो, डोंट लिफ्ट दोज रेस्ट्रिक्शंस. Without lifting the restrictions, you go for the election. At that time, she had categorically told to those advisors, those who read newspapers, even if I don't get their votes, I am least bothered. Because her mind was clear. Her political fundamentals, whatever knowledge or education she had got from her father or whatever the structure of the Congress at that time, it was crystal clear to her. Those who read newspapers, those who get influenced by the headlines of the newspapers, they are aloof. They are in some different virtual world as of now. Those who are on the net, on the social media, on the various other virtual world, it is the same analogy. On the ground, reality is different.
Correct. So thanks Mukundji. We will hear more from you in a dedicated.
We should not get bothered. Okay, we should understand the trends. We have also organized. There are good people who are getting organized in on social media and virtual platforms to counter those trends which are run by the bad people, the syndicate of the bad people. But up to certain extent, their influence is there. After that, whatever we do on the ground, that matters most.
Yes, we all good people do believe in the concept of Satyamev Jayate, that at the end the truth will prevail and truth will win.
Definitely.
And this time also in Project YugParivartan, the process of Swarn Yug creation, Satyug creation is already initiated, and the ultimate aim is something which everyone together will achieve.
Yeah, sure.
Right? The truth will definitely win. So thanks a lot, Mukundji. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody, for listening to me very carefully. And we will connect and we will carry on with the similar sessions in future. Thank you.
Thank you. So several different perspectives are coming to the fore and enriching us by expanding our horizon, our space in the mind. Anyone who is claiming or to create Satyug or want to participate in that must be free from all prejudices and should be open towards all the thought processes. Then only a collective solution, which we call as common minimum to common maximum program, can be created. Okay, Kailash has a question. Yes, Kailash, please ask your question. Unmute yourself and ask your question.
Namaste, Hiteshi. I think I've been really enjoying this session since yesterday, and I must congratulate you and wish the very best to PYP. I just want to understand how are you connecting the dots? Meaning, are we having state-wise office or state-wise groups or something? And how are we going about creating this age, connecting nationally and internationally?
Yes, we do have a WhatsApp group for each state. So all 30 states we have WhatsApp groups, and we also have city-wise WhatsApp groups also. So for Mumbai we have a Mumbai Synergy group, and for Maharashtra we have a Maharashtra Synergy group. The entire Project YugParivartan vision is a communication to uplift human beings from whatever level they are today to their next level. So there are 6 levels of classifications that we have done vis-a-vis the seeking stage of a human being. We call it as S1 to S6. Now when an S1, that means a seeker at a certain level, gets a provider. So this seeker-provider match is a solution. This is what exactly is the job of the leaders, to bring the seekers and providers together. For everything that we are seeking in the world, there is 99.9% possibility of a provider already existing on the planet. And whatever we are ready to provide, there will definitely be seekers. But these seekers and providers don't know each other. So the job of the leaders is to find the dots and connect the dots. They need to understand which all things are being sought by people and bring the providers to them. Now, in the case of worker and manager role, they are linked with the real human being in close vicinity. It's like a manager knows all the human beings that he is managing, because the role is limited to certain 100 number of people. But when it comes to leadership role, a leader may not know throughout his life who is following him, right? Which all people are following him, whatever vibration is creating in the ecosystem, which all people are following those vibrations and walking on that path. There may be thousands and lakhs and crores of people following a leader. So it becomes all the more difficult for a leader to become a provider for everyone. But fortunately, there is a clue that is created by our creator, the Almighty God, like whatever name we give to that higher energy. So the clue is that 99.9% DNA of human beings is same. So if a person understands 100% of his DNA with 0.1% error margin, he can understand what other people need. And this is exactly what comes into our consciousness when we achieve self-realization and self-actualization. At that level, we understand what human beings need. So we have also done applied same principle in Project YugParivartan to create this golden age. We know that world needs it. Now, some people may have understood the need, some people may not have understood the need. But reality is that everyone needs a golden age, a peaceful environment, an environment full of love and compassion, an environment where all the 5 elements of nature are in pure form because they are serving us on a daily basis. They have to be pure. An environment where there is a religious harmony, an environment where there is peace and brotherhood all around. So this is an innate need of every human being because the design of human being is same. So we have understood that and started creating this communication of Golden Age Swan Yug since year 2011. And now after completing 12 years, so yesterday was the completion of 12 years. We still have 2 more years by the time this system will be completely built and spread across all the cities of the country. So year after year, we are increasing the momentum, and in last 2 years, we will do our level best to arrive at developing 10 lakh self-actualized leaders for the country. And by 2030, the target is to create 1 crore self-actualized leaders all across the planet. This knowledge of self-realization and self-actualization was very much part of the formal education system in the ancient world. It's not always true that the newer version of something is better than the previous version. It may apply to technology, it may apply to mobile phones, television and all. But when it comes to human beings, it is quite possible that the first version of human being was the best one, right? जैसे अब हम मोबाइल लेते हैं, so it comes with a preloaded software and preloaded battery. Similarly, when the humans were initially created, they were preloaded with self-realization. Because if they are not preloaded with self-realization, the cause and effect principle cannot take place, right? We cannot be in a race wherein starting line for everyone is different. That's not natural justice through which we are created. So we all were created as self-realized human beings, and then we have lost the ground. And it is time, like golden age is the time when we are recovering that ground. So collective effort of everyone is required.
Great. Also, could you just highlight something about SADLP program or something?
SALDP is a self-actualized leadership development program, which means
6 levels you were saying. I mean, I have read somewhere.
Yeah.
6.
I'll tell the 6 levels of human consciousness. If a person is in S1 consciousness, he is struggling to survive. So he is the person where Darwin's theory may apply, struggle for existence. So S1 people are in struggle for existence, wherein if the external support is not provided to them, they will not be able to survive. Now, next level of evolution is S2, which is the state of distress, which means the struggle of existence is not there right at the door, but it can soon arrive if the future insecurities are not taken care of. So that state is better than S1 state, but still जिसको कहते हैं परेशान वाली state है. Then S3 state is when the person gets more resources than what he needs. So if we have more resources than what we need, it creates a comfort zone for us. So several people utilize this comfort zone to just use it as a temporary resting place and then move on. But this comfort zone is so sticky that 99% of the people while passing through this S3 stage start considering that the objective of human life is achieved, and this is what was the philosophy of life. So their darshan, their philosophy, their vision becomes khao piyo or mauj karo. Not beyond that, no responsibility, no accountability, no vision, nothing. So such people we call as S3 procrastinators. Then once a person gets a stimulus to even transcend beyond that, he reaches to S4 level of vision, which is the vision of passion, ambition, self-esteem, mahatwakansha, swabhiman. All these things become the driving force of the person, and the person becomes image conscious. And image conscious person will try to do all that he can do to save his image, which means chahe majburi mein hi sahi, he will do several things which are right. So S4 people start becoming part of the solution. But if these S4 people are not under the direction of S5 people or S6 people, they may become harmful for the world as well. You must have seen that several influential people who have great power and authority, they have got corrupted after reaching to S4 level. Yesterday we were talking about it, that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Now, when the person even crosses that, he understands that there is something, there is a reason why this power is given to me, and that stage is called as S5, the zone of curiosity, the zone of complete prejudice-free thinking, openness, wherein the person starts thinking about the higher purpose of life. But even at this stage, he is seeking, but he is still not arrived at the solution. And solution can only be arrived at S6 level, where the person becomes an original observer, where he can witness the truth directly, direct cognizance of truth, Atmadarshan. At this stage, all the buddhi, all the quiz that the creator has created for us is unveiled. We understand, वो कहते हैं भेद समझ जाते हैं. And once we understand the bhed, real life starts from there. So it was part of, all this education was part of formal education system. But since Mahabharat war, this is lost in transit. So now is the time when it has to be restored. जैसे भगवत गीता में कृष्ण जी ने कहा कि ये योग मैंने जो है सूर्य को कहा था, सूर्य ने अपने पुत्र विवस्वान को कहा, and then generation over generation this was transferred, and finally people have forgotten that. So it was the state of consciousness during previous YugParivartan also, during the Mahabharata time. And again, after restoration of this knowledge of this wisdom of self-realization, it is again lost. Since last 2600 years, when we are in deep Kali, we have lost that wisdom. But the Creator has His own plans. So now is the plan for a grand YugParivartan, a conclusive one. This one would be the grandest of all YugParivartan projects seen in this Chaturyogi cycle, wherein the war has to be fought in the minds. So much of fragmentation of wisdom, so many schools of thoughts, all have to be brought together by injecting the unconventional wisdom in a contemporary format. So I hope this answers your questions, Kailashi.
Absolutely. Wonderful. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anita ji, you have a question?
Good evening, Kailash ji. Actually, yesterday one of my questions had been unanswered because of shortage of time. Actually, it's not a question, it's just a thought. Since you are a trainer and coach in the industry and you have an industrial connect, it was just a thought that just as we have CSR and carbon credits for industry, which they have to perform, can we implement something where we can have spiritual credits also, where companies involve their HR groups, HR and their employees, and get them trained into something like SLDP or some of the spiritual gurus who are there in the horizon, so that we can accelerate and it can catalyze the process of where we are looking to get to YugParivartan.
Anita ji, it's a lovely question. You must be aware that industry is already working on this happiness quotient and all that stuff. Many large organizations have special areas defined for meditation rooms, or where people can anytime during the day go there if they are stressed and de-stress themselves, through meditation. So definitely we say, success is possible only when you have this growth, progress, and along with it, when you merge it with spirituality and humanity, that's when the real success that is attained. All right. And I would like to quote over here this Gyan Vatsal Swami is a video which very succinctly distinguishes between growth, progress, and success. So it's available on the net, and if one can, get an opportunity, you should listen to that short video. Very beautifully, he has distinguished between growth, progress, and success. So people talk about I'm successful. What actually they are talking about is the growth, that is materialistic growth. Achieving this much turnover or getting this, acquiring this business, merging with this business, and all that stuff. It's all materialistic growth that they are talking. But this beautifully, explanation by Swamiji says that that is growth. But when you say progress, you have some systems, you have some norms, and when that is used to grow, it is progress. But when progress is merged with, say, spirituality, like humanity, and say becoming empathetic, okay, so or creativity, that's the real success. And therefore, it's a matter of time before spirituality becomes a part and parcel of the corporate or the industry as such. It's there already existing. It's only slowly but surely now gaining ground. So I think this is a wonderful opportunity, and we can definitely advocate PYP, YugParivartan. So here, industry Parivartan.
Yes,
And
it's part of it.
and bringing in what you call Shuddhikaran of the whole, industry as such.
Thank you.
Purification.
So this is time for inviting our fourth speaker of the day to the dais.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that we are inviting Mr. Sanjay Apte, an exemplary individual whose expertise in medicine and spirituality has touched countless lives, to grace us with his presence as the distinguished fourth speaker on the day 2 and the 10th speaker of PYP Global Summit 2023. Very glad to have you, Sanjay ji. We are certain that his profound insights and captivating presence will enrich our summit and inspire us all. Mr. Sanjay Apte, a postgraduate in general medicine from the esteemed MGM Medical College, Indore in 1979, has graced the medical profession with his expertise and unwavering dedication. Beginning his illustrious journey as a consultant physician at Trust Hospitals, he is selflessly served in rural hospitals in Bharat and later in Surat, leaving an indelible impact on countless lives. In 1982, Mr. Apte embarked on a remarkable chapter by establishing a thriving private practice alongside his esteemed gynecologist wife, Dr. Rita. For 3 decades, their combined efforts brought healing and solace to numerous patients. However, as a testament to his unwavering commitment to knowledge dissemination, he made a transformative decision to transition into the realm of medical education. Embracing his new role as Professor Main, he served as the head of Department of Medicine in Surat, Bhopal, Indore, Lucknow, and Udaipur, bringing his wealth of experience and expertise to shape the minds of aspiring medical professionals. Throughout his journey, Sanjay ji has been an ardent devotee and an active member of the esteemed Chinmay mission for the past 3 decades. His unwavering commitment is reflected in his regular spiritual satsangs held thrice a week. Driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, he pursued a foundation and advanced course in Vedanta conducted by the esteemed Chinmay mission. Moreover, he has taken it upon himself to conduct online classes on the sacred Bhagavad Gita, known as the Gita for Friends, which has generated a vast following across India and abroad. Furthermore, his recent appointment as president of Chinta Seva Trust, Surat, Gujarat chapter exemplifies his leadership and dedication to the betterment of society. Through initiatives such as Bal Vihar for children, CHYC for youth, and study groups for adults, he has fostered an environment of holistic growth and spiritual enlightenment. Ever the scholar Sanjay ji has delved into profound scriptures such as Gita and Upanishads, displaying his remarkable memory by memorizing all 700 shlokas of the Bhagavad Gita by heart. Not content with keeping his knowledge to himself, he has initiated a study group for students and staff of SVNIT Surat, inspiring others to embark on their own quest for wisdom. To further share his passion for Sanskrit hymns, he has established a YouTube channel titled Sanjay You Watch, where he uploads enchanting stotras or hymns with their profound meanings. So everyone, let's welcome live from Surat, Gujarat, India, Sanjay Apte ji with a huge round of applause.
Welcome, Sanjay. Welcome.
Welcome, Sanjay.
Hari Om and good evening. I first of all thank you, Mr. Ritesh Chandel and his team of Project YugParivartan to give me the opportunity to express my thoughts and on this platform of the Global Summit. I am honored to share the platform with panelists of such eminent speakers. The theme of the conclave, as you know, is my vision of the golden age, what we know as Satyug. Let me first tell you that my ideology and vision is molded by Srimad Bhagavad Gita, the knowledge propounded and expounded by Lord Shri Krishna and my Guru, Gurudev Chinmay, who made it easy for us to understand and follow and bring it in our lifestyle or day-to-day life. My talk can broadly be divided into what the issues of shortcomings in the current world situation, what we call Kali Yuga. What are the objectives or goals to reach the values of a golden age, and what we as individual efforts or as a community can bring to make the value system, and what we are doing of Chinmay mission at Surat. I have been guided by the commentary of Gurudev Chinmay to propagate the knowledge and to bring it in the daily practice. So let us start. Everybody has talked about the Yuga. We have, as a Sanatan Dharma followers, know all the 4 Yugas: Satyug, Treta, Dwapar and Kali Yuga. Without going into the debate of the time span of each Yuga, there's Sandhya Kal, and suffices to say that we are in Kali Yuga for thousands of years and supposed to be there for many more. So what is the main problem of this age, what we call Kali Yuga? As in Bhagavad, the shlok goes, Vitte meva kalondrunam janmachara gunodaya dharmanyaya vyavasthayam karanam balamevahi. In Kali Yuga, only wealth will be the indicator of man's birth, that is lineage, his interactions and his good qualities, and law and justice will be ruled by the powerful. Doesn't it sound familiar? And in the day-to-day news and our interactions, we come across this situation. So, as they say, Sarve Guna Kanchanam Ashrayante. Nowadays, whosoever is wealthy, all qualities are being attached to that wealth, not the person. So, what about the Satyug, the golden age? What are the basic tenets of the golden age we can think of? They say that peace, prosperity and virtue were predominant in that age. And the chief virtue of the Satyug was abandonment of desire. That only can give us the above mentioned goal, that is peace and prosperity. In current age, prosperity means a lot of wealth. But as far as wealth is concerned, as the Subhashit goes, Arthanam Arjane Dukkham, Arjitanam Cha Rakshane, Aye Dukkham, Dvaye Dukkham, Dik Artha Tam Sanjaya. So, with all your efforts, you procure wealth, which is a difficult thing. to maintain it is again difficult, and even spending it many times is painful. So such a painful objective, why do we have? Because that is the only say quality which is appreciated in Kali Yuga. So because of this attitude, what we say, more and more misery has increased, and the level of comfort, as Gurudev used to say, we have improved the standard of living, not the standard of life. If we want to change, do we have to give up desires? Because everybody desires. What? There's four things: dharma, artha, kam and moksha. These are four purusharth that is known as. But the question is, do we have to give up all desires? The desires are not to be given, but the craving or lust, acquirement of objects of desire is to be given up. The definition of all this is, why basically we have desire? The basic desire we have is dukha nivritti and sukha prapti. Everybody wants the happiness and keep away from the sorrow. And the tenet goes that what we call happiness or sorrow is sarva paravasham dukkham and sarva atmavasham sukham. Whatever happiness we attach to outside, that is persons, beings, situation, or whatever, that is under the control of others. And whatever is under the control of others is ultimately going to end up in sorrow. And what is our own control, that is our self, that is always happiness. And that self, what we call spiritually, that our real Swarup, that Satchidananda Swarup. The other point of desire is, if we keep on desiring all things in the life, they are never satisfied, because desire is never fulfilled. What they say, na jatu kama kamanam upabhogena shamyati havaya krishnamatteva bhuya evabhivardhate. If you keep on fulfilling the desires, it goes on flaring like a fire, as if you are pouring a clarified butter or what we call ghee. So every time you fulfill a desire, a new desire or the same amount of desire flares up. So by fulfilling the desire, you are not going to be happy. What is to be done is the control. And it happened. Why do we acquire? Not only we have the desire to acquire things, but we want to get them by hook or by crook. And this dilemma Arjuna has asked in Gita to Bhagavan Shri Krishna. What he says is, Atha kena prayuktayam papas charati purasha anichannapi varshneya baladiva niyojita. Why is person compelled to perform sinful acts even unwillingly, as if by force? O Krishna. And the Krishna answers, Kamaesha krodhaesha rajoguna samadbhava mahashano mahapapna tan vidhi nastan achetasaha. Kam and krodh, that is desire, if it is in a mode of passion, later transferred to anger, and know this all sinful, all devouring enemy. So desire is calm, and if your desire is not fulfilled or there is obstruction, there is a krodh. And these two conditions are always problems which are created if we run after to fulfilling whatever desires we have. So what to do? We want to change ourselves. So if we harness our desires in proper direction with knowledge, perform virtuous actions, the prosperity and peace is bound to follow. Isn't it Satyug? In present day, what we want most? Health, wealth and happiness. That too in not particular order, but only health and wealth if we have. Can we be happy? Let me digress a bit. Being a physician, I have been associated with the health issues. Health was initially defined as a physical, mental and social well-being, and not only the absence of disease. In addition, in 1984, World Health Organization said, extent to which individual and a group is able to realize the aspirations and satisfy needs and change to cope with the environment. So health is a resource of life, not an object of living. And that's what exactly happening. It has been becoming an objective. Everybody is running after seeing the parameters of health and going to gym and exerting after it. But even if so-called health is gained, are you happy? So what we have to do is the things which will lead to happiness. So why I have brought the issue? Because here the mental as well as the spiritual health is mentioned, and that only we can get if we have proper spiritual background and we perform our actions in that way. So health is the ability to maintain the homeostasis and recover from the adverse events, intellectual, emotional or social. So homeostasis is another word which is commonly used. Homeostasis is maintaining the equanimous or balance. It might be environmental homeostasis or internal homeostasis. As far as a physician is concerned, we know that our internal homeostasis is maintained by various organ systems, hormones from the pituitary, ultimately controlled by your brain or your cerebral cortex. The physiology of the human, that is temperature regulations and your ionic balance or what we call milieu interior, is taken care of these systems. Incidentally, today is World Environment Day, declared by WHO to increase the public awareness of environmental challenges and encourage action. As declared by Sri Krishna, the external and internal environment are not separate. Their synergy and homeostasis is required for the progress of individual. And for this statement, I quote from Gita, Bhagwan says, Bhumi Rapo Analo Vayu, Kham Mano Buddhi Revacha, Ahankara Itiyo Me, Bhinna Prakriti Ashtada. The five elements, that is earth, water, fire, air, and space, are part of my lower nature. But it doesn't stop here. The Lord says, mind, intelligence, and ego are added to make this all lower nature. That means the whole Prakriti, if we consider the environment outside and inside, everything is but his lower nature. And that higher nature or the spiritual nature, we are concerned with and how to get it. So this is the basic contention that all the environment we have to take care of. And I am talking about that unity of and interdependence of both. Our mental well-being in diseases, we call psychosomatic disorders. So if your mental well-being is there, that also leads to the bodily disease, and bodily disease in vice versa may affect your mentation. So ultimate aim of is to find our real nature, because this body-mind equipment is always going to be there, not permanently, but for a time being. The point is, unless we know what we are and what potential we have and how to elicit it, what Maslow labeled as self-actualization, which in itself is a topic of long discussion. Here I am talking about if we know what we are, the only we can live up to the potential of virtuous life. In Gita, Lord says this body, mind, intelligence is given to us to utilize it in proper manner, serving the society at large and through whatever professions or vocation, doing out our best and leaving the rest to Him, that is the higher nature. Self-actualization process, which was originally introduced by Goldstein and popularized by Maslow. So, in short, the self-actualization should be the motivator for fulfillment of one's potential. The needs described of the lower being, that physiological contribution to homeostasis, that is food, air, water, etc. When they are satisfied, that second level is the love, belonging, and need for safety. But the highest, what is said, is the organized society. All basic needs are taken care of, and then one needs the self-esteem, self-regard, self-respect, or general self-worth. All creative urges, when fulfilled, a stepping stone for the self-actualization. But our Gita and Vedanta knowledge goes a step forwards, that when you know your real self, or what we call Swarup, which is the Satchidananda Swarup, that search mostly occur after we have undergone those four purusharthas, like one of the speakers already mentioned, Dharma, Artha, Kama and Moksha. Here, Dharma doesn't mean any religion. Dharma is basic, your duty, and Artha, Kama, Moksha is, we will discuss when the latter come to the point. So when the health we have already talked about, wealth we have already talked about, so we talk about the happiness. Till the time happiness we give depends on the value which we give to the subject, give the objects or the person or the place, and that entirely our mental makeup. What value we give to it, that indicates what is important for us, and that will give you happiness. But as I said, desires have no end. The fulfillment we seek through objects of desire is only temporary. What the Gita says, antavantu phalam teshans, all are going to end. Being ignorant of our real nature, which is Ananda Swarup, we search for happiness and fulfillment from outside world. So the BMI equipment which are born with is not the truth. The conscious principle behind it as our nature, real nature, or the Swarup. Unless the mind, intelligence complex, equanimous, and unless the objective mind is in synergy with the subjective mind, that is Buddhi, our interactions with the world are tainted with our limited self, and we fall prey to desire, anger, greed, etc. Having talked about current situation, our goal of golden age, and about knowing self, do we have to hope to achieve the target? Because change is the only constant, and the change in the society and the world at large, we have to start from our own self. Secondly, the Satyug, was it everyone was good that most of them mentioned, but wasn't in Satyug that they say Hiranyakashipu and Hiranyaksha were there? In Treta had Ravan, and in Dwapar, Kaurava were there. Therefore, the good ones, we the good ones who are in the Kali, if we start to change ourselves and help the people around to reach the golden age, as the Gita says, you have to start from your own self. And the shlok I want to quote is Uddhared Atmanatmanam Atmanam Avasade Atmaiva Atmano Bandhu Atmaiva Rikuratmana. You have to lift yourself by your own self, and if you do it, you are a relative or friend to your own self. But if you not, you are enemy, because ultimately you yourself are responsible for the path you choose. So at Chinmay Mission, our motto is give maximum happiness to maximum amount of people for maximum amount of time. And how to work for it is entombed in our mission pledge. Again, the Swami Vivekananda said, our objective in life is to let the divinity in us manifest through the identity and identify the same divinity in each one of us. So in short, every single person is basically divine, and that divinity is covered by our shortcomings of body, mind, intelligence complex, I-ness and minus. Now I will take you through our pledge, and that pledge summarizes the goal which we want to reach, that the golden age. Our pledge goes, we stand as one family, bound to each other with love and respect. So this is the basic trend. We have to treat not only our relatives, but our neighborhood, our society, our social circle, our family, all of us and our surroundings, we have to treat as equal. And unless we learn to overlook or overcome the shortcomings in us and overlook those in others, we can't respect each other. And the love is how much we can identify. Identify means that the Swarup in us and everyone else is the same. And if we identify, the love is always possible. Our binding factor should not be what we get from the relationships. So what should be the attitude? Like in Gita say, Bhagavan says, Samashatruja mitrecha tatha manayo shitashtam sukadukeshu samasanga viparjita. Our interaction with friends are not so friendly. Our interaction or our attitude in our insult or in our honor, or if we are happy or in sorrow, the mind should be equanimous in all conditions, and that if we interact in our vyavhar or what we call our transactions, we can respect and love all the people around us. Then the second line of the place says, we stand as an army, courageous and disciplined, ever ready to fight against the low tendencies and false values within and without us. Forgiveness comes from a position of strength. We have to have moral courage and mental discipline to resist the wrong being done in the society. Our problem is not the bad people doing bad thing, but good people not doing anything about that. So the Bhagavan says, Nirashi nirmamo bhutva yuddhasva vigatajvara, being free of desire and selfishness and free of your mental anxiety and grief. Fight. And fight doesn't mean the literal fight, but the resistance to the bad and the courageous and disciplined actions against all the wrongs in the society. If you are standing for good cause, put others before the self, you don't have any personal gain, then you can courageously resist the wrongs being done. The next part of the place is, we live honestly the noble life of sacrifice and service, producing more than what we consume and giving more than what we take. This is the most wonderful part of our pledge to guide us in our actions in whatever profession or vocation we are. It is about karma yoga. We have to perform our duties in spirit of sacrifice, that is yajna. Your actions should be selfless, not with selfish desires, with single-pointed efforts and without expectation of particular results. And here, yajna doesn't mean that orthodox oblations in sacrificial fire, but the selfless actions dedicated to higher self or God, done without egoistic doership and done for the benefit of the society. The fruits of actions are bound to come, and you have to enjoy after sharing with it all. In the same day, Lord says, Te datyana pradayebhyo yo bhumtes tene vasa. If the results of your actions, that is the wealth or whatever result you get, if you don't share with your people who are working with you, then you are a thief. And he further says, Yanna shishtasanas santu munchante sarva karmabhi bunjate te tvagam papam ye pachantyatma karana. The actual worldly meaning comes that when you just cook for your own self, then you are eating the result of sin. And there, cooking food is not indicated. Whatever you do, earn, strive for, if you don't share and only keep it to yourself, then you are doing a sinful act. Then our place goes further that we seek the Lord grace to keep us path of virtue, courage and wisdom. Here the Lord means whichever idol or God you have faith in. If you are dedicating your actions to higher self, then they are bound to be virtuous. With total faith, His grace is going to be in all of your actions. By His grace, we will choose the correct path. As the Lord says, Ye yathamam prapadyante tans tathaiva vajamyam. The seeker with devotion, whatever he seeks, I gracefully bestow it upon him. When we wisely perform our duties, we get the desired results by His grace without asking for it. Even our scriptures, 4 achievements, as we already talked about, dharma, artha and pam, moksha are given. When we are talking about Lord's grace for courage and wisdom, when we have to have that wisdom, that everything we do should be in dharma. And dharma, it doesn't mean dharma is religion. Because the dharma word is derived from the dhatu, what we call dhru. Dharayati iti dharma. Dharayati means that essence by which the thing can be identified. For example, heat is the dharma of fire. So our dharma or duties vary from time to time and for relationship. So there is matru dharma, pitru dharma, guru dharma. So all these duties should be according to the scriptures which are sanctioned, and that accordingly if you do. And this whole purpose should be carried out in Kam and Moksha. Kam are not only desires but the carnal desires only for the procreation, and the artha here means not only wealth but knowledge, power, whatever we want to gain, it should be in the light of the dharma. So when we talk of dharma, artha, kam, these three we are following in the light of dharma, moksha or liberation is bound to happen because of the limited attachment and the things and beings which have accumulated around us, that attachments should gradually come down. Lastly, the phrase says, may thy grace and blessings flow through us in the world around us. If you give up your ego-driven activities and become just the vehicle, nimitta matra, for him to work through you, by his grace, the divinity in you will be manifested in your actions. If you change the manifestes, change in your activities will inspire the society to function in your ways, and there will be upliftment of all. And why we should do it? If you have improved yourself, again the Gita says, Yad acharati shreshta tatta deve tarojana yasa pramanam kurte lokastat anuvartate. You have to be good, and if you are good and right or wise, your actions will inspire others to follow you, and usually the wise people are followed. So last part comes that we believe that the service of our country is the service of the Lord of Lords, and devotion to the people is devotion to the Supreme Self. We start from our family, society, state and country. We set an example, and the people in sphere of our influence change accordingly. This will be the greatest service of our country, and the movement will spread all over till it dawns on us that ayam nija paro vitti gananam lagu chetasam udaracharita namtu vasudhaiva kutumbakam. That idea of the whole world is family comes to us if we reach that stage. Otherwise, this is mine, that is your, that small-minded behavior we are usually doing in our life, which has to change. So one who understands and is a God man. That is, lastly we are saying the famous bhajan of our Mahatma Gandhi, which is in Gujarati. Vaishnava janato tene re kahiye je, pir parai jane re, paradukhe uppar kare, man abhiman na aane re. One who understands others' sorrows, one who helps others in sorrows, without being proud or egoistic, is almost a godman. And the last line says, we know our responsibilities, give us ability and courage to fulfill them. First, we have to know our responsibility. Many of us are not even aware of them. The ability to carry them have to be developed. Some, even after being able to understand the responsibility, shun away from carrying them out. Even our actions in our sphere of activity is not just. We tend to favor our dear ones in our profession and expect same kind of favor from others. There is many a times misuse of authority, and there we need moral courage. Can't we have even-minded and absolute equanimous in our actions? We develop that mindset by devotion, attitude of sacrifice in actions which comes after surrender to God. Now question is, what do we do? After discussing all the things and going through the pledge, what exactly we do in Chinmay mission? We believe that the seeds of this knowledge have to be sown in the fertile land, that is in the young minds, or that is young brains. So, like whenever we purchase a gadget, we get a manual and we read the manual and use all kinds of gadgets. But this body, mind and intelligence equipment which is given by the Lord to us, manual which the Lord has given in the form of Gita, that manual of life we fail to consult in initial stage, and by the time we come to read about it or think about it, we have already misused this instrument which has been given to us. So what we want is inculcate those values right from the childhood. We start with the young ones. We conduct the Gita chanting competition for the age 6 to 16, and you have to believe that minimum 4,000 students take part in various schools, and not only a particular faith. All faiths equally enthusiastically take part. Our idea is right from the childhood, when start learning, even by heart, this shlok, sometime in some, it dawns upon you, what is exactly its meaning? And for that matter, that exactly happened with me. In 11th standard, we had first and second adhyay. I had crammed it, but I could understand the meaning when I turned into 40s, and then I developed something else has to be done besides practicing and earning. But there I have durustaya. The same way we want right from the early we should start. Second, we have the CHYC or the Yuva Kendra, from where boys from 17 to 30 years are given the training in empowerment of the vision and values of the youth and how to progress in their various fields. Lastly, for adults, we have study groups where Gita and Vedantic knowledge is discussed and its interpretation and how to implement it in our day-to-day life discussed. So this Gita knowledge, I don't think preaches a particular religion or religious dogma. It is just a manual of living, guiding us how to live our life, which leads us to liberation of self. The pledge we discuss, along with the knowledge of Gita, the manual of living, if taught from early youth, we can build a mature, responsible society. Such society will build good nation and vision of global order will be fulfilled. So if we help developing such individual from childhood, our nation having very high percentage of youth population will benefit. In turn, the world will be benefited. We don't have to wait for the incarnation of Kalki avatar to destroy the wicked. Although the Krishna has says, Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya chaduskritam dharma sansthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. The Lord will definitely take its incarnation. But before that, why can't we improve ourselves so that Paritranaya sadhunam part will be taken care by the Lord himself? Forget about vinashaya chaduskritam. We will be powerful enough to resist the wicked. The like-minded people which we are together on this panel and others in the society at large start from our own self, improving the standard of life together with our society. Everyone in their own chosen field and organizations and business put in cooperative effort. The golden age is not a distant euphorian dream. Thank you again, Mr. Hitesh Bhai and his organization for opportunity to share my thoughts. Thank again so many of my friends who waited so long for me, and also to those who left in a hurry. I hope this video recording will be available so I may be able to forward to them.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Hari Om. Hari Om.
Thank you. Thank you, Sanjay ji. So thanks a lot, Dr. Sanjay Apte ji, for sharing several insights from Bhagavad Gita for terminating the era of Kali Yuga and restoring Satyug. Incidentally, the seed mantra of Project YugParivartan also comes from Bhagavad Gita, which is very popular shlokas, a couple of shlokas which were made more popular by the TV serial of B.R. Chopra ji, Mahabharat. So it says, Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati Bharat abhyuthanam adharmasya tadatmanam srijamyam then paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya chadushkitam dharma sansthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge. So they are very famous shlokas. So what exactly it is? When we see it in contemporary format, it is nothing but vision and mission statement of a self-realized person. Because the yada yada is nothing but whenever and wherever, which means in any space and any time, whenever there is a fall of dharma. And as you have rightly said, dharma is not religion. Dharma is the attributes, functions, methods of anything. Like dharma of Agni is to burn. So similarly, we are composed of these 5 elements of gross body, 3 elements of subtle body and 2 elements of causal body. These 10 elements have their own dharma. And when they are combined together into the form of a human being, there is a combined dharma which can only be understood at the self-actualized level, which is mentioned in Bhagavad Gita as sthit pragya state. So whenever and wherever there is a fall in Sthit Pragya state, the soul has to take over. Soul otherwise needs to be just an observer. एक अकर्ता, एक दृष्टा की तरह वहां पे होना चाहिए. But whenever such a need arises, then the soul must take over this human machine and take the world towards the course correction. So this exactly is the need of the hour. And as we all know, necessity is the mother of invention. If there is a need of inventing avatars, if there is a need of inventing masihas, messengers of God, then why not? Have we never seen the incarnations, masihas, prophets in this world? Right, we have already seen that, and all such facilities, faculties are there within each human being, and through self-actualized leadership development program, we are developing that, activating that in human beings in a very systematic and contemporary format. So I hope with the collective efforts of all realized people, we will surely see the onset of Satyug very soon. Namaskar, Dr. Sanjay ji, and may I invite my colleague Kapil Chhabra ji to invite our next speaker of the day, Ankur Sharma ji. Welcome, Ankur ji. How are you?
Thank you so much. I'm good. I hope everybody is fine.
Yeah, everything is good, and congratulations for expanding the scope of your political organization to entire country.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Needed that such enthusiastic people should come forward and think about entire country, not just the local area. And we also have tomorrow a session from the founder of Voters Party International, who has first time come up with the concept of having the political parties fighting elections in multiple countries. So it is like MNCs of the political party, because why should we restrict our constituency to a country when we can solve problems of other countries also?
Welcome, Mr. Ankur Sharma. I am honored to present a distinguished speaker who embodies passion, dedication, and fearlessness in his endeavors. It is with great pleasure that I invite Mr. Ankur Sharma, National President of Ekam Sanatan Bharat and a practicing advocate at Jammu and Kashmir High Court, to join us as the 5th speaker in this remarkable lineup of Day 2 and the 11th speaker of PYP Summit 2023. Hailing from the breathtaking region of Jammu and Kashmir, Mr. Ankur Sharma has established himself as a prominent figure in both political and legal realms. As a leader of the recently launched Pan-India political party, Ekam Sanatan Bharat, he has brought forth a fresh perspective and summary ideals and visionary ideals. With unwavering commitment, Mr. Sharma has championed various landmark cases, including the Roshni Act case, the 25,000 crore land scam case, and the grant of minority status and benefits to non-Muslims in Jammu and Kashmir. Moreover, Mr. Ankur Sharma has fearlessly confronted the issue of demographic invasion in Jammu province and the Himalayas. His relentless efforts against pan-Islamic jihadis within Jammu and Kashmir has placed him on the hit list of terrorist organizations, making him a true state protectee. Such unwavering dedication and resilience deserves our utmost respect and admiration. We eagerly look forward to his address as we anticipate his insightful participation on critical matters that shape our nation. His profound understanding of legal and political landscape, coupled with unyielding commitment to justice and equality, makes him an invaluable voice in today's world. Let us embrace his expertise, insights, and unwavering spirit as we continue our journey towards progress and transformation. Thank you once again. A heartful welcome to Mr. Ankur. Let us all applaud for him.
Welcome, Ankurji. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this wonderful introduction. और हितेश जी से जब मेरी बात हो रही थी तो he invited me to speak on this platform, this distinguished platform, primarily on the issues facing the world today, I've been given to understand that I'll have to speak about my opinion insofar as changes are required at the world level, be it the constitutions of the world or the governance of the world or democratic institutions of the world. Problems that we are facing as nation states, the nation state concept, reforms kya kiye ja sakte hain, what are the challenges that we are facing. So in my introduction, Kapil ji talked about our Ekam Sanatan Bharat Dal, a political party, which is a pan-India political party now, and preceded by a sub-regional political party called Ekjut Jammu, where we were actually fighting against processes, genocidal processes affecting the country, and had the processes which had a direct bearing on the sovereignty of the country, security of the country, integrity of the country, as far as UT of J&K is concerned. So now that thing has gone pan-India level, and I'm delighted to say that we have our units constituted in all the 28 states and 8 union territories of the country. We first had our Adhiveshan or congregation of the founder members at Haridwar on 24th of April, and around 1200 people participated. These were all the founder members of the party. I'm just giving a brief introduction to, make a point that the kind of civilizational threats that we are facing while living in J&K are the threats which the country as a whole, in one or other form, is facing everywhere. So therefore, that became a connecting thread that united us, and ultimately we took this decision. Our party, because these are interconnected things, because we are going to talk about the changes that we want to see in the systems of the world and also of the country. So we founded this party on 7 basic fundamental non-negotiable principles, which are called as Sapta Sankalps of the party. So if you log on to ekamsanatanbharat.org, one eternal India. Ekam Sanatan Bharat would mean one eternal India, and Sanatan would reflect the civilizational character of the country, of this territory, of these people, of the people. So 7 sankalps. Quickly, because all these sankalps are directly related to the kind of changes that we want to see in the country and even for the world, दुनिया के लिए भी. अगर एक समावेशी inclusive world ecosystem भी बनाना है, तो I think changes in the third world especially will have to begin. और Asia में, Indian subcontinent में, the kind of issues that we are facing, we're trying to address. जो हमारा पहला संकल्प, जिस संकल्प के साथ we started, we said that we will be amending the constitution to define minority as a religious or linguistic group which constitutes less than 5% of the total population of the country, simultaneously declaring Bharat as natural homeland for Sanatanis, enabling full citizenship rights for them. We also say that the second biggest challenge we as a country, we as a civilization are facing is the selective, unconstitutional, illegal, perpetual state control of temples and mathas. I would like to underline and mark the word Hindu temples and mathas, because it is only the Hindu religious institutions which are being taken over and which have been selectively taken over by the state, by the government, which ultimately has a very devastating effect on the secular character of the state. So we say that we'll be ending this state control of the temples and mathas, and we would be, from the civilizational point of view, immediately construct the ancient Sun Temple, Martand Temple in Kashmir, which is a civilizational treasure, the Shri Krishna Jammu Bhumi at Mathura, and Gyan Vapi Tirth Kshetra at Kashi. The third sankalp with which we are coming, and something which has a bearing on the national security and integrity of the country, and which is very critical in arresting and stopping genocidal processes which have been unleashed against the country, is separation of Jammu province from Kashmir, which means reorganization of Jammu and Kashmir once again post abrogation. Kashmir has to be divided into 2 union territories, and Jammu has to be separated as an independent state to defeat the long-term goals of Pakistan and other inimical countries towards the India, which are ultimately out and open in a declared manner to destroy the civilizational character of this area, and has a plan to directly pollute and destroy the heritage, the civilizational cultural heritage, of which Himalayas is the cradle. So you'll have to connect the Himalayas with Jammu province in understanding as to why this reorganization is required. Kyun chahiye? Simultaneously, we have said in the third Sankalp that we would be keeping the traditional structure of the Indian army intact, and will be by giving due respect to the soldiers, ex-servicemen and their families, while empowering and modernizing the army police. This has been said in the background of the new Agniveer scheme, the regimentation system, which ultimately had a reflection of the civilizational structures and values, etc. in the system. So we'll be restoring that. There will be complete ban on cow slaughter and declaring holy cow, Ma Ganga and Sri Rama Setu as symbols of national heritage. Fifth Sankalp is immediate repeal or termination of some of the unconstitutional acts. Because whenever we talk about change, we might talk rhetoric, we might talk vaguely what we need to change, or we might generalize the problems and say that we'll be introducing institutional reforms, etc. But here we very specific issues which are affecting the core of the constitution, the basic fundamental character structure of the constitution. Some of the laws have been identified which need immediate repeal or quashment. So we say that we'll immediately repeal Waqf Act, Places of Worship Act 1991, and the unconstitutional communal Sachar Committee recommendations, simultaneously amending Article 30 of the Constitution of India, enabling Hindus to establish and autonomously administer educational institutions of their choice, and also introducing a complete ban on conversion through a strong legislation. Sixth Sankalp, which is very important from civilizational point of view, is reversing and arresting demographic invasion with immediate restoration of demographic balances in the worst affected areas. Seventh Sankalp is regarding development. World has reached a level where they have now started talking about what is called as sustainable development by introducing the angle of environmental consciousness. We are going a step ahead, and the concept of development that we envisage is based upon 5 pillars. We say holistic development, holistic sustainable development, based upon 5 pillars of number 1, true history. True history would mean history which needs correction also. Sanskriti, Adhyatma, local language, the regional languages, and environmental consciousness. So with these 7 sankalps, we are trying to bring the change, the kind of change which would be critical ultimately in establishing balance in the world, as well as because this is going to stabilize the country. There are certain constitutional fallacies which have happened, and we need immediate change with regard to that. So I was just giving a brief introduction because about the party and the Sapta Sankalpas, because these things are directly related to the kind of change that we envisage, or some of us envisage, should happen in the country. So I wanted to be very, very specific in this regard. Apart from this, we'll have to remember that as a country, as a nation, look, this world is very, in the sense, brutal in the sense, if you talk about inter-country relationships, etc. So as on date, they are guided by personal self-interest. Self-interest comes first. And then to unite them or to have a common understanding is based upon certain abstract things that unless and until we have a complete understanding of all those things, I think we'll not be able to move ahead, and we'll be talking just gol karke hi baatein karte rahenge. Institutional reforms. We need to understand that in the nation state concept, which came ultimately in some 300 years back, has created, because of colonization and imperialism, largely 2 kinds of nations in the world: the colonized and thereafter independent, and the colonizers. So the situation is entirely different as far as all these countries are concerned. Our democratic institutions, after the introduction of constitutional democracy, you have so many countries whose democratic institutions have been subverted from within, and in the name of democracy or being a democratic institution, something which is anti-constitutional, which is anti-democratic is being done. So therefore, as far as India is concerned or other third world countries are concerned, we need to have institutional, systemic and systematic reforms in all the sectors, be it economy, be it governance, be it different organs of the government. You talk about judiciary, you talk about legislature, you talk about executive. We've seen that post-independence for the first time in 1990s, we initiated landmark economic reforms with the introduction of what is called as liberalization, privatization and globalization. Simultaneously, we wanted to reform our administrative structures also, and we introduced what is called as 73rd and 74th Amendment to the Constitution of India, which ultimately attempted to decentralize democracy and take decision making right down to the grassroots level by creating institutions of local self-governance, panchayats in the rural areas and municipalities in the urban areas. Unfortunately, as far as economic reforms are concerned, we were consistent. We continued to introduce economic reforms, even as on date. I mean, the latest one, if you talk about GST or demonetization, I'm not going into the merits of the same, but they can be termed as some of the reforms from economic point of view. But as far as the administrative bureaucratic reforms are concerned, the machinery which has to deliver public goods and public services, the reforms in that sector or area is concerned, we stopped in 1991, 1992 with the introduction of 73rd, 74th Amendment. So I think you have several administrative reform commissions and their reports available in the public domain. I'll not be dealing with that because we have limited time frame as far as this session is concerned. We have to introduce those reforms, we have to implement those reforms, and our political party, Ekam Sanatan Bharat, is committed for bringing in systemic and systematic changes so that our institutions are strengthened to a level where we can rise and guide the world to follow the suit. And that is the situation everywhere. You talk about judiciary, judicial reforms you have not seen post-independence. You talk about political reforms, we have not seen major political reforms as far as the polity of the country is concerned. So I think all these areas are very critical, very important for us to jump and try to guide the world into finding some common ground on the basis of which the world powers can unite and talk, in a manner which is all inclusive, etc. So I think these areas are very important. These areas are very critical. This is something that all the countries, especially those who were the countries which were colonized, require. The second important thing, the theme that I received through your message, Chandel Saab, is Golden Age ecosystem. Golden Age ecosystem ideally would mean, as you have defined, that all the world powers should come on one platform. What is the great change that they should follow in governance and constitutions of the world, so that everything becomes hunky-dory and all issues and all bitterness goes. I think probably that is a long way to go. I mean, for something like to happen, in my opinion, and practically speaking, जिसके लिए काफी समय लग सकता है. The world is doing fine? No, absolutely, the world is not doing fine. You have totalitarian, hegemonic, genocidal powers unleashing worst genocides in the history of the mankind. You have organizations like IS, you have more than 70 terrorist organizations operating in J&K only. You have hundreds of them operating in Pan-India. You go to the website of SATUP and South Asia Terrorist Portal, you will come to know the kind of killings that we have been witnessing. The issue of conversions, which is based upon the concept that A is superior, B is inferior, religion A is superior, religion B is inferior, and therefore we need to convert. You have to deal with issues like that. These are real issues. And then you have territorial issues. You have countries like China. I mean, you understand the Indian Ocean conflict with Southeast Asian nations, conflict with India. And then you have a terrorist state as a neighbor. I mean, the nation of Pakistan might be normal, but the state of Pakistan is a terrorist state. And the objective is very clear: destruction. It's a death cult. The state of Pakistan is a death cult, and it is an exporter of terror. You are also witnessing the issues which Ukraine and Russia are facing, and then World War III हो, क्या हो, किस तरीके का विध्वंस होगा, you don't know. And then you have blocks and power groups, etc. So I think ideally we can obviously think कि सब जो देश हैं दुनिया की और जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशंस हैं उनमें अमेंडमेंट्स वगैरह होनी चाहिए, बट देयर इज डिस्पैरिटी इतनी ज्यादा है, इनक्वालिटी इतनी ज्यादा है, पावर इक्वेशन में इतनी ज्यादा डिस्पैरिटी है कि अभी द रोड इज वेरी लॉन्ग एज फार एज माई ओपिनियन गोज. टेररिज्म पे यू वुड बी सरप्राइज्ड टू नो यूनाइटेड नेशंस और मेंबर स्टेट्स जितनी भी हैं, आज तक टेररिज्म पे कोई कॉमन डेफिनेशन के लिए पार्टीज अग्री नहीं हो पाई. वी हैव नॉट बीन एबल टू डिफाइन इवन व्हाट वुड कॉन्स्टिट्यूट अ टेररिस्ट एक्ट, who would be called as a terror. टेररिज्म पे कोई सर्वमान्य डेफिनेशन भी हम अचीव नहीं कर पाए. You have issues in the United Nations Security Council. There you need reforms. You have these supranational institutions being hijacked by certain countries और जिनका एजेंडा, be it World Bank, be it IMF, be it ICC, यूनाइटेड नेशंस की affiliate agencies की, आप ये सब चीजें देख ली. सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल, द इशू ऑफ परमानेंट मेंबरशिप of the Security Council so that you can exercise veto, the whole concept of veto power itself. I think वो उसमें हमें बिल्कुल बड़ी सावधानी से चलना पड़ेगा. And for India to show light or throw light to the world, I think India has a soft power. The Sanatan Indic civilization as a soft power, the culture, Sanskriti as a soft power. I think उसका उपयोग सबसे अधिक अगर किया जाए तो चीजें आगे बढ़ सकती हैं. As a hard power, I think the state of India is not in a position even to handle properly Pakistan, or for that matter the neighboring countries. You have seen the situation with Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, the kind of interferences that China has, the issue of POK, Pak occupied Kashmir, and Chinese investments there. And abhi G20 meet jab hui thi, the working group of the G20 visited the UT of J&K, and you have Saudi Arabia, Turkey and China boycotting that meet in favor of Pakistan because they believe that this is Pakistan's territory. So these are the issues which we are also having with our neighbors. And then internal issues, internal subversion. We have our democratic institutions subverted from within. And how do you do that? You plant policy frameworks, you plant preferences, you plant decision making. It's a live session. So and you plant individuals who ultimately turn the state against the nation. The state is normally, concept of the state is to protect the nation, is to protect the civilizational values which that nation reflects. But we have a state, the state of India, which is an abnormal state, which is hostile to the Sanatan civilization, which is hostile to the nation, which has been taken over from within. It's an imperial construct itself. We talk about showing light to the world, but then post-independence, the state as a political entity, in abstract terms as we understand the concept of state, it's an imperial construct and it is anti-national, the state of India. And therefore, you would see so many decisions being taken by the state authorities or apparatuses, which betrays common sense. The basic fundamental requirements of the nation, we as a civilization, state is clearly hostile towards that. I had a very long talk on this concept as to how state of India is working against the nation of India. I think now is probably not the time to go more deeper into that, but then that's available on YouTube, and people who are interested in understanding as to how we say that the state of India is anti civilization, hostile to the nation of India, they can probably have a look at that. The last thing that I was asked to speak about is my take on the role of spiritual mentors and religious leaders in creating a golden age ecosystem. I think India will be a very big player in this context. We have to distinguish dharma from religion. And when we talk about the dharma that our civilization reflects, I think we have so much to educate the world about. But again, when I say that the state of India is unfortunately hostile towards the nation of India or the Sanatan civilization or the concepts of dharma in India, so it will definitely try to undermine that soft power. So therefore, we in Ekam Sanatan Bharat Dal are trying to change the character of the state of India, obviously by taking it over a period of time through political route in a constitutional democracy. There is no other route other than the political route to do all these kind of things, say policy making or policy changes. Golden age ecosystem, I think we can talk about only after settling the issues that we as a civilization are facing, and I have introduction that we are facing genocidal issues, genocidal problems. We are being invaded demographically. You speak to demographic scientists, they'll tell you that the rate at which demography of major towns and cities of the country is changing, the rate can be safely categorized under the very, very, very alarming category. Something which should normally happen in 500 years, the pace and the rate with which we are facing that is happening in say 50 years, 60 years. That is something we also need to see and talk about. You also wanted me to shed some light on the role of political organizations, governments and NGOs in creating a golden age ecosystem. Of course, they have an irreplaceable role to play. Governance is not the sole domain of the governments. Even an individual can perform an act of governance. And when we talk about introduction of reforms, as far as our democratic institutions are concerned, or legislature, judiciary, executive, sectors of the economy that is concerned, civil society, individuals, NGOs, organizations, societies, companies, everybody has a role to play. And until and unless we as a nation force this state to introduce systematic, institutional and radical reforms, I don't think things will change. YugParivartan can only happen when we as a nation become strong, because until and unless you have a gun loaded and talk peace, people are not going to talk peace. You take an example of Ashoka, his dharma. He would have a talwar by his side, a sword, and then he will say that ab hame peace maintain karna hai. So people would listen to him. So I think that power politically in the entire world ecosystem is also to be attained. Economically, बहुत जल्दी से हम कर सकते हैं, but then we'll have to हमें अपने डिफेंस का भी पूरा उतना ही ध्यान रखना है, अपनी ताकत का, अपनी सॉफ्ट पावर का, हार्ड पावर का ध्यान रखना है. सबसे अधिक मेरे समझने में the kind of soft power that India has, इसको front में रख के probably we can achieve all these things. And I thank you very much, because it is 7:50 and I know 8 बजे तक question answer session भी खत्म करना है. So I tried to be brief and I'm sorry अगर मैं किसी तरीके से भी जो scope था इस meeting का उससे बाहर गया. You understand that I was traveling.
बिल्कुल नहीं गए हैं. And
आधा घंटा पहले ही मैंने ये देखा कि मुझे किस topic पे बोलना है. I could not speak to you earlier, and you had earlier sent me this message that I need to talk about these issues. So आधा पौना घंटा पहले, and then I was surrounded by many people, and then ultimately it's something,
when a leader is in flow, then even we can give impromptu speeches. I myself have witnessed that several times. I was I was part of the audience, and I was announced as one of the speakers to talk for 10-15 minutes, and then the topic was not even related to my subject, self-actualization, and yet I could speak about that. So this happens when we are in the flow. So very nice talking, Ankur ji, and sharing your vision so clearly to the audience today. And there are several things in common between Ekam, Sanatan Dal and Project YugParivartan. The only difference could be that we have a format, the entire spiritual wisdom, eternal principles, Sanatan principles in a format which can be accepted by any religion or any country of the world, because it is presented in the format of IT generation, right? So eternal principles are not confined to just Vedas. Eternal principles can be found in Quran, can be found in Bible, can be found in other books as well. So we can pick up all of that, and our approach is to first create a common minimum program on which all religions, all schools of thoughts can agree, and then through a process of dialogue, keep adding to that common minimum program so that ultimately we can arrive at a common maximum program, which could act as the constitution of the new or the golden world order that we are envisaging. So there is a lot of similarity. We also believe in local governance shifted to the society level. And tomorrow we have a specialized speaker who would talk more about it, how to bring certain domains and out from the elected government and take it to the society governance system. So we'll talk about that also. We believe that governance mechanism should be top thin and bottom thick, right? Globalization has its own merits, but at the same time, it's an amplifier. An amplifier can amplify positivity as well as the negativity. So we have to make sure that it is not amplifying the negativity. And we truly believe that in your list of reforms, if your list of reforms are introduced and implemented, they will surely bring the change that is intended. And more people like you at a young age should join political systems now and shift the world from what you call today as a VUCA world, VUCA, volatile, uncertain, chaotic, and ambiguous, to the WISE world. And WISE world is Worldwide Integrated Services Ecosystem. The ultimate realization of Sanatan principle is when everyone on the planet can serve everyone else, and everyone on the planet can be served by everyone else. Then only we can say we have arrived at the self-realization, God-realization, Brahma Gyan state, right? So this is the attitude with which we need to move forward. And I understand that several things that are projected by the Project YugParivartan vision would sound utopian and hard to achieve. But there are things which are hard to achieve for somebody, which may become a piece of cake for others. And we have that unique space created by the Almighty for all of us. We have to just find that unique space and fill ourselves fully into it. So you are doing a wonderful reform from a local political party in Jammu and Kashmir, and to the thinking and the vision of spreading it across the country, is one glaring example that nothing is impossible for human beings to do, right? If we can create grand problems, we can also create grand solutions. This is where Project YugParivartan is continuously focusing on Paritranaya Sadhunam Vinashaya Cha Dushkritam. Unless the first part is done well, wherein all good efforts are brought together and integrated together, we will not be able to do the second part, which is Vinashaya Cha Dushkritam. As you have rightly indicated, that Bina Banduk ke nahi hota, right? There is like eternal way of governing human beings, and four eternal policies are Sam, Dam, Dand and Bhed. And in the absence of the effective deterrence, it is not easy to keep this species together. We are designed in such a manner that even for 100 people to live together, you need rules. And without rules, these 100 people will continue to make it a VUCA world. So from VUCA world to WISE world transition, which means from Kalyug to Satyug transition, we have to do our acts together, identify all the dots to be connected, and then find most effective way to connect those dots. So we are with you, and we are with every political party of the country, in fact, because on a political role, your role is a leader role, but Project YugParivartan and Defined Values Consultants is playing the role of a mentor. And when you see it from the mentor's point of view, Ekam, Sanatan Dal, Congress Party, Aam Aadmi Party, BJP or any other political party is nothing but leadership talent of the country. And what we are seeing is that this leadership talent of the country is in opposition to each other, right? If somehow this entire talent of the leadership talent of the country is synergized, because ultimately everyone wants to create a better world, better country. If it is synergized and brought in same direction of utopia, then definitely 1 + 1 will become 11. अभी आधी बैंडविड्थ तो हम दूसरी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज को काटने में लगा देते हैं, हर एक लीडरशिप. So time has come when this has to be corrected. So I'll take it to the audience now. Audience, please ask your question. There is one question which has come. How to fight with terrorism with the help of spirituality?
No, first of all, देखिए ये हमारा पहले से भी ये रहा है कि until and unless you call the problem by its real name, you'll not be able to fight it. The problem, if this has been asked in the context of India, the problem of terrorism that India as a nation is facing, I think the state of India is categorically refused on several occasions to call by its real name. I think it's a total war form. It has a religious angle to it, and until and unless we speak about it and we try to understand the various dimensions of this war form, we'll not be able to fight it. Spiritually किस तरीके से होगा, I think the spiritual leader will probably be able to answer it in a more proper manner, but I can tell you that as a state authority, देखिए World War I और World War II को total war forms कहा गया था. So the kind of terrorism or the kind of जम्मू कश्मीर के context में देख लीजिए और पूरे देश में आप देख लीजिए और terrorist organization का सारा देख लीजिए, उनका motivation, उनका literature देख लीजिए. Until and unless we understand jihad as a war form, we'll never be able to fight it. So the first step is to call the problem by its real name. Spiritually कैसे होगा, I don't know, but state के जरिए कैसे होगा, we have a clear-cut idea of that.
Yeah, good that you have mentioned this, that spiritual answer can come from spiritual people or people who are working in this domain. So I would like to add to this answer to extend it from the mentor's point of view also. So as I said, there are only four eternal policies to govern human beings: Sam, Dam, Dand and Bhed. Now this Sam policy is called as mentoring, Dam policy is called as rewards and recognition, R&R, or in a lighter note you can call it as luring people, right? Dam Niti is luring people, and then Dand Niti is called as rules and regulation, D-trends, which you can call as a danda or banduk or whatever. It is like implementing the law by force. So now a leader's job is to understand at least three policies, right? They need to understand Sam Niti, mentoring for themselves. They need to be mentored well, and they need to understand the right implementation of Dam and Dand Niti, which means rewards and recognition and rules and regulation. So in the domain of leadership, of course, it doesn't come. Sam Niti doesn't come. It is the job of mentors to solve the problems by mentoring itself. Because if the problem is solved in the mind itself, it will not manifest into the physical world. It is an eternal principle that everything in the universe is created twice. First is the mental creation, then the physical creation. And it applies to both problem and the solution. A problem is also created in the mind first and then in the physical world. Similarly, the solution is also created in the mind first and then in the physical world. So if we tackle the problem right at the mind stage itself, then it will not manifest in the physical world. But if it has passed through that stage and has already manifested into the physical world, then the other niti of Dam and Dand should also apply. So a leader has to understand all of these holistically. So I would rather say, Ankurji, that the energies of the leaders and mentors should complement each other to ultimately solve the problem at the root. We at Project YugParivartan are open towards all schools of thoughts, all political parties, all religious backgrounds to come to the discussion table. It is like even when the Mahabharata and Ramayana were fought, there was a lot of discussion done in the boardroom. If those deliberations fail, then as you say, the war is the last resort. But we must ensure that it is last. It should not be the starting point. So a lot of such discussions must happen. Inter-religious dialogue must happen. International, I would say, dialogue also must happen. Because within the confines of the country borders, nationalism is considered as a great virtue. But when you see it on the global context, nationalism itself becomes the biggest problem of the world. Rashtra Dharm is good, but Ati Rashtravad is not good. This Rashtravad has divided us as human community, as human species, into various different demographies, cultures, religions and all. So we have to ultimately break that boundary as well. And this is where I am saying that tomorrow we have a speaker who is the founder of Voters Party International. This international word has not yet come in any political party so far. And the very idea of this word international means that leaders' role, scope of work, if he is talented enough, should not be confined to one country. We must have a global governance with a global constituency as well to solve global problems. Global problems cannot be solved by being in loggerheads with each other like what is happening in Ukraine and Russia. Already the world is passing through a very severe VUCA stage, and still these leaders, three people on very powerful positions on in the world platform, are creating more problems than solving them. So we need to replace these problem creators with the problem solvers. So time for that, such a grand change has come, and this is where Project YugParivartan is playing its role. Over to audience once again. Anyone from the audience who would like to ask any other question from Ankurji? Okay, one question has come. With consistent and rampant corruption in the governance, including the entire administration, executive and judiciary, how can we imagine the onset of Satyuga? It may take a millennium, if not more, to expect any change for the better. So this again is having a spiritual touch. So you responded from the political angle. Then
I think I've already answered this. We need to have systemic and systematic changes as far as all organs of the government are concerned, be it judiciary, be it executive, be it legislature. And I have also pointed this out that ever since independence, we've not been able to introduce these changes minute तरीके से भी नहीं हम कर पाए. We're still struggling to find a way in which we can appoint our judges in high court, in constitutional courts, high courts or supreme courts. And then I think the issue of corruption can be handled by again introducing systemic and systematic reforms. उसके ऊपर तो पूरा detailed एक policy document है किस तरीके से किस क्षेत्र में किस area में क्या क्या करना है. And I think introduction of technology in delivery of public goods and services or governance, I think that has also become a game changer. Corruption को handle करने के लिए technology की introduction is a big thing that has happened, and this is something जिसकी एक global appeal भी है. Then you have very specific issues which you need to address, but for that I think we need to have a understanding of the kind of structures that we have, the kind of rules that govern us. You have to simplify your rules, you have to amend so many laws, you have to repeal so many laws, you have to simplify your procedures. There's a host of things which are required to be done to check, arrest and contain corruption, this problem. And of course, administrative reforms in all the institutions and structures of this democracy is one of the many steps that is required to be done. उसके बाद ये होगा. Otherwise, yes, अगर corruption जब तक रहेगी तो फिर सतयुग की जो परिकल्पना की जा रही है वो आपको नहीं देगी.
बिल्कुल सही. So Arun ji, you have heard Ankur ji on this. This is a very wonderful addition. I'll just add more to it. Yes, you are right that it will take a millennium. And let me inform you that 998 years of that millennium is already passed. So only 2 more years left for the onset of ascending Dwapar Yug and termination of Kali Yuga from India, and 7 years left from the termination of Kali Yuga from rest of the world. So be positive about it. People who talk about doing YugParivartan must have something very big in their mind. And you also can recall the statement from Margaret Mead that never doubt that a small group of people can change the world, because it is always the case. It is always a small group of people who have initiated a change and grand changes have happened. So, and you could be one of the greatest catalysts into that. You are carrying God within you, right? You just need to activate it, actualize it, and manifest your avatar performance. That's it, right? And several such avatars are now being developed in the factory called as Defined Values Consultants. And you are most welcome to join to get a newer version of you. So thanks Ankurji, thanks for joining us today. We look forward to have more sessions with you because a lot has to be discussed with the deeper aspects. And I think PYP Talks would be a platform wherein we can invite you as a single speaker, wherein you give a talk and then we'll have a panel discussion covering all the areas which need to be covered in the topic that you choose. So thank you. Thanks Ankurji. Namaskar.
Namaskar. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. So this is time for us to now invite our sixth and the last speaker of the day, Mr. Devender Balhara. I would like to invite my colleague Garima ji to introduce Devender ji.
Dr. Devendra Balhara, who is also known as the proud father of Wonder Kid of India, Yashasvi Balhara, and trainer of many wonder boys and girls. He is a teacher, trainer, an innate educator, evaluator, and one of the best counselors in India, running an organization called Expanding Horizons at Chandigarh, India. Expanding Horizons has more than 60 branches in Gujarat, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Himachal, and Delhi, where around 17,000 students, including celebrity kids like Kautilya Pandit and Wonder Kid Yashasvi Balhara, have been analyzed and guided for their life. By the grace of Almighty, Dr. Balhara is able to decipher the exact potential of those observed students, and now they are performing excellently in their destined field by understanding their own innate potential. At Expanding Horizons, he's continuously striving hard to guide our children so that one day they will become the national heroes in their respective field of orientation. Actually, we may say it hero imagination by students. Everyone is a born hero, but the need of the hour is to know and understand the hero in every child. Dr. Balhara is the first and the only person in India who has worked on ground, including classrooms, condition of classrooms, on scientific approach to analyze the brain development of a person through biometrical process known as dermatoglyphics. He has designed his own system and software to analyze the innate potential of kids so that every child may be provided the required environment best suited for their ultimate happiness. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Dr. Devender Balhara joining us all the way from Chandigarh, India.
Welcome Devender ji.
Thank you हितेश जी इस शानदार अपॉर्चुनिटी के लिए, और मेरे पास समय रहेगा मैं उसके हिसाब से बात पूरी करने की कोशिश करूंगा, बट फिर भी कुछ रह जाएगा तो हम लोग कंटिन्यूसली एक लूप में रहेंगे ही और एक दूसरे के साथ में अपनी बातचीत को कंटिन्यू करेंगे। दरअसल क्या है कि मेरा जो विजन है एक नए युग के लिए या एक नए भारत के लिए या एक नई धरती की एक इंसानियत के लिए बेसिकली वो सत्य पर आधारित है, और सत्य की खासियत ये है कि सच जो है वो सबके लिए हितकारी होता है। अगर समाज में किसी चीज के इम्प्लीमेंट करने से या किसी नियम के अगर लागू करने से या किसी तरह के किसी कार्य करने से सृष्टि के एक भी व्यक्ति का एक भी जीव का नुकसान होता है तो वो असत्य है। कहने का मतलब ये हुआ कि कोई अपनी एक्टिविटी में अगर ये कहता है कि 1000 लोगों का लाभ हो रहा है और 2 लोगों का नुकसान हो रहा है, तो वो सच का रास्ता नहीं हो सकता। कहीं ना कहीं उसके अंदर कोई ना कोई व्यक्ति या कोई ना कोई इस तरह का एलिमेंट उसमें शामिल है जो सच के साथ नहीं है। फिर वो लड़ाई शुरू होती है सत्य और असत्य की, और फिर वो दूसरी प्रोसेस है, उनके ऊपर हमारे वक्ता पहले से बात करते आ ही रहे। हमने ये सोचा कि हमारे पास 2 रास्ते हैं। एक रास्ता ये है कि हम लगातार इसके ऊपर मंत्रणा करते रहें और लगातार मंत्रणा करते रहें, और दूसरा रास्ता ये है कि इसके ऊपर कुछ ना कुछ प्रैक्टिकली ग्राउंड पर आकर के किया जाए। क्योंकि मैंने एक चीज देखी है कि जो असल में समाज के अंदर काम करने वाले लोग हैं, जो सच में जो दर्द लिए घूमते हैं, वो बात उनको करनी नहीं आती है, कई बार उनको काम करना ज्यादा आता है। मुझे ऐसा लगा। रीजन बीइंग कि मैं आपने थोड़ी देर पहले ही बताया ब्रेन डेवलपमेंट पे काम करता रहा, तो मुझे ये तो मालूम पड़ ही गया कि किस तरह के लोग इस समाज में हैं। अगर एक बड़ा सैंपल मैंने लिया पब्लिक का और बच्चों का, एक पूरे गांव को अगर मैंने एक सैंपल के तौर पे एनालाइज किया, तो उस एनालिसिस में मैं ये समझ पाया एकदम क्रिस्टल क्लियर कि इतने प्रतिशत लोग जो हैं वो इस कैटेगरी के हैं और इतने प्रतिशत लोग इस तरह से काम करते हैं। तो अगर चिंतन शिविर चलते रहते हैं, चिंतन शिविर में काम करने वाले लोग मैंने देखे, अलग अलग संगठनों के लोग देखे, लगभग 22-23 साल के अपने सामाजिक जीवन में मैंने एक चीज नोटिस किया कि जो चिंतन शिविर में बहुत बड़ी बड़ी बातें होती हैं, जब मैं उनके साथ में उनके घर जाता हूं तो उनके जीवन में वो बड़ी बड़ी बातें इंप्लीमेंट नहीं की जा रही हैं, जिसकी वजह से वो केवल बातें रह जाती है और काम नहीं होता है। तो मोरओवर इसके ऊपर जब हम गांव में गए, शहरों में गए, अलग अलग तबकों से बात की, अनपढ़ लोगों से बात की, पढ़े लिखों से बात की, तो हमने एक चीज नोटिस किया कि जो पढ़ा लिखा तबका है और जो अमीर तबका है, उसके पास समाज के लिए काम करने के लिए समय की बहुत कमी है। इसीलिए वो अपना कभी कभी गिल्टी कॉन्शियसनेस से ग्रसित होकर या अपने गिल्टी को थोड़ा दूर करने के लिए कभी कभी समाज के इन मुद्दों के ऊपर चर्चा करने के लिए कहीं आ जाता है, लेकिन समाज में उतरकर वो काम करने के लिए तैयार नहीं होता है। उसको ये लगता है कि मैं अगर ज्यादा समय इधर लगाऊंगा तो मेरा काम रह जाएगा। और फिर कुछ लोग जब समाज के काम को करते करते अपने व्यक्तिगत स्वार्थों को उनके अंदर इंक्लूड कर देते हैं, फिर तो सारा का सारा सिस्टम ही धूमिल हो जाता है। जब हम गए तो हमने देखा कि एक बहुत बड़ा तबका ऐसा है जो समाज के अंदर लगातार बदलाव के लिए चिंतित रहता है और सोचता है कि मुझे सच में कुछ करना है और उसे मालूम नहीं है कि उसे करना क्या है। तो इसी दौड़ में चलते चलते जब हमने पूरी रिसर्च को जब ठीक से नोटिस किया, उसको देखा, जब एनालाइज किया, तो हमें एक चीज समझ में आई कि जो ये हाल है आज के टाइम में जिसको हम कलयुग बोल रहे हैं, ये हाल कोई इस तरह का नहीं है कि ये अचानक से हमारे सामने कोई सिचुएशन आई हो, हम रात को किसी युग में जी रहे हों और अचानक अगले दिन हमारी आंख खुली कि हम सतयुग से मतलब त्रेता द्वापर या किसी दूसरे युग से हम सीधे कलयुग में एंटर कर गए, या ये विनाश जो है जो समाज जो इस वक्त सृष्टि का, जो लोगों के आत्महत्या का, सामाजिक जीवन का, जिस तरह राजनीतिक पतन का, चारित्रिक पतन का जो इस वक्त माहौल चल रहा है, ये कोई एक दिन में किया हुआ काम नहीं है। तो जब हम इसकी जड़ों में जाते हैं तो हमको मालूम पड़ता है कि कुछ जो लोग हैं, कुछ चंद लोग, वो इस पूरी की पूरी योजनाबद्ध तरीके से इस तरह से काम कर रहे हैं कि सिस्टम उनके कंट्रोल में करे, जिसको दैत्यकारी गतिविधियां हम लोग कहेंगे, राक्षसी गतिविधियां हम कहेंगे। साथ ही कुछ लोग ऐसे भी हैं जो सच में चिंतन कर रहे हैं और समाज में कुछ बेहतर करने के लिए लगातार प्रयासरत हैं। और जो सबसे बड़ी कमी जो समझ में आई वो ये आई कि ये जो लोग हैं, इन दोनों में से जो पहले लोग जिनका मैंने जिक्र किया था, वो रुकते नहीं हैं, वो दिन रात 24 घंटे, चाहे वो सो रहे हो चाहे जाग रहे हो, कोई ना कोई व्यक्ति उनके लिए काम कर रहा है। लेकिन जो दूसरी कैटेगरी मैंने आपको बताई थी, जिसमें समाज के लिए चिंतन करके सच में समाज में कुछ बेहतर परिवर्तन और असलियत में हम लोग अगर ये सोचते हैं कि एक नए युग के लिए अगर विजन डेवलप करें, तो वो अपना काम धीरे 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 कम करना शुरू कर देते हैं। तो अब जरूरत आई ऐसे लोगों को एक साथ आने की जो इसी दिशा पे काम करने के लिए तैयार हैं। मैंने जब इस दौर में, इस यात्रा में जब लोगों से बातचीत करनी चाहिए, तो मुझे एक चीज समझ में आई कि यदि हमको ये समझ में आ जाए कि मानव जीवन का लक्ष्य क्या है और उसके मुताबिक हम किस तरह से धरती पर मौजूद संसाधनों का इस्तेमाल बेस्ट कर सकते हैं, तो उसमें एक चीज समझ में आई कि सबसे पहले हमारे लोगों का स्वास्थ्य ठीक होना चाहिए। अगर हम लोग हेल्दी नहीं हैं तो हमारे पास कितनी ही वेल्थ हो, हमारे पास कितने ही बड़े संसाधन हो, अगर मेरी कमर में दर्द है तो इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है कि कितनी बड़ी गाड़ी है और कितनी महंगी गाड़ी है, मैं उसमें बैठकर सफर करूंगा तो मेरे लिए वो दुखदाई ही रहेगा। लेकिन यदि मैं हेल्दी हूं और मेरी बॉडी में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, तो मैं ट्रेन के जनरल डब्बे में पूरी रात और पूरा दिन टांगे मोड़कर एक कोने में भी पड़ा रहूंगा तो भी मुझे कोई फर्क पड़ने वाला नहीं है। अब इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि खुश रहने के लिए, एक तरह से समृद्ध रहने के लिए, ये पहला एक शर्त है कि मैं हेल्दी होना चाहिए। और हेल्दी होने के लिए सबसे पहली शर्त ये है कि आपको अपनी दिनचर्या को फॉलो करना पड़ेगा। ऐसी दिनचर्या जिसके अंदर उठने का समय भी वो हो जो प्रकृति के अनुकूल हो, जहां आपका शरीर की जो वर्किंग है और जो सृष्टि के अंदर जो वर्किंग है वो एक तरह से सामंजस्य में आ जाए। उसके बाद दिन के पूरे कार्यकलाप, आपके क्रियाकलाप भी इस तरह के होने चाहिए जो प्रकृति के साथ सामंजस्य बनाते रहे हों। फिर आपका खान पान, फिर आपकी ऋतुचर्या और आपकी दिनचर्या, ये सारी की सारी इस तरह की रहेंगी कि जब आप अपने जीवन को इस तरह से गुजारेंगे कि आप प्रकृति के नियमों का पालन करते जा रहे हैं। क्योंकि मेरा मानना यह है कि धर्म वही है जो प्रकृति के नियमों का अनुकूलन करवाता हो या करता हो। तो जब आप अपने इस धर्म का पालन करेंगे तो मुझे लगता है कि आप स्वस्थ रहेंगे। अब इस स्वास्थ्य की दिशा में क्या क्या चीजें इंपॉर्टेंट रहेंगी, कि क्योंकि ये चीजें आगे आकर के कनेक्ट होंगे जब मैं अपने विजन को शेयर करूंगा। एक तो आपको ज्यादा से ज्यादा पैदल चलना है, एक आपको ज्यादा से ज्यादा शरीर से मेहनत करनी है, एक आपको दिन में बिल्कुल सोना नहीं है, और एक ऋतु के अनुसार आपको खाना है, और एक आप अगला जो स्टेप है वो ये है कि आपको अपने स्थानीय क्षेत्र को ही अपना कार्य क्षेत्र बनाना है और वहां पर मौजूद मौसमी फल, सब्जी और फसल, अनाज ही खाने हैं। कहने का मतलब यह हुआ कि यदि आप जहां आपका जन्म हुआ है उसके 30-40 किलोमीटर के दायरे में ही अपने जीवन के सारे कार्यकलापों को ढूंढ लेते हैं तो आप सृष्टि के विनाश का कारण कभी नहीं बन पाएंगे। फिर आपको ट्रैवल करके बहुत दूर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। एनवायरमेंट का सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान आज के वक्त में जो कर रही हैं वो बड़ी बड़ी फैक्ट्रीज, बड़े बड़े वाहन, बड़ी बड़ी माइनिंग्स और एरोप्लेन में चलने वाले, जेट में चलने वाले लोग हैं जो बड़ी इंडस्ट्रीज चलाते हैं। जैसे कि सीमेंट इंडस्ट्रीज का बहुत बड़ा एग्जांपल हो सकता है जिसको इंप्लीमेंट करके जिसका इस्तेमाल करके हम लोग विकास के नए आयाम खड़े करते हैं। लेकिन क्या होगा यदि आप अपने गांव के ही एक क्षेत्र या अपने जहां आपका जन्म हुआ है उसी क्षेत्र में यदि आप रहेंगे और उसके आसपास ही अगर आप रहेंगे तो आप जीडीपी में योगदान नहीं दे पाएंगे। और जो ग्लोबलिस्ट लोग हैं उनको ये बात कतई पसंद नहीं है, इसीलिए वो इस तरह का अरेंजमेंट करेंगे कि बिहार का व्यक्ति तो काम करने के लिए हरियाणा और पंजाब में आएगा और हरियाणा और पंजाब का व्यक्ति काम करने के लिए अमेरिका, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, कनाडा की तरफ दौड़ना शुरू कर देगा। तो ये दौड़ कॉन्टिन्यूअसली चलती रहेगी। मेरे गांव का बच्चा दूसरे किसी गांव में नौकरी करने जाएगा और दूसरे गांव का बच्चा मेरे गांव में आएगा। हमारे गांव के स्कूल को ठीक नहीं किया जाएगा, पड़ोस के स्कूल को पड़ोस में एक बहुत बड़ा सा स्कूल खोला जाएगा तो वहां पर हमारे बच्चे अगर जाएंगे तो रोज की रोज वो बसों में चढ़कर जाएंगे, उनका समय ट्रैवलिंग में बहुत ज्यादा खर्च होने वाला है और वो अपने आसपास के परिवेश को ठीक से नजर नहीं मार पाएंगे उस परिवेश के ऊपर। तो इस तरह से वो आने वाले वक्त में अपने आसपास के समाज को, अपने माहौल को, अपने गांव को करने की दिशा में चिंतनशील नहीं हो पाएंगे। तो इसलिए यदि मैं ये कहूं कि अपने गोल्डन युग की बात अगर मैं कहता हूं तो उसके लिए मेरे लिए जरूरी है कि मेरा बच्चा या मैं अपने ही क्षेत्र में पनपने वाले वनस्पति के ऊपर निर्भर रहूं। कारण क्या है कि ये प्रकृति का नियम है कि जैसा मेरे शरीर में बदलाव हो रहा है, जिस तरह का पर्यावरण में बदलाव हो रहा है, उसको काउंटर करने के लिए प्रकृति अपने आसपास उसका इलाज जो है, अगर वो बीमारी है जिसकी में जो बदलाव अगर नेगेटिव है तो उसका काउंटर साथ के साथ पैदा करना शुरू कर देता है और वो उसी एक क्षेत्र में होता है। तो यदि आप कंटिन्यूअसली मूवमेंट में रहेंगे तो आपकी जो बीमारियां हैं, आपकी जो नुकसान है, उन चीजों को हम लोग नहीं देख पाएंगे। तो इसलिए ये एक हेल्थ के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से मैं आपको बात बता रहा था कि यदि आपको हेल्दी रहना है तो उसके लिए आपको के लिए जरूरी है कि आप जो अनाज खाएं, आप जो फल खाएं वो मौसमी हो, वो बिना फ्रिज में रखे हुए, बिना स्टोर में रखे और आसपास के हों। तो इस तरह से क्या होगा, हम होंगे स्वस्थ। जब स्वस्थ शरीर होगा उसमें स्वस्थ मन निवास करेगा और स्वस्थ मन मस्तिष्क जब हमारे पास होगा तो उसके अंदर चिंतन भी रहेगा। अब चिंतन में जब हमको अपनी शिक्षा के बारे में जब चिंतन करना है कि हम अपने बच्चों को किस तरह की शिक्षा दें, एक सीधी सी बात है कि अगर मेरा इलाका तटीय इलाका है, उस बच्चे की जो जरूरतें हैं जीवन की वो अलग होंगी, और मैं पहाड़ी इलाके में रहता हूं तो अलग होंगी। और भारत में तो अगर आप ऋतुओं का और माहौल का मतलब फर्क देखें तो हमारे यहाँ रेत के टीले भी हैं, साथ में पहाड़ भी हैं, समंदर भी हैं, झीलें भी हैं, गर्मी भी बहुत पड़ती है, सर्दी भी बहुत पड़ती है, एक जैसा मौसम भी खूब रहता है, बारिश वाले मौसम भी हैं, सूखा पड़ने वाले मौसम भी हैं, और जगह भी। तो मेरा कहने का मतलब ये हुआ कि एक जगह पर रहने वाले व्यक्ति की जरूरतें दूसरी जगह पर रहने वाले व्यक्ति से कंप्लीटली डिफरेंट होती हैं। आप मुंबई में जाकर के कोई शॉल का और जर्सियों का बिजनेस नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि वहां आपको जरूरत ही नहीं है। इसी तरह से जहां बारिश ज्यादा होती है वहां पर आप किसी सूखे इलाके की फसल या उस मौसम की चीजों को नहीं बेच सकते हैं। मेरा कहने का तात्पर्य ये है कि जहां की आपकी पैदाइश है और जहां की आपकी रिहाइश है, वहां के लोगों को वहीं के लोगों की जरूरतों के हिसाब से हमको अगली जनरेशन तैयार करनी होती है। कि अभी इस वक्त हमारे समाज में ये समस्याएं हैं, हमारे आसपास माहौल में ये समस्याएं हैं, तो उस क्षेत्र के लोग बैठ करके चर्चा इस विषय पर करेंगे कि हम इन चीजों को ठीक कैसे कर सकते हैं। और इसलिए क्योंकि हमको अभी आने वाले वक्त में इतने बच्चे इस चीज के लिए चाहिए और इतने बच्चे इस काम के लिए चाहिए, तो हमारा जो एजुकेशन सिस्टम होगा वो एजुकेशन सिस्टम ये सोच करके नहीं होगा कि अमेरिका को कैसा मैन पावर चाहिए या किसी बड़ी कंपनी को किस तरह का मैन पावर चाहिए। वो ये सोच करके होगा कि आने वाले वक्त में मेरे स्थानीय लेवल पर काम करने के लिए हमको कैसी मैन पावर चाहिए, कैसा ज्ञान चाहिए। वो ज्ञान उनको कहीं से भी अर्जित करके लाना पड़े, लेकिन वहीं पर देना पड़े। शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में दूसरा जो मुख्य बिंदु है वो ये है कि मेरे घर से आधा किलोमीटर से ज्यादा दूर, 1 किलोमीटर से ज्यादा दूर मेरा स्कूल नहीं होना चाहिए। असल तो स्थानीय जो स्कूल है, जैसे गांव का बच्चा गांव के अंदर ही पढ़ेगा, और गांव के स्कूल का जो एजुकेशन का स्तर होगा वो किसी बड़े शहर में किसी बहुत बड़े कॉलेज या स्कूल के एजुकेशन के लेवल से कम नहीं होगा। इससे एक लाभ ये होगा कि हमारा जो विस्थापन की वजह से जो हम अपनी जमीनें छोड़ करके जाते हैं वो रुकेगा, और दूसरा हम अपने आसपास के लोगों को, अपने आसपास के माहौल को ठीक करने के लिए हम लोग इस दिशा में खुद चिंतन करके इसके ऊपर काम कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि वो हमारा अपना माहौल है और हमको मालूम है कि आने वाले वक्त में हमको यहाँ रहना है। मान लीजिए एक किसान ने अपने बच्चे को रोज ये कहा कि बेटा तुमको यहाँ कुछ नहीं रखा है, जमीन में कुछ नहीं रखा, खेती में कुछ नहीं रखा, तुम्हें यहाँ से पलायन करना है, तुम्हें यहाँ से भागना है। तो अल्टीमेटली वो किसान अपने बच्चे को ये ज्ञान दे रहा है कि यदि आपके समाज में समस्या है, खेती में कोई दिक्कत है और आसपास अगर इनकम नहीं हो रही है, व्यवसाय नहीं मिल रहा है, रोजगार नहीं मिल रहा है, तो तुमको उस समस्या के समाधान के लिए चिंतन नहीं करना है, तुमको लड़ना नहीं है, तुमको उस समस्या को छोड़ करके भाग जाना है। तो ये जो पलायनवादी सोच है ये कहीं ना कहीं उस क्षेत्र के सत्यानाश का एक बहुत बड़ा कारण बनती है, और जिसकी वजह से हम लोग कभी भी उस समस्या का स्थायी समाधान ढूंढने की दिशा में काम नहीं कर पाते और हम पलायन करते रहते हैं। तो एक जगह से कोई दूसरा पलायन एक व्यक्ति गांव से पलायन कर रहा है तो दूसरा उस शहर से बड़े शहर में पलायन कर रहा है, तो बड़े शहर वाला किसी और बड़े शहर में और उससे मेट्रो वाला फिर विदेश में पलायन कर रहा है। ये पलायनवादी सोच चलती रहेगी। तो इसको रोकना बहुत जरूरी है और हमको अपनी स्थानीय समस्याओं के समाधान के लिए अपना स्थानीय लोगों की एक टीम तैयार करनी होगी। वो जो स्थानीय टीम तैयार होगी उसके लिए बहुत शानदार सा तरीका मैंने एक चीज नोटिस करी थी। जब मैं अपने रिसर्च के दौर में था तो मैंने देखा कि परमात्मा का इतना शानदार तरीका है अपनी चीजों को ठीक रखने का कि वो जितना हमको चाहिए और जैसा हमको चाहिए वैसा गुण, वैसे लोग, वैसी ताकत और वैसे संसाधन सब कुछ प्रोवाइड करता रहता है। ये प्रकृति का अपना एक नियम है और ये इतना शानदार है कि आप इसको समझने के लिए एग्जाम्पल ले सकते हैं किसी भी एनिमल का और किसी भी पक्षी का, किसी जीव के सर्वाइवल का। अब इस सर्वाइवल की प्रोसेस को अगर जब आप देखते हैं तो इसमें आप क्या देखेंगे कि जैसे मैं आपको मधुमक्खी के छत्ते का एग्जाम्पल देता हूं। इस मधुमक्खी के छत्ते के एग्जाम्पल में क्या रहेगा कि एक मधुमक्खी, एक रानी मधुमक्खी है, उसके बाद में एक नेविगेटर का एक पूरा जत्था है, नेविगेटर मक्खियों का, वो घर से निकलते हैं सुबह ही, और मतलब सुबह घर से इन द सेंस अपने छत्ते से निकलते हैं, अपने हाइव से निकलते हैं, और वो चलते हैं, देख करके आते हैं कि कहाँ कहाँ आसपास में हमारे पास फूल लगे हैं, जहां भी कोई नई फसल पर फूल आए हो, नए पेड़ों पर फूल आए हो, कहीं बोरे आई हैं, तो वहां वो दौड़ना शुरू करती हैं। वो जगह को देख करके वापस आकर अपने दूसरी जो हाइव में जितनी दूसरी मधुमक्खियां हैं उनको लेकर के जाएंगे। उनका कोई काम नहीं है वहां पर, वो कोई काम नहीं करती है, क्योंकि रस चूसने वाली, जो फूलों से रस चूसती हैं, वो मधुमक्खियों का अलग कैटेगराइज किया गया है, वो अलग काम करती हैं। जो नेविगेटर मक्खियां वो इंतजार करती हैं उनका, केवल उनके ऊपर किसी का अटैक ना हो जाए, वो अटैक ना हो, इसलिए जो लड़ने वाली मधुमक्खियां हैं वो अलग होंगी, और जब वो वापस आएंगी तो उनको नेविगेट करने वाली मधुमक्खियां अलग होंगी। नेविगेटर का काम सिर्फ नेविगेशन का है, और उसके बाद में वो आकर के छत्ता जब आप देखेंगे, उसका मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जब आप देखेंगे, वो बनाता किस तरह से डिजाइन बनाया है, हेक्सागोनल शेप में वो इतना शानदार तरीके से बनाया होता है, ऐसा लगता है जैसे वो इंची टेप लेकर के मक्खियां बैठी होंगी कि कोई इधर से इधर 1%, कोई 1 मिलीमीटर भी इनका डिफरेंस ना आए। तो ये जो कैटेगराइजेशन ऑफ जो वर्क है, ये इतना शानदार है। हर जगह हर जीव, जो भी समुदाय में रहता है, जो भी जीव वहीं पर केवल एक, और वहां पर हर जीव को यह मालूम है कि उस मेरा जो ग्रुप है, उस ग्रुप के अंदर मेरे इतने लोग ये काम करते हैं, और इसमें किसी को कहना नहीं पड़ता है। वो जो एनिमल है या जो जीव है, वो अपने आप से अपना रोल लेकर के अपना काम शुरू कर देता है। हमने क्या किया, हमने अपना एक ऐसा डिजाइन बना दिया कि सभी बच्चों को एक ही जैसी एजुकेशन देनी है, और उस सभी बच्चों को एक ही एजुकेशन दे करके उन सबको, जबकि दुनिया में ये स्पष्ट है और सबको मालूम है कि परमात्मा ने हर बच्चे को अलग दिमाग दिया, हर बच्चे की अलग जरूरत है, उसको उसका अलग टैलेंट है, तो हम लोगों ने सबको एक जैसी एजुकेशन देने शुरू कर दी। तो उस माहौल में जैसे बच्चे चाहिए वैसे बच्चे पहले से ही परमात्मा ने बनाकर भेजे। उनका जब वहां वह बच्चे आए, तो उस बच्चे का जब वो आत्माएं जो उस एरिया में आई, तो वो उस एरिया की जरूरत के हिसाब से ही मां के गर्भ में आई। जब उन्होंने जन्म लिया, उनको केवल अपने जीवन का उद्देश्य पता चल जाए, वो जीवन में कभी कोई गलत काम नहीं करेंगे, ना कोई करप्शन करेंगे, ना कभी कोई अपराध करेंगे, ना कभी डिप्रेशन में जाएंगे, ना कभी बीमार पड़ेंगे, क्योंकि वो कार्य कर रहे हैं जिसके लिए परमात्मा ने उनको चुना था। और जब आप वो कार्य करते हैं जिसके लिए आपको चुना गया है, जिसके लिए आपको बनाया गया है, यकीन मानिए आप टाइम भी भूल जाते हैं, आप भूख भी भूल जाते हैं, आप अपना जीवन, आप यही भूल जाते हैं कि दुनिया में दूसरे लोगों के पास कितना पैसा है, कितनी पावर है। उनको इतना पता होता है कि मैं जो कर रहा हूं इसमें मुझे पूर्ण आनंद आ रहा है, तो मैं क्यों बिना मतलब की चीजों के अंदर उलझा रहा हूं। तो वो उनको छोड़ करके और अपना काम पे फोकस रखते हैं। और जो लोग अपने काम पर फोकस रखते हैं, जो लोग इस तरह से अपने काम में डूब जाते हैं, वही लोग असलियत में आध्यात्म की दिशा में चलते हैं, और वही लोग परमात्मा को प्राप्त करते हैं। अभी कुछ लोगों से मेरी बात हो रही थी, तो वो कहने लगे कि परमात्मा को पाने का रास्ता क्या था, या जब इस तरह की बातें होती हैं, तो हमने उनको एक ही बात कही थी, हर किसी का रास्ता अलग है, हर किसी की मंजिल परमात्मा यदि है, तो परमात्मा केवल आपको उस रास्ते पर मिलेगा जिस रास्ते पर चलने के लिए आपको बनाया गया है। तो आपको अपना रास्ता चूज करना है। और यदि कोई धर्मगुरु आपको ये कहता है कि हम आपको परमात्मा से मिलने का रास्ता बताते हैं, तो यकीन मानिए वो झूठ बोल रहा है, वो फ्रॉड है, क्योंकि वो केवल अपना रास्ता जान सकता है। हमारा रास्ता हमको खुद ही खोजना पड़ेगा, उसके लिए वो गाइड जरूर कर सकता है, ये मैं पूरी तरह से कह सकता हूं, और ये वही रास्ता होगा। अब हमको यदि मान लीजिए हम हेल्दी भी हैं, हम ठीक से सोच भी पा रहे हैं, हमारी शिक्षा व्यवस्था भी इस तरह की है कि जैसे हमको जरूरत है, हमको जिस तरह के नेताओं की जरूरत है, जितने डॉक्टर्स की, जितने वैद्यों की जरूरत है, जितने शिक्षकों की जरूरत है, जितने कंस्ट्रक्शन करने वालों की जरूरत है, जितना आसपास वैज्ञानिकों की जरूरत है, जितने रिसर्च की जरूरत है, कि हमको प्रकृति का नुकसान किए बिना समाज के अंदर अपना दायित्व निभाना है, हमको समाज में अपना रोल फिक्स करना है, हमको अपनी स्थिति को सुधारना है और अपना जीवन स्तर ऊंचा करना है। इसमें बस ये ध्यान देने की बात रहेगी कि जीवन स्तर ऊंचा करने का मतलब टेक्नोलॉजी बिल्कुल भी नहीं है। मोबाइल, स्क्रीन, मशीन्स, ये काम को आसान करने के लिए यूज की जा सकती हैं, परंतु यदि काम आसान हो गया, उसमें आपके शरीर की मेहनत कम नहीं होनी चाहिए। क्योंकि आज आप देखेंगे, जैसे मैं आपको बताता हूं, थोड़ा सा साइकिल को समझने की कोशिश कीजिए, इसको समझ के आपको समझ आएगा। जिस महानुभाव ने साइकिल बनाया, उसने कहा कि आप पैदल चलते हैं। अब यहाँ एक हमारे पास इतना बढ़िया इंतजाम कर दिया हमने कि आप एक कदम साइकिल के ऊपर चलोगे, यानी एक पैडल मारोगे तो आप 10 कदम अपने आप चल पड़ोगे। और हमने साइकिल का इस्तेमाल करना शुरू कर दिया। थोड़े दिनों के बाद क्या होता है, साइकिल के बाद में उसके ऊपर मोटर रख दी जाती है, और फिर एक आदमी कहता है कि 4 पहिया वाहन है, और फिर एक व्यक्ति कहता है कि अब ये बहुत स्पीड से चलता है, और हमने आना जाना शुरू कर दिया। हमारा आना जाना इतना ज्यादा हो गया कि हमने सफर इतना ज्यादा शुरू कर दिया कि अब हमारे पास शरीर मेहनत करने के लिए समय नहीं बचा। शुगर हो गया, बीपी हो गया, आर्थराइटिस हो गया, कमर में दर्द हो गया, टांगों में दर्द हो गया, गर्दन में दर्द हो गया, काम ठीक से कर नहीं पा रहे, पच नहीं रहा, अपच हो गया, और सब कुछ सारी समस्याएं शुरू हो गई। उसके बाद डॉक्टर ने कहा कि भाई जी अब आपको पैदल चलना पड़ेगा। और फिर वो इतना सारा मेहनत करने के बाद, इतनी सारी सुविधाएं लेने के बाद फिर वो पैदल चलने के लिए डॉक्टर ने उसको बोलना पड़ा, और वो फिर पैदल चलना शुरू किया। मेरा कहने का मतलब ये हुआ कि पहले आप उन चीजों को कमाने के लिए अपने हेल्थ के साथ कंप्रोमाइज करते हैं, और बाद में फिर हेल्थ को पाने के लिए फिर आप उनको वो चीजें छोड़नी पड़ती हैं। तो इस तरह के साइकिल की जरूरत ही क्या है हम लोगों को। तो शिक्षा जब हमारी ठीक तरह से हो जाएगी तो हमको मालूम होगा कि हमारे आसपास हमको क्या क्या चाहिए, तो हम ये काम कर सकते हैं। और मुझे लगता है हमारे पूर्वजों के पास इस तरह की चीजों के पास हमारे पुरखों को ये बातें मालूम थी, इसीलिए हमारे घर इस तरह के होते थे कि अगली जनरेशन अपनी जरूरत के हिसाब से अपना घर बनाएगी। इसलिए वो जनरेशन अपना घर बना रही है, 20-30 साल में वो कमजोर होकर के गिरने लगे। उस वक्त लकड़ी इस्तेमाल होगी, चूना इस्तेमाल होगा, मिट्टी इस्तेमाल होगी, कच्ची मिट्टी इस्तेमाल होगी। तो जब हमारा घर जब गिरेगा, और जब गिरने के बाद में जब नया बनाना होगा, बहुत सी चीजें तो दोबारा से यूज हो जाएंगी, और जो चीजें यूज नहीं होंगी वो मिट्टी में मिल जाएंगी। एक छोटी चीज भी ऐसी नहीं थी जो कि हमको कचरे के रूप में नजर आए। मैं अभी जब मैं शहरों की तरफ, महानगरों की तरफ गया, जब मैंने प्लास्टिक का और जब पॉलिथीन का जब दौर देखा, और जब इस तरह की चीजें देखी कि जहां एनिमल बेस्ड कल्चर नहीं है, वहां हमने देखा कि कचरा ही कचरा है। और जबकि मैं अपने घर में जब हम रहते थे, गांव में हम जब रहते थे, और जहां पर हमारा सारा का सारा जो पूरा जीवन चक्र था वो एक दूसरे के साथ, धरती के साथ, एनिमल के साथ और पड़ोस के साथ, जब वो पूरा लूप में था, कोऑपरेटिव सिस्टम था, उस वक्त मैंने एक भी घर से एक भी डब्बा या एक पॉलिथीन भी पोल्यूशन के रूप में बाहर जाते हुए नहीं देखा। क्योंकि जो हमारे लिए कचरा है वो मेरी जमीन के लिए पोषण है, वो दूसरे जीवों के लिए, केंचुए के लिए वो खाद है, वो खाद बनने के बाद वो खेत में जा रहा है। और जो कहने का मतलब ये हुआ कि हम लोग हर चीज का इस्तेमाल कर पा रहे थे, और अब हम लोग केवल वेस्टेज ज्यादा छोड़ रहे हैं, जिसकी वजह से एनवायरनमेंट प्रदूषित हो रहा है, तो हमारा मस्तिष्क भी प्रदूषित हो रहा है, तो हम लोग ठीक से सोच नहीं पा रहे हैं। अब यहाँ पर हम लोगों को बहुत सी चीजों को जोड़ करके आपको देखना पड़ेगा। इन चीजों को जब आप गौर से जब आप देखेंगे तो आप पाएंगे कि हमारी सभ्यताएं नहीं, कई लोग कहते हैं कि मोहनजोदाड़ो की सभ्यताएं मिलती हैं, वो पक्की सभ्यता थी, उनसे पहले भी इंसान रहता होगा और 100% रहता होगा। और हमारे पूर्वज जिनको हम सनातनी लोग बोलते हैं, जो पुरखे हैं, ये हमारे लोगों की खासियत क्या रही होगी कि उनको मालूम था कि चीजों का जब वो उनकी उम्र पूरी हो जाती है तो उनको वापस मिट्टी में मिलना होता है, तो हमको वो चीजें वैसी ही बनानी चाहिए। आज जो बड़े बड़े पुल हम बना रहे हैं, आज बड़े बड़े जो सड़कें जो हम बना रहे हैं, जितने पक्के मकान हम लोग बना रहे हैं, मैं ये समझता हूं कि पहली बात तो इन ईंटों को बनाने के लिए, इन सीमेंट को बनाने के लिए, इसके ट्रांसपोर्ट को करने के लिए, और जिस तरह का माहौल के लिए जितना पॉल्यूशन किया जाता है, और उसके बाद जब वो सड़क बन जाती है, वो सड़क भी अपने आप में एक पॉल्यूशन है। अब मान करके देखिए कि यदि आपके आसपास में ही आपके पास सब कुछ अवेलेबल है, जो कि आपको जाना नहीं पड़ रहा है, बहुत ज्यादा दूर नहीं आपको जाना, शिक्षा के लिए आपको दूर नहीं जाना, रोजगार के लिए आपको दूर नहीं जाना। आज आप समाज में देखेंगे अगर कोई लोग विस्थापित हैं तो वो दो ही चीजों के लिए तो विस्थापित है, शिक्षा और रोजगार। और हमारे पास हर गांव में अपने आसपास ऐसा माहौल है कि प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को काम दिया जा सकता है। क्योंकि यदि आप बाहर जाकर काम कर रहे हो तो जहां से आप गए हो वहां काम करने के लिए कोई और आया हुआ है, तो आपको ये बात समझनी पड़ेगी कि आप वहां रह करके भी कर सकते हो। तो आपके वैसा ही दिमाग, वैसा ही टैलेंट, वैसा ही सब कुछ दिया हुआ है परमात्मा ने, कुदरत ने, और उसको सिर्फ आपको पहचानना है। और ये मिलकर के काम करने का काम बड़ी पीढ़ी का है, ताकि वो अगली पीढ़ी को इस तरह का चिंतन दे सके कि तुमको क्या करना है। तो जब हमने ये देख लिया कि शिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य हमारा ठीक हो गया, तो उसके बाद नेतृत्व देने के लिए हम राजनीति भी इस तरह की जा सकती है कि पॉलिसीज हम लोग इस तरह की बनाएं जिसमें अब ये दोनों चीजों को जो मैंने पहले बोली है और अभी तीसरी चीज बोली है, इन तीनों चीजों में एक चीज आपको कॉमन, हम लोग जितनी भी चीजें हैं उसमें एक चीज कॉमन लेनी होगी हमको, कि वहां पैसे का और धन का बोलबाला ना हो। क्योंकि यदि शिक्षा के अंदर धन का बोलबाला रहेगा तो केवल अमीरों के बच्चे ही पढ़ पाएंगे और जिनके पास संसाधन ज्यादा है केवल उनको ही एजुकेशन मिलेगी। और इसी तरह से स्वास्थ्य में भी अमीरी गरीबी का रोल खत्म होना चाहिए, सबके बराबर स्वास्थ्य का अधिकार हो। और तीसरा, राजनीति में भी पैसे का बोलबाला ना हो, वहां पर भी केवल विजन को तवज्जो दी जाए। और यदि हमारी पहली दोनों चीजें ठीक है, शिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य, तो हम लोग राजनीति के ऊपर भी इस तरह का काम कर सकते हैं। अब एग्रीकल्चर का अगर मैं विजन अपना बताता हूं, यहीं पर जब रहते हैं हम लोग, तो धरती की खासियत क्या है कि धरती से ही सब कुछ निकलता है। यानी आपके जितनी फैक्ट्रीज हैं, जितने कारखाने हैं, आप कपड़ा उद्योग चलता है, कपड़ा कपास से बनता है, कपास जमीन में उगती है। आपकी सॉस बनना है, आपका ब्रेड बनना है, आपके जो भी चीजें आपकी बन रही है आपके इस्तेमाल की, आप देखेंगे उनका जो ओरिजिन है वो धरती है। तो धरती, अगर जमीन उनका ओरिजिन है तो जमीन से ही सब कुछ बना जा सकता है। तो फिर अमेरिका से हम लोगों को इंपोर्ट करने की जरूरत किसी चीज की मुझे लगता नहीं है। और यदि हम 1860 के भारत की अगर तरफ नजर दौड़ाएंगे तो हमको पता चलेगा कि 48% जो व्यापार है, जो एक्सपोर्ट है पूरी दुनिया के अंदर, वो अकेला भारत ही करता था। पूरे दुनिया की जीडीपी का 24% एवरेज तो भारत अकेला मालिकाना हक रखता था। कहने का मतलब यह था कि हमारी जो व्यवस्था थी वो इस तरह की थी कि हम लोग उत्पादन आधारित जीवन जिएंगे, हम लोग वो उगाएंगे जो हमको जरूरत है, हर मौसम के लिए, हर तबके के लिए, हर इंसान के लिए। गांव का कोई भी व्यक्ति भूखा नहीं मरेगा, उस कम्युनिटी का कोई भी व्यक्ति भूखा नहीं रहेगा। यदि हमारे पास सरप्लस कोई सामान बचा है तो वो शहर में जाएगा और शहर से जो व्यापारी है अपने इस्तेमाल के बाद जो सामान बचेगा उस बचे हुए सामान का फिर एक्सपोर्ट करना शुरू करेगा, उसमें वैल्यू एडिशन करके। ये इतना शानदार तरीका है कि आपका जो उत्पादन है, उत्पादन का जो खर्चा है, जो खेत में खेती का जो खर्चा है, वो अगर नेचुरल बेस हो, अगर वो प्राकृतिक हो, अगर आपको मालूम है कि जो काम आपका नाइट्रोजन की जो ये डीएपी और यूरिया करती है, नाइट्रोजन और फास्फेट और पोटाश की सप्लीमेंट के तौर पर, इन सप्लीमेंट्स का मतलब इन सप्लीमेंट्स के अल्टरनेट भी पॉसिबल है प्राकृतिक रूप से। तो हमको वो प्राकृतिक इस्तेमाल करने का ज्ञान, हम लोगों के कुछ साथी हैं, जनता सरकार मोर्चा में बहुत से साथी हैं जो इन विषयों के ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं कि पहली बार पूरी पैदावार बिना किसी केमिकल के ले सकता है किसान। तो जब उसका केमिकल डालने का खर्चा खत्म हो गया, उसको बीज खरीदने का खर्चा खत्म हो गया, तो अब आपको मशीनों का खर्चा कम से कम करना है, क्योंकि मशीनें प्रकृति का दोहन सबसे ज्यादा करती हैं। पहले तो उन मशीनों को बनाने के लिए जो लोहा बनता है या जो दूसरे मेटल्स बनती हैं, जो दूसरी चीजें यूज होंगी, वो सारी की सारी बनाने में पोल्यूशन होगा, फिर उसको चलाने में पोल्यूशन होगा। उसको चलाने के लिए जो ईंधन चाहिए होता है, पेट्रोल डीजल जो भी चाहिए होता है, वो कच्चा तेल जो जमीन से निकालना पड़ता है, वो भी प्रकृति का दोहन करता है। तो प्रकृति के नियमों के खिलाफ है। ऊपर से जब आप मैक्सिमम मशीनों का इस्तेमाल करेंगे तो आप ज्यादा से ज्यादा दुखी रहेंगे, आप लोग परेशान रहेंगे, क्योंकि आपकी हेल्थ खराब रहेगी। तो इसलिए आपको प्रकृति के साथ जुड़े रहने के लिए जरूरी है, क्योंकि जब हमारे पास लोग बहुत हैं तो हमारे पास काम की कोई कमी नहीं है, हर हाथ को काम दिया जा सकता है, बशर्ते कि हम उसको एक इमेजिनेशन में ना रह करके कि मशीनें हमारे जीवन को आसान करती हैं। मुझे नहीं लगता मशीनें हमारे जीवन को आसान करती हैं। मोबाइल ने हमारी पेमेंट को फास्ट तो कर दिया है, लेकिन हमारे दुकानदार से हमारा रिश्ता तोड़ दिया। ऑनलाइन ट्रांजैक्शन ने हमारे काम को तो आसान कर दिया है, लेकिन पड़ोस में अगर कुछ हो जाता है तो दुकानदार को कुछ हो जाए, आपको कुछ हो जाए, किसी को मालूम नहीं पड़ता है। तो जो समाज से हमारा कनेक्शन है वो काट देंगी मशीनें। ये एक बहुत बड़ा रोल है मशीन का। तो जो कि अगर समाज से मशीन हमारा कनेक्शन कट गया तो आप समझ लीजिए आप प्रकृति से कट गए, और प्रकृति से कट गए तो आप जी ही नहीं सकते, फिर आपका जीवन नरक के समान रहेगा। कारण क्या है, हमको बचपन से पढ़ाया जाता है, उस लाइन को मैं मानता होता हूं जिसमें ये लिखा होता है, जिसमें कहा जाता है कि मनुष्य एक सामाजिक प्राणी है। वो तब तक ही सरवाइव कर रहा है, तब तक ही आनंद से जीवन गुजार सकता है जब तक वो समाज के बीच रहता है, समाज के साथ रहता है, समाज के लिए जीता है। जब तक वो रहेगा तब तक वो प्राणी है, जब तक वो एक सामाजिक प्राणी है। जैसे ही वो सामाजिक नहीं होगा तभी उसके अंदर फ्रस्ट्रेशन आ जाएगा, तभी गुस्सा आ जाएगा। आप देख लीजिए आपके घरों में जो रिश्ते टूटने की दर है, जो आपके घरों में रिश्ते टूटते हैं, जो आपके जितने डिप्रेशन के मरीज हैं, जितने एकांत में जो रहते हैं, जो सिजोफ्रेनिया के जो लोग हैं, वो कौन लोग हैं जो समाज से किसी ना किसी तौर से कट गए थे, जिन्होंने कभी प्राकृतिक चीजों का सेवन छोड़ दिया था, जो अप्राकृतिक जीवन जीना शुरू कर गए थे। और जैसे ही आप प्राकृतिक जीवन जिएंगे वैसे ही आपका जीवन सुचारू रूप से चलने लग जाएगा। ये ट्रेड का मैंने आपको थोड़ा बताया। फिर जस्टिस सिस्टम का बहुत आसान सा तरीका है, क्योंकि यही तरीके हैं शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, न्याय, राजनीति और खेती, ये सब चीजें जीवन के साथ जुड़ी हैं। अगर ये चीजें हमको पता हो, उसके बाद उद्योग आता है। उद्योग के तो मैंने सिंपल सी एक बात आपको बताई है कि उद्योग, हर उद्योग जो है वो खेती से निकलता है, जमीन से निकलता है। कहने का मतलब खेती नहीं, जमीन आप कह सकते हो। जैसे कोयला है वो भी जमीन से निकलेगा, एल्यूमिनियम भी जमीन से निकलेगी, लोहा भी जमीन से निकलेगा, प्राकृतिक जो सब गैस है, सीएनजी है, पेट्रोल है, डीजल है, केरोसिन ऑयल है, दूसरे ऑयल है, वो सब जमीन से निकलेंगे। चमड़ा है वो पशुओं से बनता है, पशु फसल खाते हैं, फसल जमीन में होती है। कहीं ना कहीं से कुल मिला करके जो सूरत से ऊर्जा प्राप्त जमीन को होती है, वहां से उसके बाद जमीन से हमको बाकी चीजें मिलती हैं। जहां जमीन हमारे पास अवेलेबल है, उसी जमीन पर वहां के लोकल लोगों की जरूरत के हिसाब के संसाधन बनाए जा सकते हैं। मेरा बच्चा यदि किसी बड़े स्टोर का मैनेजर बन सकता है उस एरिया के अंदर, तो मेरा बच्चा वहां अपना स्टोर भी तो चला सकता है। अगर वो बाहर किसी फैक्ट्री के अंदर काम करके अपनी फैक्ट्री को रन कर सकता है, उसको मैनेज कर सकता है, तो वो अपने गांव और अपने आसपास भी तो फैक्ट्री रन कर सकता है। मेरा कहने का मतलब, इसका तात्पर्य केवल इतना सा है कि हमारे जो बच्चे हैं, हमारे जो हमारा मैन पावर है, उस मैन पावर को अगर ठीक से ट्रेन किया जाए तो हम जहां उसकी जमीन है, उसकी जमीन के आसपास के क्षेत्र के अंदर कहीं पर हमारे सारे संसाधन पैदा किए जा सकते हैं और हमको कहीं बाहर जाने की जरूरत नहीं है। जो बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां जब आई, जो टेक ओवर करने के लिए, जो पूरी मानवता का ही विनाश करने के लिए चली हुई है, उन कंपनियों के उनकी षड्यंत्र का पता आपको इस बात से चल जाएगा कि वो किसान से गेहूं लेती है 20 रुपए किलो, 24 रुपए किलो या 20 रुपए 22 रुपए जो आज का। अब उस गेहूं को सड़ाएंगे उससे पहले, फिर उसके बाद उसको बेकिंग वगैरह, उसके बाद वहां से वो ब्रेड बनाएंगे। और ब्राउन ब्रेड का एक आधा किलो का पैकेट जो है वो 65 रुपए का बिकता है अभी आज के दौर में, यानी 130 रुपए का किलो हो गया। कहने का मतलब उसी किसान को 20 रुपए किलो में उसने वो गेहूं लिया और उसको 130 रुपए में वापस बेच दिया। अगर उस किसान को ब्रेड खाना है तो वो अपने आसपास ही वो फैक्ट्री लगा सकता है और वैल्यू एडिशन कर सकता है, तो पूरे गांव का कितना करोड़ों रुपया पैसा साल का बचेगा हमें अंदाजा भी नहीं है। इसी तरह से टमाटर 1 रुपया किलो जो है वो दिया, किसान से लिया 1 रुपया किलो, लेकिन जब वो सॉस जब बेचता है तो वो सॉस देखेंगे आप लोग, तो वो लगभग 250 रुपए किलो के करीब सॉस बनेगी जो वो बेच रहा है मार्केट में। जब आप जाते हो, कोई भी सॉस है, टमाटो सॉस अगर आप उठा करके देखेंगे तो 8 ग्राम का वो शैशे होता है, वो भी 1 रुपए का मिलता है। तो इस तरह से आपको अंदाजा लग जाएगा कि पूरा 120, 200, 250 इस रुपए में मिलता है। कहने का मतलब ये हुआ कि किसान जो है वो बर्बाद होता जाएगा, तो उसकी जमीन बिकनी शुरू हो जाएगी और केवल बड़े उद्योग ही काम करेंगे। जबकि यदि उसके लोकल एरिया के लोगों की जरूरत के हिसाब से अगर हमने वैल्यू एडिशन करके काम किया होता, तो ना तो किसान बर्बाद होता, ना उसे जमीन बेचनी पड़ती, ना ही चंद लोगों के पास प्रॉपर्टी का ट्रांसफर होता। यानी कि यदि हम समान डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की तरफ अगर हम चलते हैं, तो मेरा जो सपनों की जो दुनिया है वो ये है कि उसमें मैं अपनी मस्ती में जी रहा हूं, आप अपनी मस्ती में जी रहे हो, मैं अपनी जरूरतों के हिसाब से अपनी प्रोडक्शन कर रहा हूं, आप अपनी जरूरतों के हिसाब से कर रहे हो। जो आपके पास सरप्लस है वो आप मुझे दे दो, जो मेरे पास सरप्लस है वो दे दो। मैं अपनी भूख के लिए नहीं जी रहा हूं, और ये केवल तब संभव है जब हमारा शिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य इस लेवल पर काम करता हो और ऐसे लोग समाज के अंदर आए जो अपना तन मन धन से 24 घंटे इस दिशा के ऊपर काम करें। तो हमारा जो एक दूसरे का शोषण का जो प्रोसेस है वो कम से कम हो। और एक जस्टिस सिस्टम की खासियत क्या है कि हमने जैसे आपको बताया कि हर जगह पर जो है पूरी दुनिया के अंदर हर जगह की जरूरतें अलग अलग तरह की होती हैं। जैसे मैं आपको बताता हूं, जो चीजें मेरे लिए सही हैं वो आपके लिए गलत हो सकती हैं, और आपकी मान्यता में हो जरूरी नहीं है कि वो आपकी मान्यता में वो वैसी ही हो। तो जैसे एक छोटा सा मैं एग्जांपल लूंगा, इसको मैं उस तरह से लूंगा जिस तरह से पक्ष के हिसाब से, यानी कि धर्म के हिसाब से, रिलीजन के हिसाब से लूंगा। जैसे हमारे यहाँ हिंदुओं में अपनी चचेरी ममेरी बहन को बहन माना जाता है, सगी बहन की तरह, उसके साथ कोई शादी नहीं की जा सकती। लेकिन मुसलमानों में ये कहा जाता है कि जितना हमारा रिश्ता ब्लड का रहेगा उतना बढ़िया रहता है, और वो अपने मामा की और अपनी बुआ की बेटी के साथ में शादी कर सकते हैं। अब वो उस बचपन से उस धर्म के अंदर पले हैं, हम लोग इस कल्चर में पले हैं, तो जब हम बड़े होंगे तो हमारे लिए वो बुरा लगेगा और उनके लिए हम लोग बुरे लगेंगे, तो हमारे नियम उनके ऊपर नहीं लग सकते। इसी तरह से आप चले जाएंगे, जैसे हमारे नॉर्थ इंडिया के अंदर पेट्रियार्कल सोसाइटी है, कुछ समुद्री इलाके हैं जैसे उड़ीसा का कुछ इलाका है, और जहां जहां मतलब जो समुद्र तट जहां नजदीक पड़ता है, मछुआरे जहां ज्यादा रहते हैं, वहां पर मछुआरे सुबह पकड़ने गए, उनका नहीं मालूम होता है कि वो लोग वापस आएंगे कि नहीं आएंगे, तो इस चक्कर में क्या होता है, वहां मेट्रियार्कल सोसाइटी बना दी कुछ लोगों ने वहां पर अपना एरिया कि हम लोग मदर को ट्रांसफर होगा, वो मदर आप फादर को प्रॉपर्टी ट्रांसफर होगी, वहां मदर को ट्रांसफर, तो वहां विजिटिंग हस्बैंड का कॉन्सेप्ट है। अब अगर इस सोशियोलॉजी की तरह से समझेंगे आप लोग, तो इसमें पाएंगे कि जहां का जैसा कस्टम है वहां के वैसे लॉ है, तो सबके ऊपर पूरी दुनिया के अंदर वो लॉ नहीं लग सकते। जब अंग्रेज इस देश के ऊपर आए, क्योंकि मैं जो बात कर रहा हूं, मैं अपने जब स्वर्ण युग की बात करूंगा, अपने परिवेश की बात करूंगा जिसको हम भागते हैं, फिलहाल मैं अपने गांव को बचाने की बात करूंगा। जब हम गांव गांव बचा लेंगे, जब भारत को बचा लेंगे, तो पूरा का पूरा दुनिया को बचाया जा सकता है। दुनिया को भी ये मॉडल देना, उसको ये कहना है कि तुमको हमारे ऊपर कुछ चीज थोपने की जरूरत नहीं है, हम तुम्हारे ऊपर कोई चीज नहीं थोप रहे, तुम वैसे जियो जैसी तुम्हारी जरूरत है, हम वैसे जिएंगे जैसे हमारी जरूरत है, तो इस तरह से हम आगे चलेंगे। उन्होंने इसको डिवीजन का एक नियम बनाया। जब अंग्रेज यहां से आए, उन्होंने सबसे पहले देखा कि यहां तो कोई लिखित नियम ही नहीं है, यहां तो लोकल लेवल पर अपने कस्टम है, और वो कस्टम ही लॉ है, और उनके मुताबिक ही सामान्य अपने लोकल लेवल पर ही नियम और अपना पंचायती राज कह लीजिए आप इसको, आप अपनी न्याय व्यवस्था का लोकलाइजेशन कह लीजिए, इतना शानदार है कि आपको न्याय करने के लिए किसी जज की लाने की जरूरत नहीं है कि अमेरिका से कोई जज आएगा, वो नियम कोई संविधान आएगा और वो हमको बताएगा। तो लोकल लेवल पर इतना है, तो उन्होंने देखा कि यहाँ तो लाखों लाख जो लोग हैं कस्टम है और उस तरह से जी रहे हैं, और उन्होंने इसका इस्तेमाल किया हम लोगों के करने। तो हमको इसको एक तरह से समझना पड़ेगा कि ये किया गया है, हम लोगों के ऊपर जबरदस्ती थोपा गया है, वरना हमारे पास सारा न्याय प्रणाली को ठीक करने का पूरा सिस्टम रहा है, और हम लोग इसके ऊपर बड़े खूब अच्छे तरीके से काम करते रहे हैं।
इसके लिए एक पूरा डेडिकेटेड बनता है, क्योंकि इसमें बहुत सारी बातें आपने ऐसी बोली हैं जो प्रोजेक्ट परिवर्तन के वाइस सिटी मॉडल से मेल खाती हैं, जिसमें हम इसको लोकलाइज्ड अबंडेंट सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी बोलते हैं, कि एक मिनिएचर 2x2 किलोमीटर का जो वाइस सिटी है, उसी को वहां के रेजिडेंट्स वर्ल्ड माने, उनके लिए वही विश्व होना चाहिए। उसके बाहर क्या है, उससे उनकी डिपेंडेंसी जितनी कम कर दी जाए उतना वो अच्छा है। इससे क्या होगा कि जो एक कॉन्सेप्ट है कि ईट व्हाट यू प्रोड्यूस एंड प्रोड्यूस व्हाट यू ईट, उससे एक तो लोकलाइज प्रोडक्शन, लोकलाइज कंजम्पशन होगी, दूसरा क्वांटिटी वाइज भी उतनी ही होगी जितने की आवश्यकता है। तो डिमांड सप्लाई इकोनॉमी की जगह नीड फुलफिलमेंट इकोनॉमी बनने की ओर हम बढ़ेंगे, क्योंकि डिमांड सप्लाई इकोनॉमी में क्या होता है कि इन्फ्लेट कर दी जाती है डिमांड, उसकी नीड भी नहीं होती अंडरलाइंग नीड, पर जबरदस्ती उसको आर्टिफिशियल तरीके से इन्फ्लेट किया जाता है लोग के साथ साइकोलॉजिकली प्ले करके, और फिर उसको फुलफिल करने के लिए प्रोडक्ट्स बनाए जाते हैं। उसकी आवश्यकता नहीं है। बहुत कम में भी जो है अपरिग्रह का प्रिंसिपल फॉलो करके मनुष्य जो है बहुत हाई क्वालिटी लाइफ जी सकता है। तो एक इसका हम पायलट सिटी 90 किलोमीटर जो चेन्नई से है उस पे बना रहे हैं, ईस्ट कोस्ट रोड, 60 किलोमीटर पहले ऑरोविल से। प्रोजेक्ट का नाम है मार्ग स्वर्ण भूमि। तो वहां पे ये सारे कॉन्सेप्ट जो आप बोल रहे हो, इसकी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए हम बात करेंगे। तो एक अलग से एक मीटिंग करके हम एक डिस्कशन कर सकते हैं कि कैसे वो कॉमन ग्राउंड अचीव करने के लिए बात करें, और एक डेडिकेटेड सेशन हमारे इंटरनल ऑडियंस के लिए आपके द्वारा हम चाहेंगे कि आप PYP टॉक्स में आए और वहां पे पूरी डिटेल में बताएं। ये हम स्टार्ट कर देंगे 14 अगस्त से। 14 अगस्त को हमारा एक बहुत बड़ा इवेंट है, वर्ल्ड अवतार डे, जिस दिन लोगों से ये इन्वोक किया जाता है उनके कि अपने अंदर की अवतार परफॉर्मेंस को बाहर निकालें, जो भगवत गीता में कही गई योगः कर्मसु कौशलम, और अचीव होती है वो पतंजलि योग सूत्र के हिसाब से दृष्टा स्वरूप अवस्थानम बाय डूइंग योगः चित्तवृत्ति निरोधम। तो ये तीन चीज अगर भक्ति योग, कर्मयोग, ज्ञान योग की व्यक्ति याद रखे तो वो जिस कार्य के लिए आए हैं इस पृथ्वी पे वो पूरी तरीके से कर सकते हैं। तो मैं आपसे ये रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा आप उस टॉक में भी आए और हम इसको आगे लेके चलते हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देवेंद्र बलहारा जी, आप एक बहुत छोटे शॉर्ट नोटिस में आप आए। अभी रिसेंटली ही हमारी मीटिंग हुई थी SCLDP लेवल 0 वर्कशॉप के दौरान सूरत में, और आपसे पहले भी जो स्पीकर थे वो भी सूरत से ही थे कोइंसिडेंटली। तो इतनी जल्दी ही ये सेशन हो गया, तो ये बहुत बड़ी एक अचीवमेंट है, एक कॉमन ग्राउंड की ओर बढ़ने के लिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देवेंद्र जी।
बहुत अच्छा जी, धन्यवाद।
So with this, I would like to invite my colleague Garima Verma ji to finally close today's session by sharing a vote of thanks. And before that, just like yesterday, I'll quickly take you through the various speaker lineup for tomorrow, which is the third and the concluding day of Project YugParivartan Global Summit 2023. So tomorrow's lineup of speakers is this: third day, Tuesday, 6th June. We'll have a session by Mr. Willie Paul, who will be joining us from USA. He is a religious leader of New Heaven, New Earth Church. Followed by a session by Mr. Vishwatma Bharat Gandhi, who is founder of Voters Party International from New Delhi, India. Then a talk by Swami Snehanand Jyoti ji. He is director of East-West Awakening and is working from both countries, India and America. So he'll be logging in from St. Louis, Missouri, USA. Then we will have a talk by Dr. Subijay Datta. He is the managing director of S&M Engineering. So he hails from Maryland, USA. Then a session in Hindi by Shri Sube Singh Yadav ji, who is founder president of Total Truth, Absolute Spiritual Science, a movement against blind faith from Narnaul, Haryana, India. And coincidentally, yesterday his session was scheduled for yesterday, but he got an invite from ex-president of India to receive an award. So we'll congratulate him formally tomorrow. Then the last session of the summit, 18th session by Mr. Sanjay Sharma, who is coordinator of Bharat Swaraj Manch. He will be logging in from Ahmedabad, Gujarat. So this is the speaker lineup. I request everyone to be there tomorrow as well. And now formal vote of thanks by Garima Verma ji.
Namaskar everyone, I am Garima Verma, founder director of PYP Golden Age Foundation, coming to thank all of our speakers today. Heartfelt appreciation to the 6 brilliant souls who have graced this stage and enlightened us with their captivating thoughts and visions on Golden Age. Their wisdom has been a beacon guiding us through the corridors of their insightful thoughts that have inspired us to envision a future where greatness knows no bounds. Sending our gratitude towards these extraordinary individuals who have shared their expertise, passion, and deep understanding with all of us, and hence paving the way for a brighter tomorrow. We extend our sincere appreciation to Suzy Kang. We appreciate that you delivered a truly remarkable and thought-provoking presentation on the subject of world peace. Your insightful ideas served as a powerful reminder for the deep interconnection among all beings on this planet. It's been such a blessing to witness the incredible and enlightening session delivered by Mr. Ajeet Saxena ji. I found your ability to connect spiritual concepts with IT principles truly inspiring. Your oration, storytelling, humor, and analogies for such a serious subject like spirituality have left a lasting impact on our minds. A big thank you to Mukund Hirve ji for generously sharing your profound insights on the yoga cycle and the interplay of collective consciousness across different yogas. Deepest gratitude to Ankur Sharma ji for your exceptional speech today, which resonated with the audience on a profound level. We wholeheartedly endorse your proposed reforms and firmly believe that the implementation of these transformative measures will undoubtedly bring about the change we envision for our society. Dr. Sanjay Apte ji, thank you so much for graciously imparting profound insights from the Bhagavad Gita, which serve as a guiding light in the transition from the dark age of Kali Yuga to the golden age of Satyuga. Dr. Devendra Balhara ji, we can't thank you enough for the energizing and stimulating thoughts you have shared with us today. And we are incredibly grateful for valuable insights and connecting the dots done by you by throwing the light on the past, present, and a bright golden future. Thank you, esteemed speakers, all the audience who are watching this online right now, or who may be watching these videos later on YouTube and other social media channels, for being here with us today. and being a part of this memorable Day 2 of PYP Global Summit 2023. Dhanyavad. Thank you.
Thank you everyone. Namaskar. Good night. See you tomorrow at sharp 4 p.m. India time with yet another lineup of 6 speakers who will be talking on the same theme of creating the golden age. Namaskar. Shubh Ratri. Good night. Bye.